umaga sa inyong lahat. And again, good morning to those who just woke up to watch Valorant Masters Tokyo 2023. Nandito na tayo sa official day 2 of group stages. So again, my name is Rubixco, and with me on the panel again is Riku and Fluffy. So guys, kamusta naman? You know, we just had a really exciting day 1 yesterday. And again, now we've still got day 2 to finish off our last stage of the first stage of groups between NRG and Navi.
Okay naman. Nakita natin, you know, today it's a very maulan na day. And over there too, apparently in Tokyo, it's also very maulan there.
I mean, we're basically in Tokyo. And yesterday I was
That's
speechless,
true.
but now I feel great. So very excited for today, especially.
That's right. And I think, you know, we do have a lot of exciting matches that are coming up. But let's also, you know, recap muna tayo for anong yung mga nangyari kahapon. So, first up, we had Foot versus EG. So, this one was a bit of a, I think, siya yung, most exciting match that we thought we'd be having. But again, this ended up with EG winning 2-0. So it's a great opening match for Valorant Masters.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Crazy nga, diba? Because it's a very classic, diba? EMEA versus Americas as that opening match. And sobrang crazy si Boostio, as you can see here on your screen. Kasi siya yung parang, ang tawag ba dito, nag-e-entry pa siya as a killjoy. From the very beginning of the round, grabe ng impact niya. He got an ace. Mid-round, he's always surviving. And even at the last seconds of a few rounds, he's also there clutching for his team. So, sobrang high impact niya no matter what point of the game. Kaya siya nakakuha ng 30K at the end of that series or that map in particular in Lotus.
Yeah, I think it's like 30 or 35.
Yeah.
Insane
35,
number.
yeah.
Because even on the first game, I think Demon One also stepped up. And I think he was also a big part of the reason why EG did so well yesterday. The fact that he's able to play with the team. And he's a big reason why they got here in the first place.
Exactly. I think yung tandem nila, Boostio, Demon One, especially, you know, with Potter's guidance as well, it just showed how well they played against Foot. And I think nakita din natin sa mga rotations and things like that. But moving on to our second match of the day, we are, you know, still here on the first match. We did have Jojimo, who had a lot of highlight moments himself. I think na, you know, we had Demon One on that duelist, but Jojimo there, again, that supportive duelist role. The first game especially, I think, was crucial for, you know, building up that tempo to set the mood for the day.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Lalong-lalo na sa mga pagdating sa mga 1v1 situations na siya na lang yung natitira. He's always on his toes and is able to deliver that clutch for the team.
I feel like he always is there to also go at the same time with Demon One. That way he's not alone. I feel like other teams yesterday nahihirapan talaga sila pumasok dahil isa lang yung duelist or isa lang yung plano. But with their play style, they already have that supportive factor.
Exactly. I think yung race pick na yun was very crucial on Split. Now, moving on to our second series yesterday, which was DRX versus ASE. So, Attacking Soul Esports. I memorized the name now, by the way. I can do it without looking.
Okay, you got this.
We'll do it after the clips now because, you know, let's highlight the players here because we did have a 2-0 from DRX here. Pero props din kay ASE because they did give DRX a run for their money. Actually, akala natin na, you know, matuwan pa nila, right?
Yeah, that was so crazy kasi tandaan, every single time yung mga first 2 rounds, si HFMI would always have a lot of kills agad to the point that he would get Blade Storm at round number 2, which means, again, sobrang effective niya when it comes to, I guess, having a lot of multi-kills, especially at the earlier rounds. So, you know, nakahabol din itong si DRX eventually catching up and they were able to win this series. Lalong-lalo na sa performance ni Mako. Controller siya, Brimstone siya. He's not an omen, especially on some of these maps. Kaya parang, doesn't matter if he can't reposition, he's still able to deal a lot of multi-kills per round.
Exactly. Mga ibang DRX players like si RB nakatayo nga when he gets his own plays, or a couple other players like Stax. I don't know why, but the camera's always on that guy. So they really want to highlight him. But aside from that, I think overall, it is the DRX na medyo expected nakita natin since the Pacific League. Obviously, he's trying to prove that they can win here in the international stage, not just qualify. And also, they're trying to come back from the loss that they did have previously in our own league.
Oh yeah, against DRX.
Parang, you know, medyo
Motivation.
salty pa yung wound there. You know, just so close from the grand finals. But again, you know, we also want to highlight, you know, Buzz was having his moment.
Yeah!
I remember yung time na he stood up from his chair. Are you not entertained?
Yeah!
From that clip that they had on Pearl. It was just so good. And then here, on Pearl again, this felt like a bit in ASE's favor, especially just with how crazy life was, especially.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of the high impact plays ng mga duelists natin, si Foxy9 tsaka si Life. Pero gaya ng sinabi mo kanina, Fluffy, itong si Buzz, he had his moment with a 1v3 situation and is able to clutch for the team. And it's one of those things na parang in a very high pressure situation, especially when we talk about the format that they have where they don't have a lot of matches, they don't have a lot of tournament lives if you want to qualify for the playoffs. So right on the get-go, day number 1 pa lang, high pressure na talaga.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. I think one player that really stepped up as well is Foxy9, because in the regular season for Pacific League, he wasn't always there palagi sa main roster. Sometimes palit-palit sila for 6-man. But now that he's in the starting 5, it feels like they're more comfy. And like I think we mentioned yesterday on the panel na a lot of teams now are kind of sticking to having a solid core. That way, mas madali yung synergy, mas madali gumalaw as a team to build chemistry, and I think it's been working out at least for DRX.
Exactly, and I think nagsabi din si Buzz sa interview niya yesterday, you know, we saw a lot of moments where they had 1v3s, 1v4s, and for him, he was just like, I've got nothing to lose if I win. Because if I win, it's good for the team. But if I lose, it's not the end of the world because it was 1v3. So that's why they had a lot of these moments where they were just so confident na sila yung, like, papasok sila ng, like, by themselves, right? That confidence that they have, and it's just like, if I go down, I did some damage, and my team is gonna clean them up.
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, kasi if you put it that way talaga, no, it gives the mental weight parang less heavier if you put it that way.
Also, just to add to his interview, he also said that the players of ASE were giving him very easy kills because you do remember that part where they were trying to avoid that op,
Yes.
but they kept walking into it. So he was just saying that it kind of helped him build on his confidence because he said na they weren't really changing up the way that they were playing. And I think, you know, nakikita din natin dyan sa ASE and EDG na, like, katulad ng sinabi ni Tara yesterday, they can get away with so much dyan sa region nila, but it doesn't translate well to international play.
Speaking of getting away, I will not let you get away with this. Please say the full name of HFMI with your eyes closed, because you tried yesterday.
Eyes closed.
Ito na yung chance mo ulit.
Okay.
Okay, go.
HFMI0DZJC9Z7. Correct?
I think that's correct.
Were you
That's
guys
right.
looking?
No. That is correct.
Yeah, that's
That is
correct.
actually
You're right.
correct.
Yes. Nice.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Okay. That's a dub for ASE. But moving on to our third series yesterday, EG versus T1. So EDG versus T1. So this one was a bit of a very close game. We did go like nakatatlong games tayo dyan sa series na yan. It was very, very close. I think yun yung every single halftime 6-6 yung scoreline. So it was always just this hard reset, and we also had a glimpse of just how great the Chinese scene is because we had Kangkang, we had Chichu, we had Smoggy, we had Haodang. They were crazy. And again, like you said, Rico, it is a battle of the Jets here.
Yeah, it was sobra talaga si Kangkang dito on this jet. And hindi yung presence niya hindi lang in-game pati outside of the game. You could see him like shouting a lot, like being very expressive, which again would definitely spread yung sa moral ng team. Ramdam na ramdam and it also rallies the crowd. So most likely, nakaka-apekto rin yun kay T1 while they were playing.
I mean, especially in games like this, na high pressure na yung situation, the fact that you can't seem to make the other team really budge. You always end up 6-6, and then no matter what you do, you're essentially just playing the second half. And fortunately, at least for T1, they're still able to pull out ahead. But it was a long fight, similar to basically the second series that we had that day as well, because the same regions.
That's right. I think my regional play style, that's definitely coming into play
Baka
here.
rivalry na nga.
Kaya nga. But I mean, good for the Pacific then because, you know, the Pacific did bag 2 wins. So yay. All we have to do is wait for Paper X for their appearance later on in the bracket. But again, we will be having our Group A bracket, which will be finishing up today because yesterday we had two of our Group B group stage matches. But so since we're talking about the teams, let's talk about the format that they're going to be playing. Again, this is going to be a double elimination dito sa group stages natin. So they can make one mistake here, pero if you do make one mistake, unfortunately you are out of Valorant Masters. But luckily we have T1 advancing, and we will be having NRG versus Navi in their first match of the group stages. So it's really exciting to see how fast na nagpo-progress yung brackets natin.
Oo nga because we only have, diba, 4 days of the group stages dito, and some of the teams, after they win 2, they're able to qualify, diba? Parang nakakatakot isipin kasi it's not like you have the time to ramp up in the competition. Like, you have to ramp up within the series, within the map, agad-agad, so that you'll be able to qualify and not be eliminated. That's scary.
I mean, teams do have a bit of breathing room because of the double bracket, but it's still a lot of pressure. You don't want to be in that position at all.
Yeah, and seeing now we have ASC versus Foot here, so this is going to be really interesting kasi honestly, lahat ng games yesterday, this is what Valorant Masters is, right? It's getting all of these really the best of the best from each region all together in one place, and it's just crazy to see just how close these guys are in terms of skill level, just the way that the teams play. And although 2-0 yung scores dito, if you saw the round differentials were very close. Puro 10-13, 9-13, things like that. So definitely not a 2-0 stomp, but again, this also just proves to show that DRX and EG were just those two successful teams who are able to close out those games.
Yeah, I feel like ibang-iba talaga yung play when we talk about the domestic scene, no? In their own regional home. Paminsan you still get games na parang, 5-13 or mga ganon na on like a very, very fast series or fast maps in general. Pero pagdating na dito sa big stage like Masters Valorant, parang ibang-iba na talaga. You get to see a lot of these players parang stretch to their fullest potential.
That's right. And speaking of people who are been stretched their full potential, I think we have a really interesting first series here today because we haven't seen them perform yet. But we've got NRG versus Navi, again featuring CNED and Artis. Now, itong dalawang teams, they have a lot of history, especially between these two players. I believe CNED has, replaced Artis in that old FPX lineup here. So this could be advantageous for Artis here, knowing that he has this history with his old teammates. But again, there is a bit of salt on the wound with CNED in his spot.
I mean, CNED, of course, I don't think he needs any introduction as a player. He's one of the OG Jet mains that really have proven to take down entire teams. And him stepping in always fills in a gap of at least offensively, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a direct upgrade because Artis also provides other things in his own playstyle. So it's a very interesting matchup since the main FPX core inside Navi currently is still, at least will have a lot of that DNA in them and will still be able to play in that certain way, which is, I think, very methodical, especially with Angel 1 leading them along the way.
Yun nga di ba? Parang it's so crazy to see that, Artis used to be from that core dito on this team kay Navi, but it is now CNED filling in that shoes as that duelist. Tapos parang iba-iba talaga yung playstyle kung titingnan natin which I'm very excited to get on later, but at that point, parang si CNED feels like more of a, typical Jet player, a lot of flashy plays, pero ang difference niya parang he gets to play a lot of lone wolf playstyle.
Exactly. And, seeing here, we have the team lineup of NRG on the board. I think NRG is a team that we really shouldn't underestimate. Dahil, for a fact, they were the only team in VCT Americas that was able to take down Loud.
True.
And again, we do have Loud, one of the superstar teams that we have here, like, in the international scene, right? So, again, for them to be able to top one of the best teams in the world is definitely a statement.
Yeah, and I think it's also because, diba, yung parang yung roster changes or roster additions, kumbaga, from the previous Optic core, which is, I believe, Artis and as well as si Som as well. And I think it just makes them a very all-rounded team. And again, I want to point out that the way that Artis meshes well with this core is that he's the type that a lot of this team plays for him. You get to see him not only on the Jet, but also sometimes on the Sage. And I really like to see how that happens, where they kind of like use his teammates as bait, and then bigla siyang magpapapit, and he gets a kill. I want to see that later against Navi.
I mean, I think the Loud point as well, it's important to know these new players that got added into this roster for NRG, but it's mainly because of the old Optic roster that's so used to having that rivalry, because I think between Optic and the former Loud roster, they tried to get that world title, I think 2 or 3 times, just trying to race each other basically. They're basically the top 2 teams.
Exactly, and we just saw the lineup of a Navi here, and they are looking, I feel like this is a bit of the opposite from what we're expecting from NRG. Kung sa NRG, they're trying to enable Artis here. I feel like Navi is kind of that more rounded team here. We've got, we have people like Angel, we've got Zipan, we've got Xiao, we've got Soigetsu as well.
Yeah,
these guys, we have CNED here definitely in the spotlight, but let's not forget about these guys. These guys had a lot of really highlight moments, seeing them from lock-in, and especially this is the good point to compare their state of performance back in, Masters Copenhagen last year.
Yeah, there's a lot of experience and veterancy pagdating dito sa roster ni Navi, and I feel like you know, gotta give them a little bit of that edge when it comes to, again, that a lot of experience combined. Lalong-lalo na, you know, we've got one of the most, I guess, oldest players sa roster na to, as well. And the fact that there's a lot of highlight moments domestically pagdating dito. But we're watching a little bit of throwback here. No
Yeah.
FPX and Optic.
I mean, we've got Angel here, we've got Crashies, we've got Zipan. It's just, this is going to be pretty much a rematch, sort of, you know, with a few additions to the teams here. But again, it's going to be exciting just to see how these teams have grown apart from each other and how they're going to look coming back and meeting up once again.
I know, it's gonna be very, very spicy. Honestly, like, today, I feel like ito yung pinaka 2-1 spicy.
Spicy.
Do you like spicy food?
Not right now.
Not right. How's
Okay.
the throat? How's the throat, Fluffy?
It's great.
Would you like some more tea?
No, thank you.
No, Rika, would you like some
Oh,
tea?
yes, please. I would like some tea.
All right. Okay. So before I'll be pouring the tea in just a bit.
Yeah.
But I think that we talk about our team lineups. Let's move on. We did also have our head-to-heads correction because we did have CNET and Artist. Now let's talk about predictions. Okay, because actually, what's this? Before we head into predictions, actually, let's talk a little bit more about NRG because I think we've shown a lot of light on Navi here, but I think NRG just has, again, being that team that beat Loud, we still have to, we need to see more from them here. We had C9 back in the day. I think, how long ago was this? Last year?
That's a good question. My memory is
Something
kind of
like that.
fuzzy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Youth and
something
everyone.
like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. And yeah,
Before
sobrang...
franchising.
Yeah. Honestly, sobrang exciting nitong energy. Kasi again, they're like the returning elites dito sa international stage. And even though, let's just say, hindi ganun ka linis yung performance nila sa kanilang regional, I guess, stage when they got to this point, their Valorant Masters. Parang ang dami pa rin kailangan i-expect. I'm sure they definitely, you know, want air quote, same as the situation with DRX. You know, they lost against PaperX. Syempre, they lost as well in the grand final. So parang gusto nila rin na to have a cleaner performance coming into Valorant Masters.
Well said, and I think you just earned your
Thank you!
yung tea mo. All right.
He didn't see that coming. He didn't see that coming. He's like speechless.
We have a voice actor here on set with us today. Oh my goodness.
Lord.
All right, I'm gonna say Fluffy here. Let's move on to predictions here. Okay, so again, for our first series, we've got NRG versus Navi. We've said a lot, and these teams definitely have a lot of pros and cons to them. So Fluffy, would you like to get us started?
Well, even though my W streamer king is an NRG, I think that statistically speaking, Navi has always had a better placing in these events. They've been more consistent for sure, and I think that their integration with their newer members, although both of them have integrated well, theirs just seems to fit quite a bit more. So for me, Navi is probably going to be the victor, but I don't think it's going to be very easy. Probably something like 2-1.
I kind of agree with the 2-1 there, and especially like I kind of see. I do agree that NRG is definitely one of the stronger teams that we have here. But you know, just seeing Navi's history, especially on how far they're able to place in the leagues, I'm also gonna go for Navi for this.
Yeah.
You know what? This was one of the... Ito yung pinakamahirap na talagang i-guess kung ano yung resulta tsaka i-predict. So, Navi din ako.
Wow!
Navi din ako. Actually, pagising ko, parang energy. Pero pagdating ko dito sa office, parang, ay, Navi siguro mananalo.
Bakit kaya?
Bakit kaya?
Well, I mean, we've got a 3 panel for Navi. I think yesterday, did we get how many, like, ilan yung predictions natin that came out right?
I know...
We
I
got
got the
DRX.
T1. I lost the T1.
DRX. I lost the T1 too.
Woo, woo.
Yung first series natin,
We lost the first series
foot,
kasi
yeah,
lahat tayo
foot.
Hi.
So,
Bad
Riku is
predictions.
2 points kay Riku. We're both 1-1.
One.
Okay.
Wow. Dapat pala nag-ano na lang ako energy ulit.
Wow!
Okay, no take backs, no take backs.
No
I
take backs,
understand.
no take backs.
It's a rule.
That's right. And I think, you know, let's talk about a little bit more about NRG and Navi here. So we did compare our 2 jets, but let's talk about the support players that we have here, or the second,
Yeah.
maybe the second fiddle,
Yeah,
the second
yeah.
fiddle, or maybe not second fiddle. That
Yeah.
seems like a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's say
Yung mga
the
nag-
right-hand men.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
right-hand
yeah. Yung
men.
iba pa nag-rise into the occasion.
Exactly. And I think, for that, I think for NRG, we definitely did hear a lot from Som
Som,
and Crashies,
yeah.
right? And then for Navi, we've got Suigetsu.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Xiao, he also has a lot of shining moments. Pero si Som talaga,
Look at
grabe
that!
siya,
Look at
grabe
that
si Som.
ace! That
He
was
is
against
insane.
Loud, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, siya yung pinaka parang clutch factor and reset button ni Energy. Kasi tuwing may mga
Grabe.
oras na hindi na nanalo si
Wow.
Energy, si Som yung nagdadala niyan. Si Som yung nakakakuha ng maraming multi-kill and that is able to boost the morale within the team.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Som, especially in his performance in lock-in, has really stepped up sa mga high-pressure situations. Tapos, whenever the team seems to be stuck, either him or Artist seems to just dig themselves out of the way.
Exactly. I think it's that, that moment na they really step up to the guy. And, just from our clips that we just saw here, Som is just insane. And I'm
Ooh,
hoping now we get those clips dito sa Valorant Masters. But we're going to be having to throw this to a short break for a moment. Pero wag kayo aalis because we will be back with Series 1 of day number 2 of Valorant Masters Tokyo.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
And watching some of those players for the last 3 years, they always make it out of groups no matter what. If we take a win off them, then that just means we're here to compete with the big dogs.
그렇게 좀 긴장하는 게 좀 없지 않아 좀 있긴 하지만은 기대 굉장히 하고 있습니다.
Demon One is going to own international. I don't think anyone is going to be able to compete with them.
항상 이제 화면으로만 봤던 선수들이기 때문에 총을 일단 굉장히 잘 쏘는 건 원래부터 알고 있었고, 이지 디몬 이지.
We're not happy with our performance in EMEA regionals. We have everything to prove here.
There are a lot of IGLs that I have a lot of respect for. Sadak is one of them. Another one would be Angel.
It's gonna be fun to play against Ardis. It's our first match against old Optic Core. So yeah, I'm looking forward for this match. It's gonna be banger.
There's no such thing as an easy group. We're here to win.
Magandang umaga ulit sa inyong lahat and welcome back dito sa Day 2 ng Valorant Masters Tokyo, and we are just about to go to our first series of the day.
Woo!
Which is NRG versus Navi. I'm so excited because again, we just saw from their trailers, grabe din yung trash talk ni Foxy 9. Ano yun?
Ano yan?
Easy.
EG Demon 1? Question mark? Easy. Sorry, Foxy 9. Nakaka-excite din yung mamayang series, no? To
Yeah.
see the duelists.
True.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of looking forward to seeing, just that interaction between Artis and CNED because, again, yesterday, it kind of reminds me of that match, with Saya player and Kangkang.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to see it again, right? It was so exciting. Every single round was just them trying to be innovative.
So we're gonna get things started. NRG, you are higher seed. Do you want Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Okay. So Navi, you will be Team A, and so you're both good with the pick ban process.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Navi, you're Team A. We'll start with your first ban.
Haven.
Haven, your ban.
Fracture.
Fracture. We'll go to map number 1 from Navi.
Ascent.
Ascent. Side on Ascent.
Defense.
Defense. Map number 2.
Lotus.
Side on Lotus.
Defense.
Defense. Okay. And next set of bans, starting with Navi, you have Bind, Pearl, and Split.
Bind, Pearl, Split. One bind.
And Bind. Okay. Pearl and Split.
Band Pearl.
Okay, so map number 3 will be Split. Navi, side on Split.
Defense. Yeah, defense.
Defense?
Let's go
Okay.
defense,
I'm going to walk through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bans, we have Navi with Haven, NRG with Fracture. Map number 1 is Ascent with NRG on defense. Map number 2 is Lotus with Navi on defense. Next set of bans were Bind and Pearl, so map number 3 will be Split with Navi on defense. Sounds good?
Cool.
All right, good luck to you guys.
Good luck. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck.
Alright, welcome back dito sa stage opening natin ng Valorant Masters Tokyo. And you just saw the map select that we had here. So, we've got Navi banning Haven and Bind, and NRG banning Fracture and Pearl. That leaves Navi on Ascent with NRG on defense, NRG on Lotus with Navi on defense, and our decider map is Split with Navi on the defense.
Oh, pupunta talaga tayo ng map 3.
Right?
It's such a, parang alam mo yun, given, set in stone. I feel like it, diba?
Yeah, I agree. Especially with the first two maps, you can clearly see that one of these teams, and actually for both maps, one of them is very strong, the other one is very weak. It's not like one situation that nangyari kahapon na both teams are strong in similar maps. It's very clear cut that, for example, on NRG side of things, they are very good on, for example, Lotus, and Navi is not, and conversely, Navi is better at Ascent, and Energy is not.
Exactly, and to put the numbers into some perspective, for Lotus, NRG's got that 60%, but Navi's got that 38%, which is definitely very, very low for them here. Especially they do not so good on the defending side, and for Ascent, Navi boasts that 71% win rate, and they just do consistently all the time. And I really think that these guys made sure to pick out their best and, target the weaknesses of their enemy.
And that's why talagang magkakaalaman talaga for sure dito sa split. I believe yung pinaka-last match nila. Pero one thing talaga I'm looking forward to as we saw the head-to-head is definitely kung paano against si Sined at si Ardis ang mag-interact. Kasi tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, si Sined kasi medyo sometimes kayang-kaya niya to separate from the team. Parang high risk, high reward. It doesn't matter, retake man siya or post-plant position, iikot siya. He can take the longest way out to make sure na parang makuha niya yung maximum surprise potential. Solo lang siya, it's very risky kasi walang makaka-trade sa kanya. But sometimes when it works, it works.
I mean, sorry, that was a great point. I got distracted because I was looking at his hat like, the whole time, and it looks so cool.
What hat?
He had a
Sined has
little
a hat.
weave, may parang weaved hat siya.
Di ba mo yung nagkukrochet kahapon?
Oh!
Baka tapos niya na.
Oh!
Baka tapos niya na. Grabe, one day crochet.
True.
Okay, Reimer. One day crochet. Okay.
I mean, to add to that, I kind of love now, CNET kind of comes off as yung medyo seryoso kind of type, but he's also he's very cute with those little things that he does on stage, like with the hat just now. And usually may bola siya. I think pinakita kanina sa video that he plays with it after a match.
Baka yun yung pang ano niya. Or like after ritual. Bakit?
Keeping his I think it's also, a good way to de-stress and,
True.
depressurize
It's nice
as
that
well.
it's not super serious though. I'm sure that a lot of people, malamang their eyes are on you. You're seen Ned, so you're supposed to be good. If you do something bad, then you might get blamed for it. And the fact that you're just kind of chill, it's very good for the mental.
Exactly, and we're just going to be jumping here into our Prime Gaming Agent Select, and things are looking really interesting with the KO interaction. Again, we have Ardis on that jet, and of course, CNED, so this is gonna be another anime jet battle.
Yeah, second day in a row. Pero one thing that I really like to point out dito is the difference in the double initiators. Si Fade naman yung katapat ni Crashies dito sa Sova, and meanwhile sa Sentinels, dalawa yung pinagkakaiba nila pagdating dito sa Ascent. Really, really interesting picks and differences dito.
Yeah, I think for Energy as well. Normally, I like the Cypher over the KJ in general just because of how pro Valorant's going. Pero the fact na walang Sova yung Navi instead running at that Fade means that there's less indirect damage. I think only the Fragment has a chance to break the lockdown, might make it more effective, and might help NRG secure a lot more space in the map as the game progresses.
Sakto lang, no? Walang Killjoy sa kabila. So, nandun yung Sova sa kabila rin. So that Neural Theft is definitely going to help tawag mo dito, spot out any sort of rotations mamaya.
That's right. Anyway, oras na para magsimula ang series number 1 natin. So,
Go!
ipasa na natin sa ating mga casters for today. Ladies, Ray Ray and Honey Glaze, take it away.
Good morning sa inyong lahat at nandito na nga kayo syempre sa ating Masters Tokyo. My name is Ray. Kasama ko syempre ngayon si Honey Glaze with a double E at kami ang inyong shoutcasters para sa umagang ito. Wow! Ang ibang-iba yung pangalan niya, umaga na.
Oo nga eh, maaga na tayo magigising dito dahil maaga na rin ilalatag ang bakbakan. This is NRG at Navi at nakita na natin yung composition nila, nakita na natin yung ating mga players for both of our teams. Feeling ko may kwento ka about dito eh, dahil NRG at Navi parang may switching ng mga players, di ba?
Oo, syempre, parang ano lang eh, si Ardis nagbabay sa dati niyong mga teammates. Bye guys, punta na ako ngayon sa NA, di na ako mag-i-EMEA. At nandito na nga siya kasama yung mga old roster ng Optic Gaming, tas may bago sila, si Som.
Yun nga eh. Ang nakaka-excite dito kung nagbe-blend well na ba sila dito to compete and have their full potential at hand dito sa Masters Tokyo. Dahil nakita na natin yung first day, mainit na mainit. Hindi man ito naging one-sided or hindi man ito naging long games. Pero kitang-kita mo naman 2-0 kasi yung ating mga series. But then again, will it be the same dito sa araw na ito? Dahil syempre, this is EMEA and NA na maglalaban na ngayon for our first series.
Alam mo, interesting talaga tong pagdating sa map vetoes natin. Dahil alam nila parehas kung ano yung magiging weakness nila at kung ano yung magiging kalakasan nila. Now here in Ascent, sobrang 50-52 pero leaning pa rin ako towards Navi that they can actually get this against Energy unless talaga may something na surprise sa atin mula sa side ng mga taga-NA team na katulad ng Energy. Pero ngayon, mukhang sa attacking, sobrang slow lang muna ng approach ng Navi papunta ngayon.
Oo nga eh. Parang parang nabulong mo na to kanina. Naku po,
No.
mabagal ang magiging pacing dito ng mga teams. Dahil ito yung mga teams na ito, itong Navi, itong NRG, promoter sila sa mga slow pace kung saan papakiramdaman ko muna kung ano ba yung mga utilities na gagamitin dito sa loob ng B, kung ano yung lalabas kaagad to get an info mula sa defender side. Pero walang naglalabas ng mga utilities. Walang knife, wala man lang recon na nagmumula dito from NRG. So ano ba ang mangyayari talaga?
Pero mukha sila muna na Angel. He got the call, tapos sinabayan na nga din kagad ng utilities ni Shot. Yun, huling-huli sa flash. Pero nga lang, Victor was able to trade out ngayon si Sined. Pero wala. Lahat nakastuck sa may B-main. Pero yet, nakabawas na sila kagad sa dalawang miyembro ngayon ng NRG.
Ang bilis ito dahil lahat sila dito nagkaroon ng mga blinds para madelay sana yung push coming in from Navi pero hindi sila nagwagi. Tatlo na lang sila naditira dito for their possible retake. Pero ang magiging problema, ang dami pang utilities na nakaabang dito for Navi for denying those kinds of retakes.
Tapos on that flank itself, alam na nila kagad kung saan may kita. Pero buti na lang may flash pala nakasama kay Victor. At mukhang gusto pang kumuha ng isa ni Finesse. But time is ticking. There's already the knife. Wala ganong nakuha sa mga miyembro ng Navi. So lahat sila dito na lang tayo sa site mismo para mapitas natin isa-isa. But Xiao finally gets the 2 taps. At isa na lang kagad ang natitira sa isang iglap. Nasa kamay ni Finesse. Pero lahat all around him. But Xiao once again saves the day sa side ng Navi. At he gets yung 3 kills ngayon. Good start na naman sa kanila.
Ito magiging problema natin for NRG. Yes, we are holding back the utilities bilang initiator to find out players na magmumula na nga sa Navi kung saan ba talaga sila patungo. But NRG kasi, parang ang nangyayari dito, gagamitin sana nila dito for the retake at inaabangan nila yung entry ng Navi. But then again, first peso pa lang naman ito, baka sakaling magbago pa yung pacing at baka sakaling tinitikman muna nila kung paano ba yung pressure na may bibigay at may lalatag dito na kabila.
Natutuwa talaga ako kapag si Xiao naka-fade yan. Alam mo na, is really one of the best players pagdating sa paggamit ng fade na yan. Not just only in the Mea scene, but in the whole Valorant scene as well. Kaya kahit hindi sila Sova dito, that usually teams that they pick it, buti na lang confident sila with this type of setup na nanggagaling. Although mabagal, pero kita mo naman how outstanding yung performance nila. Call na Angel ngayon. Dito tayo sa may mid. Tignan natin kung pwede tayo makapitas since we won naman kagad. And we can actually just dedicate our long time with that. Pero tignan mo yung ginawa nila. Ghost na lang muna. Hindi masyadong bibili ng mga barel. Kasi alam talaga nila na medyo nakakatakot tong energy pagdating sa mga bonus rounds na ganito.
Wala pa talaga, no? Wala talaga nagpapahiwatig kung saan ba sila tutungo ngayon. Pero that is a good cyber cage para malito. Saan ba siya patungo? Dalawa na lang kaagad na nakakuha dito ng mga pick-ups. Isa ang natitira. Napakalayo niya pa sa eksena. Pero kita-kita mo naman na halos kompleto pa ang Navi ngayon.
Respeto ng Navi na may mga ganong talagang gagawin itong mga taga-NRG. Kita naman natin on that cyber cage, nakapitas ng isa. But all in all, after nakapitas ng isa, meron na kagad backup na nanggaling sa may cubby side. Good! Read na naman mula sa Navi na naman muli. Kita mo naman kagad yung trade sila, napakabilis din as well. And this is the problem that NRG has to take at the same time. Maganda na naman yung setup ng Navi under attacking. Kundi dapat mas may gentler approach. Pero okay na din, all in all, tignan natin sa full buy ngayon na manggagaling galing syempre sa mga tropa natin mula sa NRG. Pero medyo ano na to
Nasabayan mo
shaky
na
to
no? Na-mention mo na nga ito kanina, na ghost lang yung gamit dito ng Navi. So, better yet, sabayan na lang natin yung buy round dito ng NRG. Kaya ngayon, unang tumaba si RD dahil may pera sila eh. We have Phantoms, 4 pa silang natira kanina. So, good you have stop eh. See, dahil makikita mo naman, still, they are on the lead. They have a numbers advantage. Pero, hindi sila basta-basta tutungo dito sa A dahil lang nakapatay sila ng isa.
Pero finally, swiningan kasama ni Victor, 2 miyembro ng Navi natumba kagad sa isang iglap. At ngayon, medyo mahihirapan sila makapasok unless Sinad will be able to take an opportunity. Pero buti na lang din, slow na naman muli. Kita mo naman, di ba, yung push and pull ng dalawang teams na to. One day, biglang itong energy, magpiplay sila ng mabilis. Tapos tong Navi, sasabayan nila. Pero hindi nila makuha yung tempo na naman muli. At ngayon, trimming down to 3 members na lang muli sila.
Oo nga eh. Medyo nagulantang sila dito sa naging combo na binigay nga dito nila Victor at ni Som. Alam naman natin, promoter din si Som dito when it comes to the multi-kills. Pero sa point na makita talaga ni Sined kung saan ka matututukan, yun ang una niyang makukuhang kill. Yun ang una nilang magiging go signal ngayon patungo ng A-side. At better yet, continue the aggression na magbumula sa kanila at nakapatay pa rin naman ang isa.
Nahirap to. Sayang para kay Soma. Hindi niya nakuha yung tatlong maayos pero bumawi si Finesse. Kaso nga lang na-spooky balloon ngayon. And it's just really low. Pero buti na lang may recover na din kagad. Pero ngayon Prowler ginamit na para makita kung nasan dalawa. Aware na sila na nandito lang parehas sa doors. Pero nga lang, Crashies gets the 2. And this is a good retake mula sa NRG. Saan niya dinaan? Dinaan na lang niya sa tutok. Too easy naman daw kasi kagad para sa kanya. But still, good bonus pa rin sa side ng mga taga-Navi. Kasi kita naman natin economy-wise, meron pa rin silang pambili on the next round itself.
Definitely was a really good start na nagmula dito kay Soma at kay Victor. Kitang-kita mo eh. They had the confidence, they had the utility set up para makakuha nga ng mga picks. Ang mali lang dito for Navi is nahulog sila sa ganong klaseng patibong. So unfortunately for them, nakabawi tuloy ng isa. Finally, a round para sa side na nga ng energy. But the question remaining here, kung magpapatuloy ba ito under momentum?
2v3 kanina, nawala pa sa hukay sa side ng Navi, naging sayang pa. Pero so far, Sined, good performance on their attacking side. Parating na siya shutdown ng kanyang katapat, which is si Ardis na, huy, hello ex-teammate, sabi niya siguro din. Pero syempre, ang mahirap dito is kapag nakuha ng knife ni Victor ang mga miyembro ngayon ng mga taga-Navi, pero buti na lang hindi. So sobrang bagal na naman ang ginawa ng Navi. And now, they will be bailing out actually. Maganda na sana yung naging plan nila. And yet, they can't do this. At baka maisahan pa sila ni Victor na naman.
Naisipan yung knife na yun eh. Chinek niya siguro kung may tao ba dito sa mid. Nung nalaman niyang wala, iba na lang daw ang pupuntahan nila. Kaya ngayon, oh my God, makakaisa tuloy si RD. Make it to the blind connected from Som as well. Kaya naman ngayon may ipit dito si Sir Getsu. Unfortunately, 2 yung makakatapat niya. 3 naman na ang mapupunta sa pangalan ni RD ngayon at 2 na lang din agad ang natitiro. Wala pa sa kanila yung spike.
Ang hirap nito. Kung ako sana sa Navi, nag-push na lang ako sa mid. Alam naman natin that...
tinuloy na lang dapat nila,
tinuloy
no?
na lang nila eh. Kasi itong si Victor, kakita naman natin na pagdating sa kanya, when he always gets those flashes all connected, mahirapan talaga yung Navi eh. At ngayon, nahuli nga kagad din ni Ardis. Good call din sa side ng energy to. Kita naman natin how calm and composed yung kanilang plays every time na merong team na talagang hindi nila nabasa on those early rounds. But as for Sined together with Xiao, they don't have much of a choice. They just need to plant it para lang may pera on the next round. Pero malay nyo, may miraglo na mangyayari. Pero knowing na low na si Sined, mahirap-hirap na to. Tapos alam na din kung nasaan si Xiao at magpapakita na lang siya as Ardis gets 4 and looks like energy. Excuse me, sorry, hindi na pala optic. Energy na pala ang pangalan nila ngayon. Getting this all together. Ganda talaga ng performance nila. At baka ma-panel curse, ha?
Expected nila eh. Kita-kita na nila kanina, no? We had the knife earlier. Victor had the idea kung saan ba manggagaling na. At yun nga yung mali dito na Navi. Sana tinuloy na lang nila yung mid. Nung wala na nga silang nakita kanina na wala na-detect coming in from that night. Siguro parang iniiwasan nila dito si Finesse. Imagine yung setup. Imagine yung pwede nilang maging patibong dito para maipit dito yung Natus Vincere. Pero unfortunately for them, yun nga, mas nahulog pa sila sa mas malaking patibong dito dahil si Ardis nagkakaroon na ng momentum. May Blaze Storm pang kasama.
Get out of my way. Ika nga, sabi niya. Pero syempre, ang ginagawa ngayon ng Navi, meron pa rin naman silang economy for the next round. So nakabili na kagad dito ng ibang Vandal. And meron din naman tayong Guardian mula kay Angel. Kaso Ardis, napakatapang niya. Sisilipin niya pa rin ito. Knowing na nasa momentum siya, pero nga lang, alam na kagad kung nasaan yung point of weakness. That's going to be Som na nahuli ngayon. Siyempre, ni Suigetsu on that flank. Pero, Sined? Oh no! Nakuha pa rin kagad si Ardis. Parang kanina pa silang 1v1 dito. Lalabanan talaga ng mga Jets. Sabi nga ng panel, di ba kanina, magkakaroon ng anime battle.
Yun nga yung nangyayari, ano? Gusto ko makita kung magpapatuloy pa nga ba ito. Pero ngayon, ang ganda ng Nightfall. Victor is waiting on this really patient of a corner. Pero ngayon, siya patuloy ang makadali ng isa. Hindi tuloy nakapagpatuloy ng plan ang players from the side of Navi. They are really committing into A side. At ngayon, yung problema, binibigay ni Xiao mula doon sa dalawang magbe-fake sa kanya. Nabawasan niya kahit papaano ng isa. Dalawa na lang dito ang natitira para sa bawat teams natin ngayon na maglalaban for the rating na gagawin dito ng energy. Ang problema, may recon pang kasama dito si Crashes. Kailangan na mag-ingat dito. Nila si Pan, nila si Ned, we have the Cloud Burst. Pero ngayon, siya ay matututukan. Si Pan na lang una dito natitira. Pero ngayon, ano pa ba ang gagawin niya? Dahil si Victor pa ang nakatapat niya. It's now a lead para sa NRG.
Gustong-gusto ko yung nangyari para kay Victor. Una sa lahat, hindi siya nakuha kagad ng Nightfall. Tapos di din siya nakita nung Prowler, kaya siya nakapitas kagad sa Nomentary, which is si Suigetsu sa mismong site. Tapos he was able to get, of course, that trade-off with his teammate na si Pines. Kasi ito din, sayang. Sana talaga nag-audition na lang sila para makapitas. Pero syempre, hawak-hawak niya ay Guardian. And that's just it. Energy once again accomplishes this just because of their primary members. Tignan mo naman yung heart ng Energy, Victor, Finesse together with Clashies, mga dating taga-optic at ngayon nandito na sila kagad to formulate another team and it looks strong para sa kanila going up against Navi.
Uy, operator na sa mga kamay ni RD ngayon. Ito ang inaabangan ko. Sige, isilip mo at akin kakaagad. We have Sipan already down. Sayang yung knife, sana makakatulong para makakuha ng info. Pero hindi na muna ito magpapatuloy dahil tatlo ang nandito pa sa mid lane at malayo pa yung spike dito. So, ang option na lang nila is to take in mid. Pero tingnan mo naman yung mga taong nakabantay na dito, diba? We have RD, we even have here Crashes nakaabang all the way from B main. And then, syempre, yung setups ni Finesse.
Uy, binigay nila kagad kaso nahuli ni Finesse
Timing.
ngayon si Xiao. Tapos yung spike, nasaan? Buti na lang, nakuha na lang din at the same time ni Sined. At lahat sila papunta na kagad sa may A-site mismo. Pero pwede lang naman mag-nalcoman. Pwedeng mag-lockdown. Ang daming pwedeng gamitin ng energy just to be able to get this, of course, round against Navi once again. Tapos outnumbered pa sila. Ang dami na naman. Kita-kita na kung nasaan sila. Good spray down. Pero nga lang para kay Sined, ang daming tao sa kanyang paligid. At isa na lang kagad. That's going to be Angel getting it. Pero buti na lang Crashes. Nakita na din kagad kung nasaan siya. Was able to get the trade. Tapos syempre, gasolinahan natin si Victor para ma-extra economy tayo. And once again, energy. Successful rounds na naman. Parang pinasimulan lang nila sa side ng Navi. And the rest is just up to them para kunin ito.
Yun nga yung sinabi natin kanina, di ba? Warm up kumbaga para sa Navi at sa NRG. I'm liking this already dahil NRG, talagang nga nakikita mo, yun na hindi sila dito nagbaka sakali man bumalik tayo going inside of city or pumunta sila dito all the way from backside. Inipit talaga nila dito, players from Navi going into copy at yun na ang naging reason kung bakit nagkaroon ng downfall ang round na yun for Navi dahil unti-unti na nila nakukuha yung round nakukuha na nila yung kills, nakapasok na sila sa site at 4 na beses na tuloy na naipanalo ito continuously ng NRG at laging denied pa yung postman dito ng Navi.
Tapos, eto pa, kapag pumunta tayo sa Lotus, good game, well played talaga sa side ng Navi dahil yung performance talaga ng energy pagdating sa map na to, mas maganda talaga kesa sa Navi. So, they really need to make this map into them sa side ng Navi dahil alam mo ba, wala pang nilalaro ng Lotus itong Navi. Nung naglaro pa sila, natalo pa sila. Kaya itong energy, sabi nila prepared tayo pagdating sa Vito. I-open natin yung Lotus para makuha natin. At ngayon, Artist, napakalapit niya pero nakuha na siya kagad ni Sined. First kill na naman. Napitas na naman si Artist. Pero laban na naman ng Jet. Pero nakaabang na si Finesse. Pero there's just a flash. Pero buti na lang makakapag-bailout at the same time. Itong mga miyembro ng Navi, but Finesse, always check your corners.
Wala naka-TP sa loob ng site, sa likod ng site ngayon. Si Crash Crashes makaka-deny ng dalawa. Xiao naman makakagante with just the Sheriff na nadampot niya na meron na nga siya. Pero ngayon, they have the free upgrades. Unfortunately for AJL, hindi nag-connect yung mga bala niya. Kaya naman, isa laban sa dalawang makikitungo na sa kanya all the way from Speedway. Nakita na yung opportunity, nakita na yung pagkakataon na meron na nga ditong info from that paranoia. But better yet, he needs to plant in the spike. Meron 20 seconds pang natitira sa kanya. Some dito, all the way from back side, all the way from Speedway. Walang ka-idea dito tuloy si Xiao. At ngita mo naman, nadadalawang isip siya at buti na lang nakatago siya. But the problem is, wallbangable kasi yung mga box na yun na pinagtataguan niya. Kaya naman, NRG, another round goes into their hands.
Grabe talaga si Som. Yung isa sa mga newly acquired sa side, syempre, ng ating NRG. Buti na lang hindi siya nag-audition. Buti nag-play slow na lang siya para tapatan na lang yung 1v1. Tapos nakita niya siguro on his perspective kung nasaan ang kanyang kalaban, syempre. At yun, hindi niya in-expect eh. Hindi niya narinig na bumaba na mismo sa site dahil lang dito. Naglalakad lang ang ating upwards. And finally,
Kita rin kasi.
Oo.
Nakita yung baril niya, men. Nakatago man siya doon. Pero wala eh. Ang mahaba yung vandal eh. Nahawak na dito. At wallbangable nga. Wala pa siyang na-realize na, yun nga, sabi mo nga, wala nga narinig. Hindi niya pa na-realize na bubaba na at hindi tuloy siya nakagalaw doon. Dahil syempre, ang daming points of entry from that retake. Kaya hindi niya tuloy masolusyonan kung ano yung unahin niyang ipipick. Kala niya tago na siya.
Nagtaguan ba? Tsaka ang alanganin kagad ng pwesto niya. He was thinking kasi, alam niya magkasama kanina sa may Speedway. Tapos sabi niya, siguro magro-rotate to papuntang stairs. Pero hindi, sabi ni Som, mas matalino ako sa part na yun. At ngayon, sa Navi, bago pa magkaroon ng momentum lalo yung energy, nag-call na sila ng timeout. Kailangan natin muli ayusin ito. Good first frags kay Sined. Wala talaga tayong masabi pagdating sa kanya. Pero kasi, pagdating sa ibang miyembro talaga ng energy, parati silang perfect pagdating sa mga trade-offs na yan. Nakita na din natin yan sa old roster nila. Even if nung kakampi pa nila si Ye na kanilang duelist, parating kapag napipin down si Ye, talagang prepared kami ayusin yung meron siyang, yung mga iniwan niya. And right now, looking forward pa tayo lalo sa performance ng energy. Pero Navi, ano kayo magiging changes nila ngayon?
Feeling ko wala eh. Tingnan mo naman, di ba? Nag-aabang na sila sa loob ng site. Hindi pa sila gumagamit ng mga utilities to find out where Navi is. Tapos yung mga ultimates pa nila, sobrang reserve talaga para gamitin sa mga susunod na mga rounds, para sa mga susunod na mga, oh no, wala pa nga silang nakukuha ng info dito. Pero unfortunately for the side of Navi, mababawasan agad sila. Napakalayo naman ng Odin kill na yon.
Ano pa? Nilabas pa kagad, I am the hunter. Meron na namang 2K ngayon. Pagdating kay Crashes, alam mo, siguro ang galing-galing nito mag-trigo ni Crashes. Pati mga lineup niya, hindi napapansin gano'n ng Navi, parating may napipitas. At ngayon, nakita na nga din nila kagad kung nasaan si Sined nakatago. Ayun yung nakakagulat sa side ng energy. Ang daming lineups, ang dami nilang laki na lang mag-maximize ng utilities nila para lang ma-shutdown itong Navi. And Navi kasi, kapag di sila nakapag-hit up, talagang it's gonna be crumbling down.
At hindi nga rin halos mga utilities yung nakikita natin. Talagang tutok na lang talaga. Talagang info, after the info na nag-gather nila, susundan nila dito with the pick, susundan nila ng decision making na kaya nila maipit kaagad dito yung Navi. At yun na nga yung nangyayari. Tingnan mo naman, 3 na lang ang natitira for Navi at medyo hesitant pa sila di papasok na nga sa loob ng A-side. Pero buti na lang nakapatay sila dito. Finesse is already down. But unfortunately, nag-dash in front of the enemies. Si Sined, Som was able to get in the kill. Pero ngayon, how will they be able to survive the number advantage na meron dito ng energy?
Ay, naku po, ang hirap na neto. Mag-isa na lang kagad si Zipan, tas 29 HP pa siya. Ang daming pupunta sa harapan mo, nahuli. Pinitik kagad ng shorty ni Victor si Zipan. And once again, energy gets this round. Sabi siguro ni Sined, uy, sorry, misclick. Mali yung dash in ko, dapat hindi doon. Dapat dash out.
Na rin eh. Ikaw ba namang matataranta na syempre 5-2 na yung lead na rin dito ng energy. So nakakatakot na rin. Hindi, paano ka makakabawi? Paano ka pa makakakuha ng kill? Tingnan mo na ba, diba? Frustrated na rin kaagad ng Navi dito. And I can feel their pain dahil sila yung nakakuha ng first 2 rounds eh. Pero hindi nila napanghawakan yung momentum at hindi nila nade-deny dito. Grabe naman. Yung lahat ng defuse dito magkakasunod for NRG. Sige, mag-plant lang kayo, Navi. Pero kaya naming solusyonan kaagad yung retake.
At ang mahirap pa sa Navi, mid-rounds yung weakness nila din at the same
Yun nga
time.
eh.
Tapos, kapag kita mo naman kagad, pag tatlo na lang sila, walang nangyayari, di ba? Hindi nila ma-formulate yung mas magandang upper hand against energy. But as for energy nga, sabi ko, calm and collected lang sila parate. They don't play much of that aggression. Pero artist ko ako sa'yo, mahirap talaga pagsisinid yung katapat mo. Pero syempre, meron pang sagot ang ibang miyembro ng energy. But Navi, this is looking good. Wala na kagad si artist ngayon. And they can play their sweet time heading towards A, which is actually good. Pwede na take down si Som at tapos na kagad yung problema nila if they really want to get that.
Wala silang dito katulad ng lockdown na pwede makapag-secure lang din ng isang site, diba? We're talking about the lockdown here na pwede sanang gamitin dito ni Finesse na hindi pa rin talaga ginagamit dahil kaya naman nila ipanalo dito yung mga rounds on the latter stages of the map dahil ito na nga yung nangyayari. We have here Navi with a numbers advantage. Buti pa rin, pero ang magiging problema, nasa loob pala ng site dito. 3 na natitira. RNG, nakadali na nga ng isa. Finesse dito going in with the 2K. Si Finesse na natitira. Unfortunately, overwhelmed pa rin naman sila. It's finally a 6-4 scoreline. Pabor pa rin naman yung lead para sa side ng NRG, pero this can be a start para sa side na nga ng Navi.
Ang galing ng Navi doon. Sabi nila, okay, matapatan na nga muli natin si Artis kung anong pwede natin gawin. Even if maganda na kagad din yung start with the help of course, Nick Crashies. Pagdating kay Artis, hindi nila natapatan yung Navi for that. And right now, papunta sa B. Ang ganda din kagad na execution nila. Undermanned din at the same time. Itong mga miyembro ng Energy. Tapos ito pa, nasa site lang sila lahat mismo. So huling-huli talaga sila. Pero ngayon, pagdating, nakaipa na si Xiao kagad ngayon ng Nightfall at may mababawas na. Ni-right click sa mukha si Finesse at mabilisang punta dito kagad sa B-site.
Pasok na kagad sila, entrada na, pero makakadali na nga ba ang RNG dito kahit iilan mula sa kabila. Navi was able to take down Crashies and finally, it's down to a 3v4. They are already inside of the site pero ngayon mamamoblema sila kung paano nila sasagutan dito. Si Xiao na nakakuha na nga ng 3, si RD makakakuha rin naman ng isa with this operator shot but unfortunately, it won't last long. Finally, another round ulit dito para sa side na nga ng Navi. Yun lang pala, kailangan nila i-rush lang fully yung site.
Ang bagal kasi maglaro ng Navi sa atake. Kaya nababasa ng maigi, nare-recon kagad ng isang katulad ni Crashies, tapos nasusurpress din kagad ni Victor. Pero buti na lang dito din yung call talaga nila sa Nightfall. Tapos despite na may traps kagad si FNS, nag-updraft tapos nag-dash in lang din kagad. Siyempre, ang isang katulad ni Sined, ni right click sa mukha, dinisrespect kagad yung nandun sa may logs. And finally, nakita natin yung change pagdating sa Navi. Sabi nila, babagal kasi maglaro eh. Finally, sabi nila, alam nyo, gayahin nyo yung ways namin dito sa Apex scene para talagang gumanda at manalo kayo sa Ascent. Press W.
Tingnan natin kung yun ang magpapatuloy na dito sa Navi and let's see kung magkakaroon ba ng adjustments dito ang RNG. Pwede pa rin naman ito maging good half para sa Navi makahabol dito ng 6-6 scoreline pero kasi may pera pa rin dito ang RNG. We know for a fact that the utilities sobrang laki ng impact when it comes to the retakes at yun nga kasi yung pinag-iisipang mabuti dito ng Navi. Bakit wala pang recon? Bakit wala pang knife na pumipitik sa kanila para makakuha ng info ang makapag-decide? But then, marirealize nila, ang kailangan lang palang gawin talaga dito is ng Navi na makakuha ng kill, makapasok agad ng site, and then, bawas na kasi dito yung RNG. So, mas may lamang sila dito when it comes to the retake.
Hintay lang sa side ng Navi ang pwede nilang gawin. But then, Energy, they have the lockdown. They also have, of course, yung Nalcom at the Victor. Di pa nila ginagamit to so far. And I hope naman, ma-maximize nila ngayon. On this operator, Sined takes down Ardis kagad. Sinong susunod? Wala. Matakot na kayo dahil gising na. Siyempre, si Otit, Sined, but the rest of the members ng Energy, we need to play this really slow. Pero on that trade, ang tapang. Talagang wina-wallbang. Talagang pinapaulan ng bala si Sined. Pero makakaalis na lang din siya kagad.
Nahanap siya. Gustong gumanti dito ng RNG. Ang pagkakamali lang nila is napakabilis at napakaslick lang din naman ni Sina dito maka-exit from that casualty. Now, magbabakaway muna sila. Kompleto Recados pa rin naman to get inside of B site. We have the null command now. But unfortunately here for NRG, may time pa rin naman ng Navi para makapag-rotate. And unfortunately though, there is a good trade.
Oy, nasana si Som pero medyo nagmadali. Sabi niya, oy, mapipitas ko tong dalawa. And gives already an advantage sa side ng Navi. Tapos ito pa si Angel, meron din kagad siyang ultimate that he can use. Okay, meron na din kagad ang revelation. Galing kay Suigetsu kung saan yung mga kalaban. Pero para lang talagang i-auto-lock itong B-side into the favor of energy. Ginawa ni Finesse is nag-lockdown ng ganun kagad siya. Pero hindi nila alam, nandito na kagad sa A. But then, Will Crashy save the day. Gets the first kill. Tatlo pa ang kanyang pupuntahan sa harapan. He gets a second. Pero sabi ni Xiao, I will be denying that. And Navi, imagine, this came from a 6-2. 4 rounds consecutive na nanalo na din sila kagad. And will they actually make this into a tie? Kasi kapag ginawa nilang tie to, ang laki na magiging advantage nila knowing na sa defending na sila next half.
Hirap nito eh. 7-4 na rin kasi. And magod para naman dito executed na magiging attacking dito ng side na nga ng ng Navi is that yung mga pagkakataon na pwede nila ditong ma-pin down ng players na nga ng NRG is talagang tinitake advantage nila ng tinitake advantage. Sinasabayan na nila dito yung aggressiveness nga na tumatapat ka agad sina RD dito when it comes to the picks. Pero alam na ni Sinid yan eh. Immediate kill ka agad with that operator at sinabayan niya nga dito yung kill. So now, 6-5 pala dito yung scoreline and Navi, unti-unti na nilang ditong ginagapang yung lead na binuo ng energy. Ikaw na lang yung manghihinayang eh.
Sayang na eh, nandun na kagad
Oo,
eh.
6-2 yun eh.
Oo, nasa peak na kagad yung energy. Nawala pa. Just because of what? Yung mga ultimates na inipan ng Navi and talagang kita mo naman na maximize. But Suigetsu once again takes down Trashies na naman muli. Bawas na naman yung kanina nating God Sova mula sa side ng energy. B-side is just up for grabs sa side ng Navi. And now they want to deny all the entries, all the entry points na gustong gawin ng energy ngayon.
Nako. Hirap na naman ito for that retake na pwede na maging potential na naman ng RNG. Kompleto pa rin naman with the utilities dito. With that paranoia, they can make an entry. We have the blind, we have the null command, or rather nung knife na meron na dito for Victor to get the info. Pero kasi baka malaso na naman sila ni Suigetsu na magagaling na nga sa iba't ng gitna. Yun at malilikuran na nga sila. Una ay pupupunta sa kanyang mga bala. Mukhang magiging apat pa nga at close to an ace for Suigetsu to finish out that round. What a clean shot. Dito nalalasan yung RNG. Naikutan, nalilikuran lagi ni Suigetsu.
Suigetsu on that flank, kakita mo kagad. After getting that one piece of the cake, sabi niya, okay, mag-rotate ako. Kasi alam ko na ito yung magiging call. Manggagaling na naman sila dito sa may market side. And after that, almost an ace for him. But good flanks talaga. It's always Suigetsu we trust. And that's why, sabi nga ni Fluffy kanina, he's really into that cipher na meron yung Navi. And now, finally, nakapag-comeback sila. 6-6 kagad yung meron tayo ngayon. Pero syempre, pasa na natin to sa ating panel, guys.
Maraming salamat, Ray and Honey Glaze. And ayan, 6-6 ulit yung scoreline natin dito. Supposedly, ito yung best map ni Navi. But again, we did see a very bumpy start from them here. And each round feels very, very thought out from each team. And I think the deciding factor here is who gets taken down first, si Artis or si Sined. And also, you know, Navi is taking these sites, but NRG is able to retake so well. And I think the way that they combat this is Navi just rushes them and at yun yung gumana, di ba?
Oh, I think mas gusto ko talaga yung strategiya na ganun. Kasi yung ginagawa ni Energy is that inaalaw nila na mag-plant itong si Navi tapos magre-retake sila as a group. Especially hindi lang body system. Kung hindi triple man system, especially na susugod sila as threes as a group. So parang on the same position at that to make sure they have the maximum chances of survivability. Pero tuwing may mga instances na kaya nagtataka ako, they kind of stopped doing that. Most likely because, you know, they wanna spice things up a bit para hindi sila ganun ka-predictable. Kaya paminsan paisa-isa na lang sila from different directions trying to flank. Pero at the end of the day, it was Navi still trying to figuring it out, especially yung ginawa ni Suigetsu. Parang, oy, flank nyo kami, eto, ako yung talagang totoong flank.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the adaptability that you have to have. First, to get to acknowledge the fact that, oh, they might try this, so if I already have a pick, I go for the late flank. And that's what Ray was mentioning, where I like the Cypher because you get the info, but also you can play later on to the round, you keep scaling. And I think that despite the agent differences in the composition, the way that they're playing is both teams are just playing at their best. Because if this is supposed to be Navi's best map, the fact that it's 6-6 means that there's so much fight for energy.
Exactly, and I think this is not gonna look so good for them if they manage to go to Lotus and then I think Split, which is our decider map. So things are gonna be looking a little bit rough here. Navi definitely has to pick it up here if they want to make it to that game 3. But the way that things are looking, I think energy does look a little bit more comfy here. But again, we are gonna be starting our second half. So ladies, Ray and Honeyglaze, back to you.
Welcome back, guys. At nakita na nga natin na 6-6. Ang dami pang grasp na kailangan gawin ngayon ng energy, knowing nga na nasa advantage na din yung Navi at the same time. Pero very important, to pistol round is up for grabs. Tignan nga natin kung sino makakuha kagad between these two teams.
Magiging tanong na lang dito kung makagiging mabagal na naman ba ang pacing dito ng bawat teams natin. Especially that RNG. Meron naman silang magiging objective dito. Meron naman sila dito magiging advantage with their utilities na may isa-setup nga dito nila Victor, nila Crashies to get an info. Pero ang magiging sagot din naman dito ng Navi is just really the crucial plays. Paano kapag likuran na naman sila dito ni Sir Getsu? Paano kapag nalason na naman sila, di ba?
Ayan, speaking of lasunan, okay, di natamaan ni FNS. Goes out with that swarm grenade, pero mukhang makakaalis lang din kagad ang mga taga-Navi. Pero mahuhuli ba kagad? Sino magkakahulihan sa isa't isa? Dahil presence been detected sa side ng Navi as Victor pulls off that knife. Pero puro ambahan talaga may kita. Wala kagad magko-commit. Kailangan nila mag-ingat. Syempre, yun naman ang gusto natin. This recon, meron bang madedetect? Wala pa naman din kagad gano. Pero kalang Xiao, mahirap na yan. Mapipitas ka kagad. Pero may na-picturean na lang din. At the same time, wala mong nagkakatamaan dito. But instead, Suigetsu saves the day na naman muli. 2 members of Energy are gonna be shot down. And now, Crashies together with Som may pagbabawi. It's all up to him going up against 3 members ng Navi. Pero does he have much of a choice? Pag to na-clutch talaga ng isang katulad ni Som, sobrang game-changing to sa side ng Energy. Lalong-lalo na kailangan nila to kagad. Honeyglaze.
Nasa taas pa naman niya dito si Angel. So unfortunately for the side of NRG, liting-lito at hindi nila malaman kung paano ba nila hahanapin dito si Sir Get. So hindi na kailangan i-flank. Natira na lang siya dito sa loob ng site. Ginamit niya yung camp to get an info at doon niya na ipanalo yung mga duelo. Tingnan mo naman, diba? He was really precise dahil there was also the crossfire. There was also the follow-up na nangyari na nga dito na nagmula din naman all the way from back side. So good enough follow-ups na nagmula dito sa Navi. I'm really liking this for the retakes at mukhang magiging problemado na dito ang RNG dahil kanina lagi nila dito na defuse nasasaktuhan ng Navi sa pagdating ng mga latter stages of the rounds. But then Navi, this can be a game changer lalo na't ngayon. Hindi na sila pwedeng basa-basa na lang dito sa second round na ito.
Yung NRG, biglang ang ganda na na-start pero mukhang naipako na sila kagad sa 6. Pero sana makagalaw din naman sila kagad. Kasi kapag nakuha nila to, instant, sa kanila talaga yung Lotus map Pero better din kasing may surprise etong Navi sa side nila. Kahit masabihin natin na wala sila ganong played live games pagdating sa Lotus, maybe they've been doing well also on their screams. Pero ngayon, out muna kagad. Pagdating kay, of course, Sined, may hirap na kagad kapag napita siya ng marami dyan sa may gitna, tapos makakuha pa yung kanyang barrel. But as for energy, it's just the same as what the Navi has been doing. Take on those pick-offs. Kung walang mapipitas, doon tayo kagad kung saan na tayo magko-commit. Pero nakapag, na din kagad si Sined. Sabi niya, nabasa ko na to, nakita ko na to kung gaano maglaro. Ito mga efforts natin. Pero ito na nga, pagdating sa kanyang presence detected, meron na nakaabang. But then Victor finally gets the trade-off against his teammate.
Oy, ito na naman ang great anchor coming in from Sined. Pero hindi lang pala siya ang kailangan mong intindihin. Si Pan was able to bail away from casualty na pwede nga dito ibigay ni Finesse coming in from Cubby. At yun na nga ang mangyayari. They are overwhelmed with the plays, with the holds coming in from Sined and his holds na natagpuan niya dito laban sa Energy all the way from a main. So now, 2 rounds leading na tuloy ngayon ang Navi.
Si Zipan tsaka si Sinad, sila lang 2v5 nila, minama nila kagad yung mga miyembro ng NRG going into A site. And this is a good thing about Sinad. The more that you put him sa kanilang defending side and is on the jet, the more that he is powerful compared sa kanilang attacking. Nakita din naman natin yung percentage ng nananalo pagdating sa Navi under defending innocent. And so far, it has been successful. Pero ngayon, sa full buy round ng NRG, let's see if ito na nga ba kagad yung kanilang pagbabawi or Navi will just grasp this against them. Mapapab na bonus sila kamo ng mga taga-Navi.
Excited na naman ako malaman kung paano ba manglalason dito na naman si Nasuigetsu. Pero unfortunately, nasira kaagad yung kanyang camo. We have seen it try to make the firepower really make an impact laban dito sa NRG. Hindi sila nagpatuloy dito getting in the kills, getting in those shots happen, connecting into someone na laban dito sa Navi. Dahil alam na nila yung pwede maging casualty. Alam na nila yung magiging pros and cons kapag tinuloy pa nila dito yung B-main. Pero ngayon, ang daming nakaharap sa kanila. Yung 6 months pa dito ng NRG, nakapatay ng isa. And si Pan was able to get another one for a good trade. But unfortunately, hindi pa pala ito magiging enough. He's the only one remaining. Xiao, magagaling pa ng B-main.
Ang gaganda ng tags ng Navi, but they weren't able to get those kills. Masyado na lang dinisrespect.
Kinulit
ko.
nila eh.
Masyado silang naging agresibo against NRG. And now, it's all up to Xiao. But going up against 4, sobrang difficult niya. Tapos, hindi naman siya may recon. Pero alam na din kagad kung saan siya manggagaling. Ang dami niya sa lahat ng angle. Wala ka na kagad kawala ngayon, Xiao. And speaking of some, takes him down, and finally NRG on their full buy, they'll become successful at kita nyo naman kagad 7 to 8. Sobrang tight talaga itong ascent map pagdating sa dalawang teams na to.
Ito na naman ba yung mangyayari for the second half? Nangyari na nga ito in the first half na first 2 rounds, makukuha ito ng Navi and then RNG. Magbabawi lang din, magbabawi dito. Laban na nga sa Navi when it comes to the latter stages. Lagi sila naape, lagi silang napipendam. Pero let's see, half armors pa rin naman ang tutugunan ngayon ng Navi. But then, we still have your enough eco pa rin naman kasi sa NRG.
Uy, Sined na naman muli. Pinatulog na naman si Finesse. And finally, right now, on the other side of our map, dito naman sila pupunta. Energy kagad, kinapture na ang mismong A-side. Matatrap ba kagad si Suigetsu dito? No, he'll be able to save the day. Argis babagsak. May katulong na rin kagad siya. Si Xiao Victor, talagang kailangan pa nila siyang gasolinahan para lang makuha. Pero di na magagawa yun ngayon. Ni Som, all up right now for Crashies. He gets the third kill! Oh my goodness! Pagdating sana sa side ng NRG, okay na. Pero nga lang, pagdating kay Crashies, nakakatuwa na ganito. Pinag-audition niya.
Yun nga, pagkakamali nga dito ng Navi. They had the numbers advantage pero nakalimutan nila si Crashes ang tatapatan nila. Hindi sila nagsabay-sabay dito kundi nag-isa-isa. Kaya isa-isa din naman silang tumamba. Sobrang na-hype up siya doon dahil kailangan nila yung round na yun at kailangan hindi nila ito maibigay nga with the momentum. At it can give a little big change dito sa side na nga ng Navi. Dahil syempre, nakaka-tilt yun, men. May numbers na kayo. Isa na lang kalaban nyo pero nag-isa. Isa pa rin kayo.
Na Red Bull clutch itong mga opports natin. But then, wala man lang tumutok. Sined na wala bigla lahat just because of Crash is saving that day. Tapos wala na din kasing oras actually. Itong mga taga Navi kanina. Pero, I rather, itong mga taga-energy, okay na sana pala. Nalito ako sa kanilang posisyon kasi ngayon. But anyway, ang maganda dito is that energy finally shutting down Navi. Wala na silang pera ngayon. May Blade Storm kagad, pero wala ding nag-click first side of Sined. Wala siyang choice ngayon. Alam na din kagad kung nasaan siya. Sabi ng Navi, pasensya na. At, sa other side of our map, mukhang sabi nila, konting noise lang, cut noise lang tayo dito sa A. But let's see if what will RDs execute sa may B side.
Wala pa nga siyang makikita dito no? Nambilis na lang din umexit dito ng Navi pero nakakaramdam na rin naman na ang NRG. I'm liking the discipline na meron dito ngayon ang NRG dahil hindi sila nagbabasa-basa dito They're just taking in info. Baka kasi mabigla sila dito with the disrespect of the guns dito ng Navi. Now Navi, Angel, nawala ka agad sa mapa. Wala na silang mga smoke sa kasama. Si Sined, nag-back-back sakaling. Walang tao dito sa B-main. Pero magiging problema, wala na rin naman sila makikita. It's still Navi, or rather, it's still RD getting in those kills. At tataparin pa rin talaga nila. Oh, kinulit nila si RD.
Pistol din naman kagad. Pero di ko masabing eco-frags. Kasi kahit man lang trinade off nila, wala. Lahat sila nagpa-isa-isa sa harapan ni Ardis. And while they're being distracted sa kanyang performance, the rest of the members ng Energy, punta na kagad tayo sa A. Despite the amount of time na lang na meron sila, laki ng tiwala nila kay Ardis para lang i-hold itong mga miyembro ngayon ng Navi. At ngayon sa Navi, this is just really a big problem from them. Yep, nanalo sila kanina on those previous rounds. They started it really well, but the rest, it's up to Energy talaga. They already are dictating yung pacing nila para sa map na to.
NRG kasi dito, ayun nga yung nangyari. Pinakaramdaman muna nila kung paano ba dedepensa, paano ba yung magiging setup dito with the Cypher na meron na nga dito ang Navi, and then NRG was able to quickly adjust well enough kung paano ba dito sasagutan ang side na nga ng Navi ngayon. Kahit madedetect siya na Cyber Trap, he still gets in the kill. Angel naman for a good trade. Now, it's down to a 4v4. At mabilisan namang exit din kaagad dito sa NRG. Hindi sila basta-basta dito magde-decide na pumasok na lang kaagad ng A dahil they are respecting every bit of contact na binibigay dito nila si Ned.
Oh my goodness. Patraw nga tayo dito ng isang katulad ng flash. Yep, pero pwede naman kagad si Angel sumaklolo sa kanyang teammate. Although ito pa, half an HP na nga din kagad si Angel. No armor available already for him. And now he was able to take that kill. Pero na naman, ang daming yung time. Kailangan talaga maging aware dito ang Energy. But looks like Som finally gets right now si Zipan. Sumunod na agad kagad si Sined sa kanyang harapan. At isa na lang kagad natitira. That's going to be Angel. Saan pa siya manggagaling? Maglalakbay pa siya galing B-side. And he's gonna go up against 3 members pa ng Energy.
Hirap na naman ito. Nag-iisa-isa na naman ang Navi. Little bits of error talaga can make a huge impact para makakuha na nga dito ng pagbabaliktad ba ng mga tables for the side or for the favors na nga dito ng NRG. They have the lead. They have the numbers advantage. Ngayon, nag-iisa na lang si Angel. He has the ultimate at hand para makakuha ng info. TP inside of the site. Pero kasi napakatagal na nitong mangyayari pa. We have here players from Navi or rather for NRG playing outside of the site at mukhang exit frags na lang siguro dito kung may mamali ng landas mula sa Navi. Dito, laban na or rather ng Energy, laban kay Angel.
Sabi ni Angel, save ko na to. Ang hirap na, mag-isa na lang ako kagad. Tapos malay mo, itong Vandal na to, mag-provide yan ng malaking change sa next round itself. Pero ito, good talaga kay Some. Talaga din na kagad nilaban pagdating sa flash na yun. Tapos instead, doon na sa next week. Kasi alam niya, kapag pinasyan siya, siswingan siya kagad ng malaki. And now he was able to get that distance workable for him. But right now, 10-8 na nga kagad. 3 na lang before finally Energy gets this round. At pwede nating sabihin na, uy, baka panel curse. Pero syempre, may next map pa tayo. At napaka-importante talaga to sa Energy. They get this map. Ang laki na kagad ng kanilang bonus pagdating sa Lotus. They can make this into a 2-0. But as for Navi, next question is that, yep, nananalo sila kanina. Pero ngayon, seems like nawala yung power of what we can expect from Navi, especially na nasa defending side sila.
Ito nga yung napansin ko for NRG, dahil sa lahat ng mga utilities na exhaust ng Navi dito to find out players from NRG kung saan ba talaga sila patungo, nauubos tuloy yung momentum nila. Nauubos tuloy yung pwede nilang gamitin on the ladder stages. Yes, nung nalaman na nila kung ano ang pwedeng maging lugar dito ni Soigetsu, hindi na nila tinutumpok kung nasaan dito si Soigetsu. Once malaman nila dito na Soigetsu is inside of B or inside of A, lilipat sila on the opposite side. Lilipat sila sa opposite side na hindi maintindihan dito ng Navi na sayang naman yung mga sites ko dito or rather sayang naman yung mga traps dito. Syempre ni Soigetsu, hindi tuloy siya makalurk dahil yun nga yung nangyayari. Magkakaroon dito ng daming options na pwedeng i-play out dito ng NRG and then hindi na malikuran dito ng Navi dahil there is always someone na pwedeng mag-hold ng mga flanks dito laban sa Navi at Navi tuloy para silang napapako sa sites nila at hindi tuloy nila ma-execute yung game plan.
Kailangan talaga nila mag-ingat din sa energy, knowing that Ardis right now, palong-palo na nga din kagad siya sa may attacking side. And ganda din na stats nila ni Sia. They're actually on par with each other, but Som right now sets up ang pagdating dito sa mismong B-side. Ibibigay ito ng Navi, up for grabs sa energy. But then after that dash in, mababawas ba? Yep! Lalam na! Aray ko po, sabi ni Ardis, na-trap na naman ako kagad. But then, all pagdating sa advantage ng barel, nasa kamay pa rin to ng energy. Pero be careful pa rin. It's still Navi we are talking about. Pero nga lang, right behind them, it seems like Finas was able to get it. Pero kay Som na naman kagad. He gets the 4K. Pumunta na naman sa kanyang harapan lahat.
Sayang lang at ang layo ng POV natin. Nandun kasi sa nagpa-flank. Ito nga yung sinasabi natin for RNG. They have always someone na makakapag-gather up ng flank. Pero ngayon nag-isa. Audition na naman dito ang Navi. And unfortunately for them, nag-activate na naman tuloy yung multi-kills na nakukuha ngayon ni Som. They're just really cleaning it out before pa man makapag-retake dito ang Navi. And full potential is already at stake para sa side na nga dito ng NRG at Navi. They're holding on to Sined with that operator. Paranoia connected with that line. Walang magagawa dito kaagad sina Som. And then, good na para kay Nasoy Gesso na mag-follow up. Kaso na lang, nakaabang sila dito. RD with the use of the blades na makakuha. Makakatali na nga kaagad ang isa. Ngayon, dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira. At delikado pa ito dahil operator pa ang hawak na nga ni Sined. Kaya niya pa ba?
Sa meron pa kasamang lockdown. Ano na ang mangyayari ngayon sa side ng Navi? Sined right now, he has that operator. Pero syempre, nasa likod na niya kagad si Ardis. And now, Ardis gets the 4K. Napaka tibay ng isang katulad ni Ardis. Alam mo kung ano sinabi niya? Hi, ako nga pala yung sinayang nyo. Kasi siya nga yung naiwan sa buong roster ngayon ng dating Fun plus Phoenix. But right now, Ardis is just really different. Better than Sined, actually. Kitang-kita mo kagad, hindi siya in-expect ng ibang miyembro kagad ng Navi.
Una sa lahat kasi, magkakasama silang mag-entry. Nung nakita na nila na medyo nadedali nga dito yung retake na gagawin na nga ng RNG or rather ng Navi, umiikot ulit sila para maipit nila dito yung Navi at hindi nila malaman kung saan ba sila tutukuyin at hindi nila malaman kung saan ba sila tutumpukin dahil ang dami pang atensyon at stake sa loob ng site. So now, RNG, they are already on the match point. Akala natin magiging deja vu ito para sa Navi pero parang magiging huli na ang lahat dahil medyo half-buy na lang din ang kaya nilang i-commit for this last potential round na pwede mapunta sa NRG.
Sobrang perfect na naman ng attacking side ng NRG. Especially when they go all out pagdating sa kanilang full buys na. Tapos kita mo naman kagad, Artist is really confident also. And ito pa, si Som na naman. Isa talaga to sa game changer ng NRG when they acquired him. Sobrang ganda talaga ng not just only yung kanyang pagiging controller but pagdating sa kanyang frag potential. But anyway, energy, pakala natin kagad, mag-move sila. Pero mukhang sabi nila, yung Kabi has been the biggest weakness so far ng Navi. Di hinohold to ng maayos ng mga
dito
nasa,
yung setups ni Sir Getsu. Naku. Magiging delikado nga ba ito or magiging pabor naman nito para sa side na nga ng energy and expect na nga ba nila dito yung pwesto nila Zom dahil si Zom makakakuha na kaagad ng dalawa dito. Magiging problemado pa dito kaagad ang Navi. Paano pa nila tutumpukin? Ito, we have Finesse holding on to flanks, trying to cut in the rotation. We have the TP going all the way from uptown. Pero mararamdaman naman ito kaagad ni Sir Getsu. He immediately backed away. Pero may time pa rin naman makapag-plant of spike dito. RNG and Navi, they still have the camp of Sir Getsu.
Kaso naka-surprise, wala nang mangyayari sa side ni Suigetsu. As of now, ang daming time for energy to just really play it to really slow. At wala na atang magiging choice ngayon sa Navi, kundi dadaan nila pagdating sa tutok. Ito pa si FNS, nasa flank pa siya, so maka-cut off talaga siya. Kailangan pa siyang i-prioritize ngayon ng mga taga-Navi. Pero buti na lang ngayon, meron na kagad Nightfall para lang walang marinig at all. Pero time is ticking, RD saves the day. That's just it. Isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Shao. Pero Som finishes it out with a 3K. And NRG, makukuha nila ang first map against Navi's pick which is here, innocent.
Hindi nila ma-counter out ang NRG. Mukhang pinasarap lang talaga ng NRG para makakuha din ng mga subtle points dito ang players ng Navi, pero hindi ito nag-last long. Napakiramdaman nila, they were just really confusing at whatever site yung gusto nilang tupukin dito, kung ano ba talaga yung pinapahiwatik nila laban dito sa Navi. And every time na makikita sila dito, nila RD, nila Soigetsu, kung ano ba talaga yung gusto nilang i-push, nagiging problematic na nga ito dahil ang bilis na lang din mag-rotate agad ng side na nga ng NRG. Parang hindi sila decisive kung anong side yung kukuhanin, but it favors them dahil nalilito nila dito yung kalaban eh.
I just really love etong tiwala ng NRG sa isa't isa. Although talagang nakahabol kagad yung Navi sa kanila on the first half, on the second half itself, they were just really calm. Sabi nila, hayaan natin, sige, talo tayo ng first 2 rounds. Pero nung nag-full buy sila, yung dedication na ginagawa ni Som talaga sobrang laki ng naging impact niya. Even if medyo talagang nag-lay low na si Crashes together with Victor, but their utilities really helped mag-work together para lang kay RD sa makakuha ng maraming frags sunod-sunod.
Yeah. Somba naman eh, diba?
No.
Multi-kills over multi-kills. And ito, ang isa sa mga nagustuhan ko for RD talaga. Hindi niya tinantanan yung pwesto niya dito all the way from Cubby, or rather, all the way from A or B main. Tapos, pinilit talaga ng Navi na makuha, matumpok siya. Parang problema, hindi nila talaga maipanalo dahil again, they were lacking the numbers, they were lacking the discipline. Pinilit talaga nila makuha si RD, and RD, he really gave a lot of show dito for NRG to make something happen on their offense. Dahil bukod doon sa mga pambibait niya, going inside of the site, making an entry, creating a lot of space, umiikot siya to get in the flanks. Tapos, syempre may tiwala naman na siya dito sa kanila magiging pillar players from NRG, especially from Som, multi-kills after multi-kills para mabigyan na nga dito ng pressure ang Navi.
Nakakagulat talaga para sa performance ng NRG. We all thought that after nung 2-round lead pagdating sa Navi, uy, baka manalo talaga yung Navi dito and they will just be explosive. Pero sabi ng NRG, teka lang naman guys, pero pa kaming pwedeng gawin ngayon, and looking at that, we are now heading on sa ating next map, which is going to be in Lotus.
Oo nga, Lotus, nakaka-excited ako kung ano ba yung mangyayari, kung ano ba yung magiging composition nila, and we'll still get in those spicy plays na ginawa niya mula dito here in Ascent. Dahil nalaman na natin na nakita na natin they have a lot of potential, pero kasi hindi nila binibigyan ito ng pagkakataon magkaroon ng mga impact and contact si Soigetsu. Malalaman natin yan in a bit going inside of Lotus. Magkikita-kita tayo in a map number 2.
Magandang hapon ulit sa inyong lahat and welcome back to Valorant Masters Tokyo. And na-conclude natin yung first game ng first series natin between NRG and Navi. Not 2-0. Not yet. 1-0. 1-0 in favor of NRG.
Grabe parang prediction. Kind of like seeing the future. Kasi tama nga naman, because this was supposed to be Navi's map here on Ascent. NRG was able to grabe, ang lakas nila pagkatapos ng switch kasi yung nangyayari, every time na kunwari, 3-man, 4-man stack sila siguro sa mid, lilipat ng cat. Syempre, Navi definitely wants to get information. So may magpipeak na isa. Pero parang tatlo pala ang titingin sa'yo. So yun yung constantly na ang nangyayari na babawasan sila ng isa right off the bat, making it into a 4v5. And I gotta give props to Crashies, by the way. Ang ganda ng post-plant niya.
True.
My gosh! Nakakuha siya ng triple kill kanina. Insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, exactly. And a bunch of the other players, I think Som also have a bunch of highlights on this map for their team. But for Navi, sadly, it is their map, and they started out so strong on the first half. But unfortunately, NRG just able to string those like 6 rounds straight means that it's just so hard for them to really come back, especially after they get another streak at the other half.
Exactly, and gusto ko lang ma-point out yung we had the 2 MVPs just now. It was our 2 Jets, si CNED and si Artis, and we mentioned it earlier these rounds were kind of determined by these two because if we notice, there was also this one round for Navi where all of the members of NRG were just in B site. Well, I'm trying to see if it was Artis.
I think you were right. I think naalala ko rin yung moment na yon kasi parang si Sined nasa heaven with the operator. He was trying to retake with the lockdown in place. Pero si Ardis basically gave a taste of Sined's medicine kasi ito yung gawain ni Sined na madalas eh. So he took the long way, went to CT spawn, and then ayun, sinurprise siya with the Blade Storm. So Ardis really did well to keep Sined in check.
Exactly, and right now we have the AIM Labs shootout here with with Artis, and this also just proves he got that MVP just now, and I was remembering that play nung they were on the attacking, where he kept the members of Navi busy at B while his team was planting A, and na point out din ni Ray na grabe yung trust that his teammates have with him to just keep all of them there while they all plant, and it just shows how heavily also na Navi is just hyper focusing. Na tunnel vision sila kay Artis, and that literally gave them a free round.
Can I just say that this AIM Lab shooting thing, like when they first had it, it was like really blocky, but now it looks like you're basically in the map with the render.
The 3D, the way that they 3D modeled Valorant so that you're able to kind of like simulate it. Yeah.
Parang nandun ka na talaga mismo sa mapa na gusto mong i-practice.
Exactly. And moving on to our next map, we do have Lotus, I believe. This is the reason why I went with the 2-0 earlier. Maybe that was kind of what I was feeling here. Now this does look really bad for Navi in this state kasi again, Ascent was supposed to be their map. It's their second best map. Aside from I believe it was the Fracture. But here, moving on to Lotus, things are not looking so good for them because again, this is one of NRG's best maps, and the fact that they did lose that Ascent quite hard here, especially in the second half, things are not looking too good for them here on the second map.
It makes me wonder na parang talagang gustong-gusto ni NRG na ipanalo yung Ascent kasi ayaw nila mapunta sa split. Kasi when we look back then into history, talo sila back then with their Optic, FPX, what do you call this, past life kumbaga dito sa split. The score was actually 6-13. So parang at that point, syempre, they really want to make sure that this is going to be a 2-0.
I mean, it's very hard for, I think, Navi to really come back from this, knowing that they also don't have the best performance on Lotus themselves. So NRG securing that first map not only gets the momentum, pero nakuha din nila yung, like you mentioned, yung mapa na Navi. And since that's already the basically tone of the current series, I feel like a lot of confidence is going to be on the NRG side, knowing that they're going to go in it already getting the win that they should not have gotten, and then they're in the map that they're already familiar with.
Exactly, and I just want to point out that this is kind of reminiscent of why NRG also made it through VCT Masters because Crashies, I do want to point out that he is proving why he should be here kasi parehong-pareho yung story right here from this game for what they did in VCT Masters with Crashies clutches, because it's the same way how NRG won over how they won over Cloud9. He was the crucial part of not letting Cloud9 get the momentum, and when Navi was starting to ramp up, that's when Crashies had those 2 clutch rounds and it just kind of slowed them down, and that set the pace for the rest of the game, ending off with that 13-8.
You can tell nga na parang inaalagaan yung ni Crashies yung buhay niya. He's making sure na he lasts long until the very last moment. Kung post-plant man or mag-retake man, talagang he makes sure that he's alive. Kaya talagang naa-allow niya tong mga clutch situations for his team.
That's right. And now I think we're going to be moving on to our second map. So hopefully, still hoping that Navi can pull through here because we do see a lot of good efforts from them. But again, NRG is just playing them out a little bit better. And here we are in our Prime Gaming Agent Select. I'm enjoying the Neon here from NRG, but I am a little bit concerned for NRG here because it doesn't look like they have too much of that delay for, a fast agent like Neon.
Yeah, there's no real other thing except for maybe the relay ball to go for any CC. They have a Sky. Normally, you'd see other teams run Neon with the Breach or the KO instead. Sky does give a bit more accurate, in a way, information, or at least active information, but the ultimate as well might be useful, but still, we've seen how other teams have struggled by just having the single duelist Neon trying to do something. If the initial plan fails, I feel like it becomes very hard.
Oo nga kasi usually nakakita tayo ng Breach with all of these stuns, pero mukhang walang stun dito sa pamamagitan on the side of Navi. So I'm really interested to see what kind of slows they'll have. I mean, they do have a lot of probably AoE control with the C's, and as well as, I guess on paper, Snakebite as well to stop the potential initial rush.
Exactly, Ben. And if you saw those win rates, we've got a 33 to 75 here, so things are not looking too good for Navi, but hopefully they can pull off a miracle here. Again, they've still got that game 3 that they can hold on to, and I do believe that with the efforts we saw from their first game, that they'll definitely be able to pull through. But I think it's time para magsimula ang series, game number 2 ng ating series. So it's back to Ray Ray and Honeyglaze. Ladies, take it away.
Hi guys! Nandito pa rin kayo syempre sa laban ng ating NRG versus Navi at kami ang yung shoutcasters. My name is Reyes. Alongside with me is Honeyglaze with a double E at nasa Lotus map na nga tayo. Quick recap lang tayo ngayon guys. Ang first map na map pick ng Navi, nanalo pa rin ang NRG with 13-8. Pero ngayon sa Lotus, tignan natin. Kasi nga, sabi natin, ang laki ng map win rate dito pagdating sa NRG.
Nako, kanina pa naman ang NRG. Hindi mo malaman kung saan talaga sila patungo. Going inside of the sites para magwagi sila sa mga sites at para makuha nila yung panalo laban na nga sa Navi. At paano pa kaya kung 3 na yung mga sites dito here in Lotus? It gives us a lot of confusion kung ano ba yung pwede nila maging decision. Dahil ito ang kanilang magiging agent composition. We have a double controller setup na meron sa kanila ngayon on their attacking side. So pwede sila dito ma-bait out ng mga walls coming in from that Viper. Pero ngayon with Victor trying to get in some info mula sa B-side. Wala namang katao-tao mula sa B.
Nakita na natin ito. Tingnan mo. Talagang tumakbo lang, nag-sprint lang ng mas mabilis kaagad si Victor. Was able to get into the site. Tapos ngayon, yung mga traps na pwedeng gagawin sana ng NRG, nakuha na din nila kagad against Sinet. Tatandaan nyo guys, Throwback Thursday, itong composition ng Navi na to, natalo pa rin sila sa Lotus map against Fnatic. At ngayon, NRG, they really have the key to winning this. Pero syempre, time is ticking. After na naman to make some few noises here sa may B, babalik na naman muli sila dito sa C-side. At tignan natin kung makakapit si Zipan. Nope, wala. At ngayon, C is upper grabs na kagad sa side ng NRG. Pero as Crashies goes for a plant, mukhang wala talagang magagawa ngayon ng Navi dahil sila ngayon ay currently outmanned na.
Kaya nga, 3 na lang kaagad silang natitira dito. But they still have the smoke. They still have the swarm grenade. So, baka sakaling map reposition nila dito, RNG, at malagyan sila dito ng little bit of pressure. Pero ito na naman tayo sa mga pakikitungo nila Finesse. And then there's Victor. Talaga may backup plan sila dito in case na mahirapan sila dito between the duels inside of the site and the retake na nga nang gagawin dito with the numbers na nangyari na lang din dito sa side na nga ng Navi. So yeah, unfortunately for Navi, hindi pa rin sila nagwagi on the pistol round.
Hirap talaga to. Fast-paced pa naman, kita mo kagad HD yung lineup ng mga taga NRG. So sobrang kahit sabihin na natin na there's just a lot of smoke, meron namang flashes kagad wala sa sky na yan. Pero kung si Victor, madami na niya sinasabi, di ba? Sabi niya, okay, talagang kaya natin ito ipanalo, but let's see naman on this next round kapag makukuha pa rin ba nila to sa Navi or hindi.
Yun nga eh. Mahirapan pa rin naman dito ang Navi kung paano nila dito pipigilan yung momentum na lagi nang pumapabor kina Victor. Kita mo naman diba kanina, he had already the spike. Parang ang plan A nila earlier was plant the spike in B and then bail out agad dahil niyon yung magpa-plan sana eh. But now, they're just taking their time, baiting out Navi kung saan sila pwede dito makapag-lurk, saan sila dito makapag-flank. Pero ang problema, inaabangan lang din pala sila ngayon ng NRG.
Hintay. Zipan is out kagad. Pero syempre, NRG, ayan na naman sila. It's just the same with how they played out Innocent. Sobrang kung nakikita nyo guys, parehas talaga, very similar kung gaano ine-execute to ng Navi together with NRG. Sobrang yung mga composition nila, it's not what we usually see. But at the same time, it's very workable naman. Pero as for Navi nga, sabi ko, the experience that they have here, sobrang lacking compared sa mga win ng mga taga-NRG. And Victor, on that neon, nakita na natin to dati. It's been very successful. Ang ganda na kanyang mga entries. Pero syempre, salo-salo na naman sila kagad. Dito sa may seaside, nag-abangan, nilabas kagad yung paranoia just to be able to flash them out. Pero wala pa rin nangyari, walang silbi. At si Crashes kagad nakakuha ng top together with Ardis.
Oh my God, kita-kita mo na yung mga ulo dito na bumubungan mula sa side na nga na ngayon ng Navi. But unfortunately, di pa rin talaga sila dito makakakuha ng mga picks. And now, we have that share of kills na pwede na sana di makakuha ng mga pick-offs coming in from Xiao. Pero hindi, ang dami pa rin talagang nakaabang sa kanya. So yeah, we still have a round coming in from NRG.
Ang bilis naman kumilos ng mga to. Mas mabilis na kaysa sa may Ascent. Kita naman natin yung pag-burst nila. But as for Navi, full buy naman na it is. Ang ginagawa talaga ng team na to, ano na to eh, half buys na lang para next round masustain naman yung kanilang economy at the same time. Pero ang hirap nito kasi wala silang nakuhang pick-offs. Kita mo naman kagad sino yung nakakill so far. It's gonna be Xiao himself. But as for energy, equal distribution, laki talaga ng tiwala nila sa isa't isa.
Yeah. Ito na naman ang inaabangan natin. The aggression coming in from Victor and then entries from the blinds. Mahirapan na naman na ang Navi. Paano tutuganan? Paano mapipin down? Kahit pa paano yung players ng NRG. The utilities are already raining. Hindi pa nila malaman dito kung tutuloy na nga ba talaga ang NRG. But then, with that paranoia, go signal na nga yata ito. We have that paranoia connecting into the players of Navi. Pero wala pa rin talagang nagpapakita. But then, we have Victor getting in that kill. No entries pa rin. Hindi pa rin sila nagpa-plant habang hindi pa nila nalalaman kung sino magpa-follow up from Navi.
Sobrang iba talaga yung pacing na Imea at saka Annie. Nag-aabahan talaga. Wala pa kagad pupush. Uy, pumasok na kayo mismo sa site. But then, kasi titignan na yung time. At ngayon, Finesse, ginulat na siya. Ilang oras na si Finesse doon. 1 minute kagad siya doon. Wala siyang ginawa. And instead of going to A, they cut it right through in B. But low on HP kagad si Finesse. Kaso tignan natin if they'll be able to handle itong post-plant pagdating sa NRG.
Yeah, post-plant is already waiting. Dahil na-plant na kaagad nila eh. Na-win ng nila players ng Navi. And now Som, ito na naman yung lasa na pwede na ngayon. Dog once again ng NRG against Navi. We see them 2v1. Som getting in, or rather Sined getting in the kill. We have Som already waiting and getting in that impact. Clutch once again, a multi-kill for Zom. Oh my God, it is a star player, ladies and gentlemen, for RNG. They're making the momentum happen once again.
Ano yan? Talaga, Omen main literal mula sa likod.
Nila kanina sa 3! Nakakainis!
Akala ko doon na sila eh.
May paranoia na may trailblazer na, hindi pa rin kayo go-go?
Tapos si Finesse nandun na agad kung nasaan yung mga miyembro ng Navi. Wala pa din. Tapos si Som umiikot pa? Hindi ko talaga maintindihan yung energy. But sabi nga natin, it may be weird for some people,
Alam mo,
but it works.
Namimiss ko na yung W Gaming na decisive kaagad sila sa loob ng set eh. Pero ito na yata, ibibigay na sa atin ito ni Victor Ray. We have Victor getting in that kill immediately para makapasok na kaagad sila ng site. Pero paano ba nila tutugunan dito si Soigetsu?
Uy, tatanda mo, hindi nakajet si Sined. Alam mo na kung anong pwedeng mangyari sa side ng Navi. Kapag nakajet, malakas. Pero kapag nakaiba siya, talagang ibang duelist, medyo
Sige,
talagang may disadvantage. Pero tignan natin yung progress, syempre. Malay nyo mamaya, sabi ni Sined, teka, nagde-deathmatch pa ako.
Wala palang blinds dito yung Navi, ano? So, pwede pala talagang makapag-close contact plays ang NRD. So, better yet, yun na lang talaga ibibigay nila. Oh my God, muntik pa dito si Angel. Pre-fire lang talaga ay talagang makukuha na sa kanya. At yun na nga ginawa ni Crashies. We have the smoke centering in their vision. Hindi naman ito magiging reason for them to back away from those free fires. So, now, still, NRG. Lamang na naman. Still, laban sa Navi.
Grabe naman yung flawless prime gaming ng NRG. Kita nyo naman guys, very smooth yung mga transitions pagdating sa NRG. Every post plant right now really much better. At you can definitely see why NRG open and pick this map. Alam nila na point of weakness talaga ng Navi to. Hindi dyan na nilalaro. Kami ang maglalaro. Kami ang mas confident pagdating sa Lotus map.
Well, kung tutuusin din naman, diba? Lotus is a very attacker side of a map. Kita mo naman yung aggression na may bibigay dito nila Victor. There's also some as a follow-up. And then, manglalaso sila dito all the way from the back with RT and his crucial lurks. Laban sa Navi. And Navi, they're just taking their time eh. Naabangan nila, nabibait out sila dito with the utilities. At alam mo naman, kita mo naman din kaagad dito sa side na nga ng NRG. Hindi siya yung katulad na kanina, reserve sila with their utilities. Bato lang sila ng bato dahil ang dami nilang options sa site. Tatlo yan, men. Yesterday, earlier on a game number 1 sa Ascent, 2 maps pa lang, pero kita mo naman, di ba? Tatlo din yung phases nila dito pwede pasukan. Going in mid, going in B main, going in A main. So, mahirapan ka talaga malaman kung saan dito pupunta ang energy.
Kung ako yung Navi, mababad trip ako dito sa NRG. Men, ito, hindi pala talaga mag-BB pala talaga sila. Hindi, magsisi pala sila.
Ayun ang ito ang hirap kasi sa Lotus. Ang dami pa sikot-sikot na pwede mo pasukan kaagad yung SE entry nga kaagad going in B. Tapos may pinto pa from B going into C. So, pag yun nangyari, ewan ko na lang talaga sa energy
Nag-iini-mini-mini mo talaga sila ngayon eh. Pero syempre, it's still the strat naman na what i-apply ng energy. At kanina yung mga fakes nila, right? Fake rotation, pagdating sa mga doors, talagang kita mo, kala mo ang ingay na nila, pero biglang mananahimik pala sila. Kaso ngayon, eto na naman, kuha lang ng orb, collect lang muna tayo para sa next plans natin. But Sined, looks like we got it wrong. Sabi kasi ni Ray, di daw ako marunong mag-raise gano. Pero buti na lang, kagad, ito na yung next step nila. They want to automatically lock in itong C-site. But it looks like they won't be able to. Pero buti na lang, may magkasabay ng dalawa. Som, nakapasok na kagad, destroying all the utilities kagad ni RDs.
Yun. Viper Smith fully committing into the side, planning in the spike, the paranoia, the Prowler is just waiting in. Pero si Som kasi, oh my God, this can be really huge of a delay sa Navi. Dahil they're taking their time eh, hindi pa nila malaman at nagbabakasakali sila dito makadali with the free fires in case na may matpitas silang isa. But now, with Sined, with the jump, with the flights, hindi siya makakaligtas from Victor's skills. Som is already inside. This is just 3 players na lang na natitira from NRG. Magkatabi pa silang dalawa, hindi pa malaman kung sino ang manguna, pero si Soigetsu makakadali sa kanya. Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira, pero ngayon may Lanus pa kasing kasama. And now, they already pinned this spike. They just need to have the reload happen. Tumalon na nga si Ardis, pero nataranta si Angel. Kung itutuloy niya kung dito yung defuse, habang nagre-reload, men, tinalunan niya, nakita ni Angel, hindi niya tuloy alam kung anong gagawin. Hindi niya nakita nag-reload eh.
Ayun! Wala na din kagad oras. Sabi na, okay, wala na din pa oras. Ba't ko pa ipipilit? Ayaw na nga. Itong mga post-plant na to, lalo ng Viper Spit na yan, sobrang questionable. Pero ito, para kay Ardis, at least natapos niya yung kills. Pero yung panalo pa rin sa side ng energy. Oh my goodness, itong mga post-plants na to, it's really out of the blue. Pero sabi ko nga, it works. So, at least, di ba, advantage pa rin to sa NRG.
Oh my God. Galit na ang Navi. Kanina pa nila naglalaroan ng pusok damdamin ni Sipan, kaya naman magiging maingat na sila ngayon. They're just playing out the action all the way from A main. Hindi pa nakakapasok dito ang NRG pero bawas na kaagad sila. Di bali naman daw kasi meron naman tayong isa pang controller, and now with the showstopper, they are being held back from trying to get an entry up and going into B. But unfortunately, that lockdown na deny patuloy from Navi.
Alam mo talagang, hindi ko talaga. Yung kanina, nag-showstopper
nasa
si
A.
Sinet. Naguluhan na naman, hindi
Walang
na naman
tao.
nangyari. Oo. Pero nga lang, bumawi siya ngayon, okay? And now, is it going to be worth it? Crashies together with Finesse. Sila na lang kagad dalawa. Pero yung isa
Ay, Diyos
nagpa-flank.
ko.
Tapos sabi niya, tignan nga natin kung makakapitas ako. Pero may nakabang sa kanya. Ingat. And now, he finally gets the kill. At pwede sila makapag-rotate papuntang A-side.
Wala kasing idea yung Navi na naman. Saan ba galing dito si Finesse? Bakit tayo nalilikuran? And now, 2 players ang natitira for either of the teams. Meron ditong smokes pang nakasama. Butit dampot niya pa, di ba? Butit gamit-gamit niya pa dito yung poison orb. So at least they have something to use once na pumasok na dito ang Navi para sa kanilang retake. But then, mangyayari ba dito in their favor though? Crossfire kasi malapit na rin naman mangyari.
Oh, very interesting yung post-plant ng NRG. It's not the usual defaults na may kita mo sa maraming teams.
Oo.
Pero ito, may rason kung bakit nila ito ginagawa. At narinig kagad ni Crashies Angel mga maling desisyon sa buhay. And now, Crashies will be taking out Sinet. And it's a win na naman. Despite that was like, what? A 2v4? Nanalo pa rin kagad ang mga taga-NRG. And so far, it's 6-0. At tignan mo na yung mukha ni Sinet. Oh my goodness, panalo na naging bato pa.
Yun nga eh. They had the numbers advantage. Nalikuran lang sila dito ng RNG. And then, hindi nila nalaman kung ano ba at saan na nga ba magpa-plant dito ang dalawang natitira sa kanila. And then, sa layo pa nga dito ng RNG, planning in the spike, going into C, na nagkaroon nga ng mga action doon sa site na yon. Nakakuha sila ng kill and then they rotated back in A for more chances of winning. Unfortunately for NRG, this time and this round, bawas sila ng duelist ngayon.
At, uy, wala na si Victor. Walang mabilis talaga nakikilos sa energy side. So this is going to be a big question, HG, kung ano nga bang next step ng energy knowing na wala si Victor. Kasi usually nga, when they have Victor, they always make sure to win the round itself. Tapos kapag kompleto rin sila. Pero ngayon na outnumbered sila. Gusto ko itong makita. This is a very interesting take pa rin sa side ng energy. Pero nga lang, Angel right now, he wants to get the kill. Pero nga lang, may next sagot. Zipa together with Sinet finally getting those kills all together at dalawa lang silang gumawa ng trabaho at nakapagtrabaho sila ng maigi. Finally, 6-0 na sana pero dinanay nila to a 6-1. At yun yung importante kasi diba usually kapag yung mga teams na nagigit na to 13-0, kapag di sila nanalo ng 7th round, walang mangyayari.
Yun nga eh. Kasi ang laki ng magiging bawi nila dito kung sakali na Kasi ang laki talaga kasi one map na nga kaagad diba, na ipanalo dito ng NRG. Tapos ang Navi, hindi pa nila masolusyonan kung paano nila maka-counter out dito sina Victor. Nung nawala si Victor out on the map, doon na nila nakuha yung execution. But speaking of Victor, gumante. Gusto niya talaga magiganti dito. Nakakuha na ng kill, nakakuha na ng pangunahing entry, pero hindi pa rin pala sila papasok ngayon sa site.
Di ba pag PH teams
Napapagod na ako.
Iba na yan, ha? O, pag sa VPL, papasok na yan. Nakapitas na ng dalawa.
Nakapitas na ng isa eh.
Pero
Dalawa
di
na
nawala.
nga di ba?
Oo.
Nagdadalawang isip pa. Nasa site pa rin sila.
Sigurista ata itong mga NRG.
Nakakainis.
Parang kunyari sa ika nga, check the label, di ba? Zipani gets sa ngayon, makakoncast siya, pero may bawi naman siya ngayon. But then, Xiao,
O, hindi pa sila papasok ng A niyan.
Oh, hindi pa talaga. Oh, may papatas. Oh, wow! FNS was able to take down Sinet. At ngayon, habang siya ay nang i-istorbo sa may A-side, nasan yung iba? Nandito sa C-side.
See what I mean? There's a lot of confusion. Lalo na tatlo pa yung side dito ng Lotus. It's just the nature of this map to give a lot of confusion and make that as your winning condition. At yun yung nangyayari simultaneously for NRG. At kita mo naman, 6 rounds nang naipapanalo ito ng NRG.
Sa sobrang nakakalito yung ginagawa ng energy. Kahit tayo nalilito. Pero, di ba, sobrang unpredictable. And sabi nga natin, you don't usually see this on, like, very specific sa VCT Pacific, right? Dito sa NA together with EMEA teams, you will see another type of playstyle that sabi nga natin, out of
Ibang-iba
our
talaga,
pero
region.
very ang ganda, di ba?
Very fun. At nangyayari, it works well talaga sa kanila. At delikado ito dahil Lotus ito The nature of that map itself is attacker-sided map. And paano kapag nag-attacker na dito, sinasinad? Paano mas nag-amplify na sila dito on their attack? At pinagbibigyan na lang talaga nila dito na magkaroon nga ng momentum ang energy at doon pa pala sila mag-amplify on the second half. Ang kaso nga lang dito is, kaya ba nilang pigilan yung momentum na nababasa natin, nakakita na nga natin dito for the side of NRG. Since NRG, they know how to do their lurks well, na kung saan may ipit talaga nila yung Navi
Oo, si FNS, kung saan pasikot-sikot mo siya makikita.
Oo nga pala, si FNS siya, no?
Oo. Parang, di ba, kita na natin siya talaga, one of the best
Before
lurkers.
pa.
Oo. At ngayon naman, na iba ang
That's
nangyayari.
what
Happens when.
happened.
Parang ayoko basahin. Parang mahirap na Parang baka
Trinay
mabig.
ko pang basahin. Bakit may daddy na nakalagay?
Bakit nila okay, siguro witty lang talaga yung mga tao na nandito. Sana, baka naman, VCT Masters, di ba? But energy, all in all, I like how they play it. Sobrang confident. Pati si Tari, kahit hindi naglalaro, umabot dito. 7-1 na nga tayo.
Kaya nga kahapon may may mukha niya rin, yung parang sa pamaypay. Doon nakalagay, doon nakadikit, binabalibaligtad na lang ng viewer kanina. So, ang gusto ko dito sa viewers nga ng Japan, ng Tokyo, is sobrang active na sila kapag nakikita sila on cams or they're waving their highs, hellos. So, I love the energy. Kailan kaya ako makakapunta dyan, no?
Ay, mamaya.
Mag-book na tayo ng flight na.
Nakasapatos na ako, HG. Sabihin mo
sige.
lang, turo mo lang. Pero ngayon, ituturo na nga ba kagad ng Navi ang kanilang pagbawi against energy. Kasi so far, they're just being taken over by energy. Talagang little dinedevour lang sila ng energy in this Lotus map. At sabi ko nga, dangerous once you get this into parang open talaga sa side ng energy. Talagang mahihirapan kayo. Lalong-lalo na itong mga EMEA people na di lahat ng teams na to, nilalaro nila ang Lotus.
Yeah, ang hirap pa nito, no? The utilities that may hinder Navi from controlling in the site, from giving in the space is there. Pero in-execute pa rin talaga ni Sir Getsu dito yung Viper Spit. Kahit na yes, magiging mahirap ito para maka-replenish agad ng toxin. Pero yun masasarado na kaagad ito dahil wala, nasa labas siya ng site pero at least nakuha niya pa rin yung advantage. Ay! Nagkaroon pa rin ng smoke integrity. So kakayanin pa rin pala niya dito ma-replenish nga, masustain yung kanyang Viper Spit. So kahit na nakapagplanta dito ang RNG, hindi sila pwedeng magbasa-basa na lang pagdating sa rating na gagawin na nga dito ng Navi. It's still down to a 4v4.
Guys, dalawang Vipers ultimate.
Spit.
Ang daming ecoms. Pero sa likod, meron atang gustong magkasalisihan
Tahimik
ngayon.
niya, men.
Oh my goodness, lahat. Konting spray. Ataps ka talaga.
Lasan si Victor.
Ay, naku po, asan na naglalakbay. Okay, magsisave na yung Navi. At ayun, sabi ni Victor,
Ayun
hindi
lang.
pwede. No, sir, sabi nga. At ngayon, that's just it.
Pakiramdaman niya Parang nadaplisan ng bala ni Sir Getsu. At dahil doon, tinawag niya si Victor para makuha niya dito yung kill. Still an exit frag. 8-1, oh my God. Grabe naman. Navi na to,
Oh, kung may autolock jet, sabi ng mga taga-NRG, autolock Lotus talaga into our
Grabe,
hands.
no? Sabi ni Yordi, no? Ito pala yung sinayang nyo.
Sabi Hello, teammates. Hello,
teammates.
Ex-champions ng Masters
Diba
Copenhagen.
ano na to? Still, the upper bracket pa rin naman. So kapag nanalo dito yung NRG, bababa lang ng lower bracket yung Navi. At delikado na dun yung tournament lives nila.
Pero I really do think naman na Navi can make it out of the groups. It's just that yung energy, sabi nga natin, di ba? Ang daming
Nasa
nagtitiwala
araw
din
nila,
sa kanila.
men.
Araw ni Victor ngayon, nag-duelist eh.
Si Victor, kamukha ni Carl.
Oo nga,
Kasi
no?
singkit
Ito nga, meron nga yung pinagsamang mukha ni
Ito si
FNS.
Blaze?
Oh.
Ito si Blaze,
Oh, pinagsamang mukha ni Finesse tsaka ni Crush ko, nagkaanak sila.
Ang bilis niya nagtago.
Mamaya guys, i-reveal namin. Pero ngayon,
Ayan,
kamukha niya si Crushy tsaka ni Finesse. By the way, sa mga big fans ng NRG dyan. Pero ngayon na naman, sina naman muli. HG. Pero dalawa na ngayon. But still, Victor got the kill. And now Shao is really trapped out. No! Oh, no! Sinisid nila! Kung sinisid ng iba ang swimming pool, sinisid nila ang Nano Swarm ni Shao. But that's just the trade from Finesse.
Oh my God, si Ned. Lalangoyin na rin naman na dito. Yung mga snakebite, ang kaso nga lang mali yung pina-free fire niya. Hindi nag-plan sa default si Sob. Baited! Nightfall, ikinasa. Finesse all the way from the back. Was able to take down one. Kaso nga lang si Sined dito with the showstopper. Hindi niya natuntun. Hindi niya natubukan. Ngayon, magbabato lang din naman ng mga mollies pero hindi niya malaman kung saan naman dito patungo si Sob. Kahit mag-ikot-ikot ka pa niyan, tol. Tapos na ang time mo. We still have your Surgetsu. Finally, a round na naman para sa side nandito ng Navi.
Sayang na lang talaga kay Som. Okay lang yan, kamukha mo naman
Nilangoy nila kasi,
Inasim pa nila.
Nagagalit ako
Oh, sorry. Pero mas magalit ka kay Sinet. Pang ilang showstopper niya na yan na wala siya napipitas.
Ay, ay, oo.
Wala talaga.
Wala nga. Blind din siya ng paranoia nun Tapos
kawawa
dito,
naman.
natalikuran pa siya.
Parati siyang nai-utility ng energy kaya di siya mapitas sa kanyang showstopper. Good choice na sana kay Som. Pero okay lang yan, Mr. Saikuno. Kamukha mo naman siya.
Yeah.
At so far, Navi, if they make this into an 8-4, okay pa rin yun. Pero ingat! Oh, still! Sinet got it! Mangangert-ngert ba siya ngayon ng dog? Mukhang hindi. Surviving pa.
Mataas siguro yung crosshair kaya hindi kaagad nakapag-react si Victor against Sined. So now, they still have one member down dito sa NRG. Pwede pa rin naman silang makapasok ng B and they're just taking their time. Dahil nakapasok na sila unti-unti. Ang tanong na lang dito kung magiging reactive nga ba sila sa mga contact and they are really doing it so. The Seekers gave a lot of vision, gave a lot of info. Navi getting in those skills, denying in the contact, denying in the plant. Kaya dalawa na lang kaagad ang natitira sa NRG.
Oh, Ardis. Kailangan na mag-plant ngayon pero nga lang nagsisiksikan sila ngayon. Eh, nakala natin na plant na yun pala. Hindi pa after kay Crashes na tinake out niya kagad yung kanyang Seekers na trade-off lang din siya kagad. But here it is with this wall. Oh, Ardis takes out Angel kagad. Ganun 2v2. Alam mo na nasa dalawa manggagaling kaya sila magka-crossfire sa Valorant.
Uy, di mo niya pa rin. Ayan, alam na tuloy yung info. Oh my God, they were distracted by the turret and Surgetsu got the advantage. Tinake advantage niya yung pagkakataon na narinig, nalaman nila dito yung info and that is one of the things we call na na magbe-bait and switch after getting in the info, after getting in the trades. Doon doon nalaman din dito nung saan ba nakapwesto nga si RD. So, that gives Surgetsu a lot of time para makapag-spray transfer and then get the advantage. 8-4, pwede pa rin naman for Navi. Pero I think it's kinda too late para makahabol nga dito sa half na ito dahil nga 8-4 na lang. Pero on the second half, yun nga, baka sakaling dito mag-amplify yung lineup, agent composition ng Navi.
Gusto na i-confirm ata ng Navi para 8-4. Pero sabi siguro ng energy, ayaw namin ng 9-3kers. Pero Sined on that operator. Pero buti na nakahanda na din kagad ang turret. It's just gonna be nagilang. Oh, they still got it! Grabe ka naman na Sined. Ang init mo na. Pero mainit pa rin naman si Ardis at the same time. 4-4 pa rin tayo. Overdrive is ready for Victor. At isa na lang for Ardis to actually get that lockdown.
Nasaan na nga ba si RD ngayon? Medyo malayo. He's already going into mount. Nandito na yung wall. Coming in from Victor. He needs to back away now dahil may lockdown na kasama na nilatag dito. RNG. Unti-unti na sila talagang natutumpok ng players ng Navi. They're backing away. The defense is already happening. Hindi niya na talaga dito. Bibitawan pa ito dahil we had the lockdown earlier to push away NRG para protektahan na nga yung spy kanina.
8-4. Siguro pinano yan ng energy para walang 90 curse. But all in all, buti na lang din nakapag-stand up yung Navi. Kasi we all thought that this is going to be
Ganda
like
ni
a
Sined,
one-sided first half, di ba? Pero parang Sined ang talino niya. Iniwan niya muna kagad, di ba? With that Roomba. Pero nakita na kagad, meron siyang napitas, pero
ang
nakuha
ganda
kagad
ng,
Natus.
ng reaction niya. Pero ang ganda rin naman ng pwedeng sabihin dito ng panel since we're going into the second half.
Sabi na nga near HG and Ray Ray na NRG are doing a great job of lurking and catching out the members of Navi and walang idea ang Navi where to position themselves, especially with Finesse being everywhere. I think it's really thanks to his IGLing and ang dami niyang catch outs especially, and when they do take those sites, Victor is also able to just catch out the jumping members of Navi.
Yeah, absolutely. Kasi Neon is able to easily, go fast para mag-reposition, para tumakbo papunta from one side to another. Kaya nahihirapan. Pero speaking of nahihirapan talagang tong si Navi, especially pagdating na sa mga gunfight setups. Parang natatalo talaga sila. Akala ko nga, the first few rounds, magiging mechanics check yung every single round. Sino yung who gets to shoot the gun better. Pero eventually, parang there was this one round, parang they energy stacked sa A for so long, just trying to fire shots here and there. Pero because they stayed there for so long, it felt like they couldn't just do what they've been doing every single round. So eventually, nag-switch up sila ng strategiya. Lagi na sila lagi na sila nagbe-bait and switch pagkatapos nun. And parang nahihirapan na tong si Navi na maghabol after that.
Yeah, I feel like overall, the Neon initially, parang nakatako sa isa lang yung duelist mo. Pag namatay siya, wala na yung entry firepower. Pero it seems like it's just running circles around it, at least macro-wise, being able to really change yung pace ng game.
Exactly. And I think, with NRG being able to take these sites so quickly, Finesse and Victor are just able to freely play around as they please. And unfortunately, this is a 4-8 scoreline. Pero things are looking a little bit shaky for Navi. It's not impossible.
Maghabol? True. Pwede naman. Lalo na pag-attack, baka sila naman yung magkakaroon ng pagkakataon. I mean, it's a very different story kasi Raze naman yung duelist nila. It's not gonna be as fast as a Neon to reposition from one side to another macro-wise. Pero pagdating naman micro-wise, when you wanna go into a site, mabilis naman din.
Exactly. Well, that's it from the panel. We're going to be passing it off to our casters, HG and Ray Ray. Back to you.
Thank you guys. Thank you sa ating panel. Looking at this, ano na nga ba ang gusto pang ipakita ng Navi? Do they really want to get this into split the 50-50 as what we can see from both of them? Or talagang energy on their defending? There is just something more! Ayun, nakita. Sabi mo nga, di ba? Si Sined, iba yung buff niyan pag nasa attacking. But then, Sam is just playing around ngayon. At nakapitas pa siya ng isa.
Tapos hindi sila papasok ng site, di ba? Hindi sila magpa-plan. Nangyuwi talaga ako agad dahil nakapatay na nagkaroon na ng rambulan. Nag-1v1 na kagad dito si RD and then Sined was taken down by a good trade. Now, they're just playing it slow. At slow din natin makikita kung magpapatuloy pa ba dito. Ang RNG matalino din, dahil alam nila nagpa-play and slow. Nag-iiba sila kaagad ng site na babantayan. But now, hanapin sila dito. Bawat sulok, bawat angulo, Navi was able to take down onto Finesse. Finesse is already taken down. Tatlo pa lang naman din ang natitira dito for RNG. It's down to a 3v4.
Uy, gising na. Gising na ang mga taga-Navi. And here it is. They get the pistol. 5-8. Talagang bilangin natin yan, guys. Mukhang madikit lang to. Kung gaano nga ba ka-explosive yung Ascent. And I really do think, despite that being 13-8, naniniwala kong close pa rin yung match-up sa Ascent. Kita mo naman, di ba, puro about 2v1s, 1v1s, agad na talaga. And I think it will just be the same here in Lotus. Masaya na siya! Ngumingiti na kagad si Sined ngayon.
Ikaw ba namang hindi mabad trip sa first half kanina? At lahat na talaga ng mga site nililibot dito ng RNG. Lahat pinapakaramdaman nila kung sino ba dito yung nagbabantay, kung anong agent yung utilities na naglalabas kaagad. So now, NRG, parang nabibait sila dito sa sarili nilang magiging execution, na galing sila ng B kanina, bumalik sila going into A, they know for a fact that there is the slow pace na nilalagay and na-execute nga ng Navi. So now, ito na naman tayo, slow execution na naman.
Sobrang talaga. Sobrang similar talaga ng dalawang teams na to. They have their own identities in their own region. But when you combine them together, sobrang kita nyo naman how they know each other in a way na very talaga familiar. Pero ngayon, Sined na naman, pushing towards na kagad sa may A site. Lilipat ba sila? Sa tingin ko, yung pagiging agresibo ng mga isang katulad ng isang Navi team, hindi naman na sila katulad ng Energy na bigla silang lilipat sa isang iglap, diba?
Totoo nga. Yun nga yung nakita ko for NRG na lumilipat sila ng ibang site. Pero pagdating naman sa Navi, they're just playing it slow. Pero decisive na sila sa site na kukuhanin nila. Pero nga tulad na nga nito, medyo ma-hold back na nga agad ang NRG. Xiao was able to deny and Victor Angel with a good timing onto finesse. And it's all up to 3 players na wala naman din pera dahil eco round lang nila.
Hintayin na. Exit frags, pwede talaga. Pero lahat ng angulo nakakover na din kagad ng Navi as of now. Pero mukhang sasama na lang sila ata sa pag-detonate ng bomba. Ayaw nila bigyan ng extra credits etong Navi para maibili man lang para sa next round. Sabi na, dito na lang
Pabor
tayo.
din sa kanila yun eh.
Oo. Huwag na nahayaan na natin sila. Hindi natin sila
Malalaki na yung mga yan.
Big boy. Big boy challenge.
Big boy na yung mga yan. Ang pinagtataka ko dito kanina for Navi is we had the smoke. We saw Angel using the smoke going into stairs, pero nagbato rin pala si Suigetsu ng smoke niya. So, it can be some point na pwede maging disadvantage for Navi dahil nagamit mo na yung smoke eh. Pwede pa sana ito maging useful on the latter stages na kunwari maaabot sila ng retake. Pero, yun nga, kailangan mo tuloy intayin yung yung cooldown dito ng smoke dahil it needs to regenerate once again dahil nagamit mo na nga after smoking. Pero, sayang eh, kasi sabay niyong ginamit yung smoke na pwede naman pala ditong isa-isa lang dahil you have a double controller setup.
It's just very complicated, di ba? For these two teams, they keep on trying
May
something
flaws
new,
pa rin, no?
di ba? Pero minsan, nag-work, minsan hindi. Or minsan, magiging yun yung makakahuli sa kanila, di ba? Sobrang complicated talaga nila and yet, medyo okay naman. Pero itong mga tatapang mag-Viper, next patch, wala na, di nila gagamitin yan. Lugi ka talaga pag nag-Viper ka.
Puro harbor na lang talaga ganun makikita natin. Puro walls pa rin naman ang gagamitin. So, hindi natin malaman kung ano yung talagang mag-bail out or magbibigay talaga ng mas magandang executions dito for every composition na nagre-rely nga on that Viper. And speaking of the Viper, so Gesso is already down. Crash is though holding onto his ground, getting in a kill. There's a quick trade coming in from Zepan. 4 players remaining from NRG. 3 na lang mula dito sa side na nga nila Zepan. They still have the spike already planted but now they're just taking their time dahil pwede nila ma-isolate yung mga fights.
Ooh, speaking of isolation, sabi ni Victor, hindi kita papayagan. Pero kay Angel naman kagad, masyado siya na-excite in making those angles work. At ngayon, nahuli na nga kagad, concuss pa kagad ni Victor, si Zipan. And it's all up to Xiao. Siya ang layo talaga niyan. Pinaranoia ka na. And yet, it didn't work. Ardis gets the last kill. And finally, talagang makukuha na ng energy ngayon ng on their full round by. And it's already a nice score, 6-9.
Nice.
Nice.
NRG, they just had a good hold earlier mula dito sa B main. They really needed to make a pick happen dahil kailangan nilang sabayan dito yung aggressiveness na ina-execute sa kanila. Ang cute naman ng watch party nila. What is that? Oh my God, hala! Grabe naman yung VIP nila. VIP na VIP talaga.
Uy, cute. Saan nila nakuha yung cat? Sa Pinterest. Siguro may idea sila sa
design sa Pinterest galing. Bakit hindi, di ba?
Pero cute. At saka ang supportive talaga ng mga teams, di ba?
Yesterday was fun as well kasi they had the Korean teams. Dalawa yung team na naglaro, di ba? T1 and DRX. Everybody was cheering. Everybody was in the same place dahil isa lang din naman yung ano nila eh, region nila dun eh. But now, isa lang din naman yung babantayan nila dito sa loob ng side. At Som was able to bail out with the TP. Now, we have full-on members from Navi getting inside of A na makakapag-plant na nga din sila ng spike dito at they are really decisive enough na ituloy na nga ito.
Hindi nila tinalo yung flank. Pero okay na din. Kaso nga lang, okay, Som. Wala kang maririnig dyan. Ilan na po ba ito? Ang dami! Oh my God, hindi pa siya naabutan, pero naabutan pa rin pala siya. Anong nangyayari? Pero Finesse gets the kill right now. 3v4, still winnable sa side ng Energy. Pero Navi, they really need to take care of this or else magiging double-digit scoreline na to sa side ng kanilang kalaban. Victor makes the move already. Baka meron pa kagad ngayon maging vulnerable. Yun ang kagad nangyari kay Finesse. Pero nga lang, time is ticking. Finesse needs to save it. But right now, sabi ni Victor, pangahawakan ko pa rin to. Pero wala na siyang enough na oras. Hahabulin na lang niya kagad ngayon ngayon. Si Suigetsu,
Nakakainis.
pero si Suigetsu sumayaw lang. And finally, they get this win against itong mga taga-NRG.
Yun na eh. Vulnerable na. Unti-unti na lang nababawasan players from Navi. But unfortunately, with players outside of the site, dalawa yun eh. Dalawa silang nakapag-abang. Dalawa nilang nakuha yung advantage dito sa mga gustong mag-defuse lang ng spike. But unfortunately, yeah. Medyo lugmok, pihagti talaga, lungkot ang energy fans dito ngayon sa viewers natin.
Sabi niya siguro, shocks.
Shocks.
Yun na lang.
Kala ko yun na yun eh.
Oh,
Nagtagalog na sila. Sa
tinuruan
sobrang
ko.
bad trip eh.
Si Victor mukhang Pinoy, di ba? Baso nga lang si Sinid. Sumagot
Grabe ka
kagad.
naman.
Crashers is out.
Bilis nun. Wala tuloy blinds. Ang mapangawakan ng info gathering agent nila dito as Crashies before pa fully makapasok ng site. So, kailangan nila makakuha ng contact. But unfortunately, the contact will gain a lot of advantage and Angel's favor dahil tumumba si Kuya Mafines.
Ayaw pa gusto magpa-map 3 ng mga taga-Navi. Di ko alam kung Ray-Rakers yun. Pero anyway, ang pagdating naman sa Navi, good performance to, nakabawi nga sila. I love how they get their first kills all together. Pero naman, kita mo naman pagdating sa mga barel, luging-lugi din naman yung energy. They just tried getting that, mga half-buys. Baka kung sakasakaling manalo sila, pero hindi talaga eh.
Hindi kaya din pala, no? I just realized it is a half-buy. They don't have enough firepower to have the executions happen in favor of them dahil RNG dito, minamama nila Sined, and Sined with a free fire earlier was able to get in a kill. Now, he was traded up by Som. So, Getsu, nakakuha din naman ng trade. Outside of the site na lang dito nag-aabang si Xiao. Lockdown ay pwede niya pa dito may reserva para sa mga susunod na round.
Ay, pero sabi ni Victor, okay, pulot lang ako ng baril. I will save it. Artist right now, sumama sa hukay. And we have here Navi. Count it, guys. Pangalawa, 2 rounds na so far that they've been winning. And kung ako sa side, syempre ng energy, I will definitely call for a timeout. We really need to get that hype coming in pa rin. Di pwedeng ma-shutdown tayo ng 8-4 advantages ngayon. Naging 9-8 na.
Kung gaano sila ka litong-lito, kung kaano nila binibigay yung litong-lito factor dito laban sa Navi, ganun din sila kalito-lito kung paano nila matutugunan, malalaman kung saan man na dito papwesto ang Navi. And Navi, they all just know what to do once na makakuha sila ng mga picks, once na may advantage sila dito to get in a kill. At now, 9-8 ang score line. NRG has been winning a lot of momentum in the first half, and unfortunately, it's not happening at this moment since Navi, mas nagiging controlled na yung kanilang utility usage to get an info, and before that, meron pa sila dito mga pang-bait game. Since, yun nga, we all know for a fact that gameplay dito, yung nagiging executions ng NRG is try to find out whichever agent is holding into sight before sila fully mag-commit. And then Navi, ang gusto nila, mabait out nila yung mga utilities, mabait out nila dito attention mula sa side ng RNG. Pero iisa pa rin pala yung side na pupuntahan nila.
Ito pa, despite energy being creative sa kanilang first half, dito sa kanilang defending, parang biglang nawala. Diba?
Shambles,
Naging
no?
malambot yung defense nila. There's just a lot of tries naman. You can definitely see Ardis together with Finesse getting those kills. Pero pagdating sa other members, kay Victor, kay Som, together of course, ng isang katulad ni RD, talagang nawawala kagad. At ngayon, Finesse, he will be baiting up. Alam na niya kung saan magpo-commit. Itong mga taga-energy, he needs to get that molly very perfect para lang hindi siya kagad mapitas. Hindi na din kagad siya madedetect ngayon, pero gagamitin ng mga taga-Navi itong lockdown just to pursue ang C-site sa kanilang kamay.
Tutuloy na nga ba nila ito? We still have here the utilities na kanilang lalangoyin ngayon. And now, they are really committing into C-side to further. The Viper Spit also as well. So, ang laki na magiging pressure na ngayon ng NRG. Paano nila hanapin ang Navi? We have seen it getting in the advantage against some dahil they had the first contact play. Nagmula na nga dito kana Xiao all the way from Mount. So, ang daming kailangan magbigay na attention. Pero they disregarded Xiao out of combat. So, now it's down to a 4v4. Medyo magiging gulantang ang magiging advantage. Ito na ba yung hinahanap yung Soul Stopper at makakapag-connect Connect na nga ito. It's going to be a 4K going into Cned's name. And 9-9 na ang scoreline from down to 8-4.
8-4 curse, hindi pala 9-3 curse, my friend.
Attacker-sided map talaga.
Attacker-sided pala si Cned.
Oo. Doon lang magkoconnect yung showstopper niya.
Oh, sa wakas, di ba? At dito pa masyadong minadali ng mga taga-NRG. They thought na, okay, we get the advantage coming in from this without even clearing as to where Cned was. So, yun yung naging problem ng energy. Medyo minadali na naman nila yung kanilang retake. At sabi ko nga, di ba, no formulas of creativity sa energy on their defending. Pero ngayon, they want to play aggressive. Pero kung ako sa kanila, matatakot ako dahil merong fade ang isang katulad ng Navi.
Oo nga, we still have the Nightfall na pwedeng gamitin nila later on. So, they can secure in the site at mahirapan si Finesse kung sino man yung pwedeng mag-hold at napupuntahan na kakaagad dito ng Navi. So now, it's 3 players already going into C, holding into C. Pero maganda ang decision dito ng Navi. They held back before sila fully on mag-rush. Kasi mostly sa mga binili kasi dito ng NRG, on-call tap plays talaga.
What? No, tell me Victor was able to get that. Brinert lang kagad sila. Ang isang katulad ng Stinger. At tapos yung TP pa kagad ni Angel. Naku po, hindi niya kagad nakuha. Hindi kagad siya nakaalis. But then, ano na lang kagad shout together with so he gets to the 2 heart members of Navi. Pero mukhang mahirap na to kagad, HG.
Definitely. Compromise na kasi yung pwesto ng Spike eh. Kailangan tuloy nila malaman dito kung kailangan ba nilang umikot, kung kailangan ba nila dito talagang pumasok na sa site. And now, with 4 players na nakaabang, the wall pa na pwedeng makapasok na dito, give them a runway to go inside of the site at ang down nila yung Spike. Hindi pa rin mangyayari dahil the RNG is already all over the place. Double digit na tuloy yung scoreline and RNG, they might amplify on this round itself dahil ano lang yan eh, buy round or rather half buy lang yung kaya nilang i-execute dahil kay Victor, diba?
Na-ROI kagad tapos nilabas niya na din yung overdrive niya, di ba? Kita mo naman kagad. Ito yung
nag-TP pala kasi si Angel.
Si Angel. Tapos, yung hindi, actually, di sila naman gano'n natamaan ng Nanostorm. They just got too distracted. Pero for Victor talaga, ang tapang niya doon.
Iniwasan niya rin kasi na-force away siya from that, galing doon sa pwesto niya, doon sa Swarm Grenade. At yun tuloy yung nakapag-amplify sa kanya na kung wala ako mapupuntahan, isasama ko kayo sa hukay. At ito na nga nangyayari sa mga nababakan. 2 laban sa 2 na nga kagad ang nawawala. It's now to 3v3 dahil sa distraction na binigay na nga kagad ng drone. Oh my God. Hindi ko na alam yung unahin. 2 na lang kaagad na natitira from Energy.
Si Som, inasim niya. Som, dapat umalis ka na lang doon. Ang kulit mo.
Hinabol eh.
Oo, dapat din na. Kasi obviously, hindi naman kagad mag-aalis yung miyembro ng Navi doon and at the same time, sinat nga meron siyang available na boombot. So obviously talaga, they want to... Gusto pa nilang ipitas, syempre, yung isa pang miyembro ng Energy, and that was Som. Tapos si Som, we got too excited. But oh no, okay. Game changer. RD takes out Cned. Low on HP pa kagad si Suigetsu. And let's see, how will this work once again on those 2v2s?
Ay, Diyos ko po. Tama ba? Magiging decision nila. 40 seconds na lang remaining dito. And ngayon, meron pa tayong mga utilities. Lalo ngayon, they are the neg. At least there was a trade. It's down to a 1v1. But the problem is with Xiao, it's down to 85 HP. At alam pa ni Finesse kung saan siya manggagaling.
Uy, lahat prepared na prepared. May pa-line up. Natakita na kagad! Finesse gets the round win.
Sana tinuloy na lang niya yung B.
Oh, ayun na naman. Hilig nila magpalipat-lipat. Meron naman.
Ako na nga maglalaro.
Ikaw na nga. Sub mo na. Navi, sub niya na.
no?
Next coach natin to. Kami dalawa ni HG, kami na bahala. Pero to, di ba? Meron naman siyang, una sa lahat may alarm bot siya. At meron siyang turret. Dapat sinet up na lang niya sa B-side. Kasi sobrang sikip naman kagad ng angle of kills doon eh. Tapos ngayon, alam pa kagad, rinig na din ni FNS.
Ayun na, narinig pa siya.
Binuksan niya yung door eh.
Sayang yun. So, little bits of bad decisions nag-amplify talaga dito to a better executed play na magmumula na nga ngayon for our defensive side. Pero what is happening already? It's down! Casualties over casualties! Giving it to the hands, into the bullets of Angel from Navi. It's down to 2 players agad from NRG. Pero nagbabaka sakali pa rin sila dito to isolate in the fights. Exit agad! Ang Navi, they decided to not still commit into A site. Buti naman. Pero parang babalik.
Hindi ko talaga
Makamot sa hindi makati talaga eh.
Talagang, ano sila eh, gets ko naman, gusto nga nila ng, sigurado sila. Speaking of pagiging sigurado, walang kasiguraduhan for Finesse together with the artist after that wall is gonna be going down. Pero una sa lahat,
Wall nila yun
una sa lahat, bakit, di ba? But, medyo, mahirap yun, wala ka ng, information kung nasaan yung kalaban mo.
Dito nga kasi mas nag-amplify yung decision-making ng Navi, ano? Bukod dito sa NRG na every side kailangan nilang intindihin, but Navi, once that they have fully decided on the map, on the site, yun talaga yung pupunteryahin nila. Doon sila magpapatuloy talaga. And then, Navi, doon nila na paglalaroan nga yung mind games at yung magiging decision-making ng NRG na tutuloy ba tayo with the flank? Tutuloy ba tayo sa pag-ikot at pag-rotate na nga going into another site? Dahil, di nila alam eh. Nag-buy time ang Navi. Matalino din eh.
Oo.
Kaso nakakalito.
Pero una sa lahat, di ba yung
Wrong
push
day
talaga sa...
Kawawa naman.
Kawawa naman yun. Pero ano, yung sa A-main, di ba? Dapat talaga, yung ginagawa ng mga taga-NRG, kung may breach sila, okay yun.
Ay,
Pero wala eh. Kasi concuss lang naman.
Yun pala
Ilang
yung
seconds
hinahanap
lang
ko
yun.
ngayon.
Wala naman kagad mahuli. Wala namang crowd control except kay Victor.
Totoo.
Pero ilang seconds lang kagad yung concuss niya, di ba? So makakakuha kagad dito ng angle pa rin yung Navi kahit sabihin natin kinoconcuss ni Victor. Tapos ito pa, okay sana kung siya, rifle, pero hindi, naka-operator siya. So you can really see na itong sa energy, they're trying something once again and it's not working. So I really think they need to go back to their defaults. Okay naman yung kanina eh. At wag na nalang i-try kung natatalo na sila, di ba?
Ang hinahanap siguro talaga dito ng energy, yun nga, no? Yung concuss na pwede nga maitulong dito ng isang breach. Since with a long level, with a long angle, with the long pushes na kailangan pa dito i-execute ng Navi before sila makakommit fully in the site, kailangan mo ng concuss, kailangan mo ng something makakapag-hold back sa kanila. But with that being said, walang nangyayari, di ba? Dito pa lang, nakukuha na nila yung site, makakapag-plant, makakapag-commit, but with that lockdown, they can be held back, they can be denied, pero i-commit pa rin pala nila.
Uy, ang tapang lockdown has been destroyed. And let's see, meron pa naman kagad mga repolyo, si Crashies to just get, of course, etong mga taga-Navi. And now, finally, kinuha na kagad yung mga Seekers. Ang daming mga blind members. May concuss na nga din naman gagaling kay Victor, pero nga lang may tinapon din si Xiao at the same time. So he gets, sumakuha na ngayon si Victor. Trimming down the members of Energy down to 1. It's just going to be Artis himself. Pero mukhang, guys, make a wish. Panigurado, 11-11 to.
Oo nga, magsisave na lang muna dito. Si RD is waiting all the way from defender spawn. 2 players ang pwedeng makaabang, makakuha ng kills sa kanya. Si Sipan ang nakadali na rin naman na. So still an 11-11 scoreline. It was growing in favor of NRG, but then, nung nalaman na nga ng Navi dito na mas hindi nakakakuha ng composure ang NRG, saan sila makakakuha ng magandang retake, doon nila ito ina-amplify. I hated the fact that they used the wall mula dito kay mula sa kanilang Viper to get inside. They had to they had rather finesse to create a runway for them to get inside of A. Pero kasi lahat ng attention na lalabo sa loob ng A site. Hindi nila na-execute, hindi nila nalaman na meron pa pala dito outside of the site, kaya nahirapan sila tuloy magpatuloy, pumasok na nga ng A at may execute yung retake. And now, in this 11-11 scoreline, nabawasan kaagad sila ng isa.
Don't tell me magiging comebackable pa to sa Navi. Imagine yung hard work ng energy to actually make that into a 6-1, tas 8-4. Tas ngayon, it's gonna be crashing down like this. Tas ito pa, meron pa kagad showstopper si Sined. At yun na nga, speaking of, he will be making those delays pero wala na naman siya makakuha ang kill.
Na naman.
Na naman. Pero tignan natin yung makukuha advantages na magpupush kagad. And finally, Victor gets it. Magiging 3v2 na nga lang din kagad to. At anong mangyayari kay Victor together with FNS? Nahuli na siya kagad ni Xiao. Victor na lang kagad. Victor, masakit yan. Wag mo i-try yan. Naka-post plant ang mga kalaban mo. And also, he gets to finishes him out. And now, it's a match point coming in from Navi.
Understandable. Wala silang pera dun. Nag-save sila muna for a bit para ma-hope nila na makakuha ng overtime against the side of Navi. And unfortunately for them, hindi gumana yung kanilang executions to pin down the first initial picks laban dito sa Navi. And Navi were just anticipating it kasi they know na kulang yung eco dito ng NRG. So now, NRG with the operator at hand from Victor, will it be favorable of him?
Uti ba to? O hindi. Pinalamang lang ba? Gusto pang manalo. Alam mo kung ako kay Victor, di na talaga dapat ako nag-ooperate.
Exactly.
Hindi na talaga nag-work. But also, whenever you needed them the most talaga, nagpapakita siya. At ito pa, sisinad pa yung nakpitas ng una.
Yun nga, maganda. Dahil wala munang entry dito. Walang fast takes coming from Navi. They have utilities, yes. They have controllers. They still have something to use para magkaroon ng winning condition against NRG. And now, NRG, they are being held back. Hindi sila nagpapadalos-dalos, umikot lang basta-basta ng site dahil nga sa mga utilities na nilalabas dito nila Zipan. But now, speaking of Zipan and the rest of the gang, they are still held back. Nagdadalawang isip, dahan-dahan, 50 seconds pa rin naman ang natitira.
Uy, tatandaan natin na may lockdown pa si Xiao. So, laking tulong neto.
Oo nga, 3 pa naman sa site, diba?
Oo, pero para sa energy, meron din kagad sila
Pagbaba
ngayon
ng
for
wall
finesse.
blind.
O, tignan natin kung may mapipitas na naman sa sariling wall to ng NRG. Pero to, alam na nila na yung setup kagad na manggagaling ngayon sa kanilang mga kalaban. Pero the time pressure also. But finally, Victor, nakakuha na ng kill with his operator.
Oy, si exit ka agad. 3 na lang kaagad ang natitira para sa side na nga ng Navi. The lockdown already committed, but the spike, it fell down sa harap pa mismo ni Zom, and they're just waiting for it to be compromised, and it's picked up by Sugetsu. The lockdown is already initiated, so P-site is the only option for them to take dahil wala silang idea kung saan manggagaling na nga dito ang energy at kulang na rin sila sa time para makaikot pa. Sugetsu very low on HP. Victor was able to take him down and finesse. Also, as well, was able to deny the numbers from Navi. We're going into overtime.
Kung kanino pang ginawa yan, di sana tapos na, di ba? Pero syempre, nakita mo naman kagad yung paghahabol din ng Navi. But this is pretty good coming in from energy.
lang yun.
Di ba? Medyo nag-pushback sila. Kung inagi talaga nila yon, siguro sila na yung nanalo na kagad yung Navi. So that's what they need, di ba? Relax lang kayo, guys. Yun lang ang kaya talagang pwedeng gawin ngayon ng energy at this point. Pero we're gonna go in to our overtime.
Another overtime. Nanggaling na nga tayo ng overtime yesterday. Mangyayari ulit nga yan.
Uy, sa Lotus talaga. Para
Oo nga eh. Kapag nagsuswap na ng sites, papapabor sa isang team for a bit for the first half. Malaki yung magiging lamang, pero hindi nila yun Hindi sila magkakaroon ng impact, hindi sila mag-hesitate. Talagang nagbabakasakali sila dito at nakuha talaga yung kanilang pagbabakasakali. They have now here the overtime given in favor of Navi dahil di nila binigyan dito ang NRG ng pagkakataon na makuha lang ito one-sidedly.
From one-sided to OT. Ganon ka, just how
Ganon
fast.
kalala ang Lotus.
Grabe tong Lotus na to. Whenever you always see, we've always seen this sa ganitong kalaking tournament, HG. Parating OT talaga dito. Parating may nakakahabol na team.
11-2 eh. 11-1 ganun.
Oo. Wala eh. Dati icebox yung ganito, di ba? Yung parang one-sided, tas OT. Ngayon, napasa sa Lotus. But right now, energy, okay. Ito na naman sila. Ini-mini. Saan mag-work sa atin? But right now, Angel. Ang ganda ng paranoia niya. Pero nga na-con ka siya at the same time, ang ganda ng pagsagutan ng Navi together with energy.
Oo, di tuloy nakapag-push ang Navi to get an initial contact. So, NRG, as we all know, back away muna. Maggagaling sila ng A, going into B, kaagad sila. So, we had the alarm bot na nakabantay sa B main before sila makapasok, before sila mag-entry para at least alam nila kung may pagpa-flank na kaagad or may nakuha na bang space take dito. So now, they're going in. They're fully committing. We have the paranoia. We have already those prowlers checking in every corner and they haven't still planted in the spike. Baiting out players from Navi. Nag-fulfill naman yung gusto maging objective dito ng RNG. 10 seconds remaining and they still have the spike already happening. 6 seconds na lang ang natitira and now dalawa na lang din ang natitira na dito mula sa side ng Navi. Magta-try sila mag-plant ng spike pero unfortunately, it's all to Soigetsu. Dahil lang sa pag-delay at dahil sa hesitation nila dito to bait out players from Navi, doon sila nalamangan pa ng Navi at hindi tuloy nakapag-plant ng spike.
Ito pa yung nakakagulat, HG.
Ang tagal nila mag-plant.
Ang tagal, tapos masyado silang natakot. Tapos di pa nila chinek lahat. It just came to a point na they became too lax, so nakapitas kagad si Victor. Ito pa, hindi nila kagad clear kung nasaan si Soigetsu. Tatandaan mo, yung core, yung tatlong core ng mismong Navi team, they are too powerful. Kita mo naman Soigetsu, sa isang iglap, makakuha ng 4K. And right now, energy, yung panalo, naging bato pa.
Yun nga eh. Akala ko papabor na sa kanila. They are winning out a lot of duels. But unfortunately, it's all up to Suigetsu who was able to tank them all out. Now, it's still a favorable moment for Navi dahil again, dahil lang doon sa pagkakamali nila, dahil lang doon sa kanilang hesitation to plant in the spike. They waited out players from Navi pero hindi ito naging magandang factor for them dahil the time is already ticking. Ang dami na nilalang na exhaust na utilities pati at talagang bakbakan ang nilatag sa kanila dito ng Navi. So unfortunately, the lead is still going into the side of Navi.
Oh my goodness, pag tayo nag-split, para tayong makakanood ng nagrarally sa volleyball dahil pa walang one-sided pagdating sa dalawang teams na to. But energy, they really need to make a wiser decision. At lalo lang nasa defending sila kung saan ito yung naging point of weakness nila on our second half. At ngayon, Navi, nakapag-backup sila doon. Biruin mo si Suigetsu, tumatayo-tayo na kanina. Talagang palong-palo na eh.
Wala eh. Hindi na din naman na nila nalaman kung saan ba napaparoon na ang isa sa mga players na nga ng Navi. At ito kasi yung mga points of contact ng Navi. They just wanna lurk it out laban sa energy. And speaking of energy, they are back down on the defense. Binatuhan ng mga nades, binatuhan ng mga mollies, and they still have the operator at hand. Bumaba na nga dito kaagad yung wall. Wala siya naputukan dahil wala siyang nakita ni isa dahil maling angulo ang tinitingnan niya.
Kung ako kay Victor, nag-back out na ako. Dun pinilit pa eh. Talagang complicated yung mga ganun, no information. Tapos especially that Viper wall, guys. Alam niyo naman, pag yan bumagsak, hindi mo alam kung nasaan yung nasa other side, di ba? And that's what
50-50 lang yung chances mo eh.
That's what exactly happened to Victor once again. At ilang beses ba siyang napunish na sa kanyang operator? I think this is the 4th time already. And sayang yung mga ganung moments kung saan sana nag-passive na lang siya, di ba? Talagang pumunta na lang siya kagad sa site mismo, naghintay na lang sa kanyang mga kalaban.
Hirap naman ito dahil Navi on the attacking side, talagang nag-prevail sila dito on the second half. And it's been really good for them dahil nawiwin down nila ang players from RNG. They're playing inside of the site, but then once na nabibait out nila ito, wala na din silang nagagawa. So, paalam na lang din muna. Si Ned was able to do the showstopper, connecting it to him with a really big of an impact. Crashies still alive and kicking with 77 HP. Merong alarm bot, makakakuha ng info. They have the shorty, nilabas, kinasa. Pero may mapuputuhan na nga ba? Yes, indeed. Pero makakalikod na rin naman na sina Suigetsu sa kanya, sina AJ lang makakaisa. And now we're going into game number 3.
Wow, Navi, guys. I can't believe na from 8-4, nanalo sila guys ng 14-12 against Energy. Shows to us talaga na napakapantay ng team na to sa isa't isa. Kahit nga sabi ko yung asset may konting gap, but still, yung performance nila, it's just on par and it's just the same here in Lotus. Sinad was very powerful also, but I think what saved him is Xiao. So he gets talaga together with Zipan. We gotta give it to these three guys.
Totoo. Sila yung isa sa mga pillars talagang hindi mo malaman kung saan ba talaga sila pupwesto, kung ano yung nagiging advantage na nga na kinukuha na amplify ng Navi dahil bukod sa mga utilities that they have been really prevailing against NRG, talaga nagpapatuloy ito with their minimal decision making, their micro adjustments para matugunan nila yung bawat sulok na bawat angulo na kukuha nga dito ng RNG. But it's not really bad din naman sa RNG. First half was really going in so well for them. Pero nagkataon na talagang tinake advantage din ng Navi yung nature ng mapa na ito, which is Lotus, that is really favorable on their attacking side.
At saka gusto ko lang din tanongin, no, what could be different siguro, HG, kapag double duelist sila, si RD, hindi nila nilagay sa Killjoy, di ba? Pwede naman si FNS ang naging Killjoy nila and they can have stick with one controller. Pero yun lang naman yung iba nating ways ng pwede siguro nakabawi yung energy. Kasi sabi ko nga, di ba, yung lineup nila, very different. Pero minsan talaga, it's not working on the late games.
I don't think naman na mali din yung naging execution dito ni Victor. But at most point kasi, parang mas gugustuhin mo siya on another agent. Well, hindi pa rin naman natin nakikita ang RNG dito sa Lotus. So, this was one of a really fun fact na pwede nilang may execute pa on the next few rounds at matake advantage nila sa susunod pang mga mapa nila dito na lalaroin.
Surprisingly, yung Navi, we didn't get, nung natalo sila against a lot of EMEA teams on Lotus, talaga nagulat tayo kasi yung performance ng Navi hindi ganun ka-outstanding. But here, going up against Energy, on which Energy could have taken this advantage, naging iba yung solusyon ng Navi and I love it talagang.
Naka-telescope
Hindi niya makita gano'n kaya i-zoom. Oh, I love itong matchup na to. Talagang parehas na dikit. And now we're going in. Siyempre, sa ating third map, which is going to be sa mismong Japan, which is going to be in Split.
Oo nga eh. Dito na natin malalaman kung ano ba ang magigitugan dito ng Navi on the attacking side na naman ng NRG. They have been really confusing Navi a lot when it comes to their attacks, when it comes to being decisive on whatever site ba yung kanilang kukunin, di ba?
Ang dami talagang questions pa dito, guys. Pero syempre, magpupunta na tayo sa break. When we come back, we're gonna go into our map 3. My name is Ray. Alongside me here is Aniglis, and see you right after our break.
welcome back to Valorant Masters Tokyo, and we've just concluded game number 2 between NRG and Navi, and it looks like mag-game number 3 tayo. Again, that was a very, very close one between NRG and Navi.
Oo nga eh, kasi honestly, we really thought NRG na uuwi na talaga sila ng 2-0 after today. After, especially dun sa first half with an 8-4 score. It felt like they had it eh, kasi they were winning every single gunfight. They were winning every single round na parang meron silang plano, in-execute nila, gagana, kumbaga. Pero this time, kung kanina, ito sa story of Cned and Ardis, this time around, it was Cned versus Victor dito. Again, on the duelist, it felt like again, after the switch, si Cned naman parang yung gumante after he had, double kills dito sa kanyang showstopper. He was really entering. He was really on point sa mga shots niya. Kaya nakakatakot after the second half.
Yeah, especially when the second half did start. Nahirapan talaga yung energy mag-recover because Navi opened up so strong. And even though that they did get a couple rounds every now and then, I feel like Navi was just able to string enough that the fight was just too much for them to bear.
Exactly, and I think a good thing to note then is Navi used all of their timeouts in the first half para lang mag-damage control from NRG's pressure, because again, that first half was really where NRG was coming in so strong. And we have to give props din dito kay Cned because again, things were looking a little bit grim in that first half, but he came back so much stronger. They were able to deny those flanks and lurks from Finesse, and I think he finally found that room to move around and again, just racking up those kills.
Oo, nag-iba talaga si Cned eh. Parang hirap sila to catch up, diba, kanina when they were up against, sila Victor on that Neon. Pero when they were in control na after switching on the attacking side, it was them dictating the pace na. It was Cned just finding a lot of these, initial picks. Kaya nakakatakot siya. Once the barriers go down, Cned just goes in very confidently.
Yeah, and they also had a lot of different adaptations. I think you were saying earlier, Rebby, that they started putting that Killjoy and making sure that Finesse doesn't get any of those lurks that really got them a lot of rounds on the side of NRG. And Navi slowly making these small adaptations to their macro play just really helps their micro.
I think, di ba parang naging pattern siya? Kasi sa Ascent, ganun din yung nangyari. It felt like NRG was just running away with a lot of these rounds. Parang ito sa 4-0 start pa nga eh. Tapos, kagaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy, parang it takes a bit of time. After a while, Navi just adapted and just knows what to do after a while. So parang, after the adaptation, what does NRG do? It felt like parang hindi na nila alam kung saan sila aangulo pagkatapos nun.
Exactly, and speaking of patterns, ayun, yung sinabi mo from Ascent, we saw Suigetsu going with the lurks, tapos siya yung second lurker, right? So we saw that here, Finesse as well as Victor were trying to get those lurks here. But again, Finesse and Finesse and Victor were getting those lurks here, but Suigetsu and Shao were doing a really great job of just being that counter flank as well. And I think that's what gave Cned that confidence to just kind of do his job as the Raze here. And we're seeing him again on that Raze here in our Prime Gaming Agent Select here. I'm liking that Navi's going in here with a bit more of a confident composition, and NRG is just kind of playing what they usually play here on Split.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think in Navi, we've seen them play a couple of comps before. They've run the Cypher, they've run the Gecko, even the KO sometimes, but having something a bit more safe with Zipan playing that Sky will also enable the Raze. It's overall good, especially with the double controller set up for some perceived pressure.
Again, throwback dati si NRG natalo dito sa Split on one of their recent matches dati nung Optic FPX pa. So I'm so excited to see the result.
That's right. Well, I think our game 3 is just underway. So Ray and Honey Glaze, take us away to game number 3.
Thank you, Revy, Rigu, together with Fluff. And right now, guys, nandito na nga tayo sa map 3. Ako nga pala si Ray, kasama ko si Honey Glaze with a double E at naglalaban pa rin nga ang Navi versus syempre ang NRG. At nakita mo na ba kagad yung map composition?
Kaya nga eh.
Agent pala.
Parang galit na ang NRG. Paano kaya nila dito pakikitunguhan ng players ng Navi? Dahil again, earlier, it was just really such a downfall for them dahil alaki na lamang nila in the first half. But unfortunately, hindi ito nag-last long. It was an overtime, 14-12. At grabe naman yung narinig ko kay Rebe. Parang siya lang yung masaya sa Game 3, no?
Nag-OT kami dito. Kala namin panalo ni NRG.
Kaya nga eh.
Pero kasalanan ni Victor kasi nag-ooperate, but eto ngayon, kanina sabi nga natin, what if kaya double duel sila, di ba? Ardis together with Victor, sabi nila, okay, narinig namin si Honey Grace tsaka si Rere. I-apply namin to sa split, which is also okay at the same time. Despite na wala silang Sentinel, we've seen this. Double controller, tapos Astra yung isa. That's gonna be acting also like your Sentinel kasi in this split map.
Ang hirap lang kasi dito sa split, kapag wala kang ka-anti-flank, anytime pwede kang malikuran. There's sewers, there's ramen take na pwedeng ikutin nga ng mga manggagaling from garage, and it can be one of the really fatal factors for NRG para hindi manalo on this attacking side. But then again, dalawa naman yung kanilang attackers dito, dalawa naman yung kanilang duelist, diba?
Oh, that's gonna be questioning. How can RD together with Victor keep up talaga dun sa maraming kills na i-expect natin? We've seen naman yung mga double duelists, especially sa mismong APAC, guys, sa mga nanonood nga ng ating APAC region, particularly Paper Rex. Nakita natin yan. Si Something together with Jing on this map itself. But for NRG, slow-paced na naman tayo ngayon. Pickoffs is very important. First frags, pero nga lang, kuha-kuha muna ng little bits of that information, and low on HP na nga din kagad si Victor. Pero may sustainability lang naman galing kay Crashes mismo.
Uy, hindi sila nagpatuloy going into garage. May manggagaling na nga ng ramen going into mid, pero magpapatuloy na nga ba sila with Angel going in as the hold, as the defense, magmumula ng tower, siya pa rin na makakakuha ng panalo. Paranoia was able to use at na-execute na ito ng maigi. It's still down to 2v2. Lone HP na lang na natitira dito. Sina Zom and RD, but still, it's down to 1 players na lang.
Uy, sayang kagad yung ginawa doon ni Sined with that frag. Pero syempre, yung split push na naman ng energy is there. And Xiao, naka-half armor to so winnable to para sa kanya. Pero Ardis gets the 3rd K. And now, Energy wins this map. Ayun na naman, Energy, ang ganda talaga ng start, ang ganda ng mid rounds. Pero kapag nag-ending talaga, they get too reckless. And sana hindi ganun yung magiging decision making nila sa mismong split map.
Naku, active na active pa naman dito ang NRG, dahil bukod nga noon sa double duelist na meron sila, they still have here some who is really confident enough para magpatuloy with their utilities. We have stars na pwedeng makapagbigay nga ng pressure against Navi, especially on their positioning. And look at this, kahit may mga stars nga dito, all the way from mid, wala namang tao doon dahil lahat sila magagaling dito ng A-main, and they might probably get inside there immediately dahil si Zom lang din naman ang nakatake dito kay Angel. Okay lang nang nasa malayo siya dahil universal naman yung utilities niya.
Ang layo na nga niya, and it's actually worth it, no? He was really patient. Kasi kanina, yun din talaga yung nakapitas sa kanila on the first round. Meron kagad aggressiveness coming in from Navi towards B-main. At yun nga kagad nangyari na pick off kagad sila Ardis doon. Pero syempre ngayon, slow approach na naman from Energy, waiting for that perfect opportunity, get those flashes sa working. Up na nga din kagad mula kay Finesse. Pero sabi nila, okay, we're just gonna use tricks right now. Aalis kami dito. Ganda din kasi ng stock ng
May plan
Navi,
B rin kasi. 'Di ba? May nag-aantay ang ramen, waiting in for the flanks, and most likely, hindi naman ito i-execute ng Navi dahil alam na nila yan Meron na nga rin na agad na baluhan galing pa ng ramen. So, hindi na nila pinagpatuloy ito. This can be a really crucial factor para nga dito sa RNG na kapag nagpatuloy ito with this consecutively na magiging decision making nila and strategy nila, baka mabasa na nga ng RNG at ng Navi. But now, speaking of Navi, kulang nakawagad sila ng dalawa.
Kita mo naman, Sined, okay na sana nakita niya na kung saan mag-e-entry, pero all in all, those utilities covered by Som talaga will be blocking off a lot. Pero to, nakikipaglaro na lang sila kagad on their post plant. Pero onting pakita lang mula sa Navi para kung sakasakaling makakapita sila. But nope, Ardis takes down ngayon kagad si Xiao. At wala talagang no choice ngayon. At mukhang magiging isang prime gaming flawless to sa Energy. Good start for them.
Binatuhan ng kalapate sa harap mismo tumigil. Wala na siya nagawa Hindi niya na gamit kagad, hindi niya naputok agad with the blind. And unfortunately for Navi, again, that was just an eco round. But then, given the chance na meron na nga ditong momentum agad ang RNG over the first 2 rounds, by round na ng Navi. So, pwede ito magpatuloy on the momentum in case na magkaroon nga pa rin dito ng mga flaws ang Navi na hindi nila man-navigate on time dahil nakakalito pa rin talaga ang pwede maging decision making dito ng RNG. Given the fact that they have utilities na universal nga with that Astra at pwede nila ditong ma-utilize agad yung mga stars, yung mga walls na pwede nilang gamitin mamaya.
Oh, actually, kita mo interesting. Si Crashes siya nag-full buy. Nag-save siya instead.
Oo,
At
bonus
Sheriff
kasi.
yung bibilin niya. So this is good for Navi na din sana kung ito na nga bang time para makapita sila. Nope, but right now, Victor will be able to get the gun as well pa. Pero pinupush, talagang pinapa-free-fire lang ito ng Navi. But anyway, sabi ni Crashes, plant ko na to kagad. Gawin natin to. Pero na kay RD together with Victor. Ang sagot, kumakapita sila actually get sa the top for Victor. Pero sumunod lang din kagad si Angel at the same time.
Oo, in-expect niya kagad, no? In-anticipate niya kagad na may close angle ditong pwedeng maging follow-up as a trade. It's down to a 3v3. We still have your low on HP Angel. Galing pa sila ng tower and the smokes are just hindering the attackers kung saan ba sila pwede na pumesto. Pero hindi naman ito magiging bahala pa para kay Crashes dahil makakadali pa rin naman siya. Quiet! Sheriff lang ang gamit niya. So Angel, wala na rin naman magagawa pa. Kaya save na lang daw siya muna.
Ay, Crashes. Kanina, tinanong ko pa, bakit kaya naka-sheriff lang tong si Crashes? Sabi na, tama naman
Partida pa naman.
Grabe. Kanina sa Ascent, di ba? We've seen him like tinap-tap lang niya sa ulo.
Totoo.
Parang nag-aim labs lang talaga. But all in all, this is a good execution once again from Energy. And tatandaan mo, throughout the 3 rounds that they've been winning, never silang pumunta ng A-side para mag-dominate.
Exactly.
Hindi na sila namimili ngayon.
Ay, they're decisive na. Dahil kanina nga rin ang na-realize ko, they have a plan B. Since, again, we had the utilities, we have the flanks, we have the lurks already waiting all the way from Ramen and then on B main para mabantayan nila kung may magpa-flank ba, lalabas ba ng boundaries dito ang Navi. And speaking of Navi, denied na naman sila on that eco. Nice trade from Angel but quickly enough, RD with a crispy 2K.
Uy, naku po! So, it gets to.
upgrade tuloy.
Dito talaga sa split, dito mo mas may kita kung gaano ka-mechanically good yung mga players natin eh. Kita mo kagad yung mga taps kanina ni Crashes and it's also the same for Soigetsu. Pero ingat ka, RD, wag ka masyadong ma-excite. Alam na niya kagad kung saan manggagaling itong mga to. So, mapaparafters talaga siya.
Rinig niya na. Rinig na niya yung manggagaling ng mid. Wala silang idea kung saan na nga ba dito nag-reposition si RD. Crashes going all the way from A main. I think he is the first contact play. Alam niya nang bumaba si Zipan. So now with the current tack, nandito na rin naman na si Nozama for a good trade. Ang ganda na naging bawi nila. Nice crossfire. Talaga, para sa RNG.
Uy, pero natin na 4-0.
Wow.
Ayan.
Ito na naman tayo eh. Pinapasarap lang.
May trust issues na ako sa NRG. Yung
kasi
Lotus talaga eh.
Kaya din naman kasi ng Navi, especially when C-Net pops off. At ilan ba yung duelist dito na meron nga from RNG, diba? They have double duelist. So it can be a problem on their defense dahil wala silang pang anti-flank. Wala silang katulad dito ni Xiao na meron ng alarm bots na pwede makadetect kung saan na nga ba patungo ang players ng Navi.
Pero most likely siguro pag nag-switch ang side, para lang ikakontest yung aggressiveness.
Grabe
Pero
naman.
oh my goodness, Soigetsu! Na-cut off kagad. Alam nila, this has been always been a problem here in mid. And finally, they pushed through para lang i-contest ang kanyang kalakasan. 4 members left from Navi. It is an HG. And para sa teams ito napansin ko, para silang magaling sa attacking side. Kaso nga lang.
Tingala ka, boy.
Sana naman tumitingin ang mga players na tingin-tindahan ko, guys, na tao lang din sila. Hindi sila perfect.
Totoo. Yeah. Yun nga mga utilities, di ba, na laging nagsasabay yung mga smokes. Hindi lang siya basta-basta na hindi lang siya basta-basta big of a flaw, pero it usually happens talaga kapag hindi maayos yung magiging comps nyo. Pero now, may ipet na ipet. Hindi rin nagiging maayos dito yung holds coming in from Navi dahil litong-lito na sila kung saan mahanapin ang RNG. Look at the minimap, di ba, kung saan ba nanggaling yung mga deaths dito ng Navi. They're trying to hold. They're trying to give a lot of impact from their repositioning. But unfortunately, it's not happening in favor of Navi.
This is just too good from Energy. Gusto ko talaga yung fact na sobrang segurista sila. Oo. Pero at the same time sa Navi, seems like all those angles are being cut off. Kita mo naman kagad si Victor tsaka si Ardo. Kita mo naman yung stretch ng Energy. And si Finesse, despite them na wala silang Sentinel, di ba? Talagang nawo-work out ni Finesse yung kanyang trabaho kahit naka-Viper yan. Nagiging Sentinel pa din siya at the same time. At ito pa, walang mintes sa gusto niyang i-cut sa mga flanks talaga. Kaya that's gonna be giving a lot of space for NRG as well. And kita mo naman dito, mas mabilis na yung approach nila pagdating sa isang site.
Alam nilang may magiging magandang follow-up dito between the players na nasa likod ng kanilang mga duelists. At given the fact that dalawa nga yung duelists nila, so there's a lot of factors, there's a lot of impact and then intense moments na ibibigay nga dito with the distractions given by the flights. Tapos meron pa ditong pakikitunguhan ng jet na lilipad sa Papa Will para lang makakuha ng kill. Katulad na lang din ng ginawa niya kanina. So now, it's still layering down with RNG, with how dominant they are when it comes to the pick-off. So, di ba? Kita mo yung mata, di ba?
Oo, galit na yan.
Galit na yan.
Parang, nakita mo na bang ngumiti si Victor? Parang ako hindi pa eh.
Actually,
Wish ko lang sana makita akong ngumiti si Victor. Pero, ngayon naman, ayan, Mr. Riot, are they asking for, fist bump buddy? Please. Sana all my Riot gun buddy. Ayan. Yeah, but ganyan nga din gagawin ko. Pengi po. Oh, 0-5. Very, this is just unpredictable coming in from Energy. Kasi guys, sabi nga natin, based sa history ng kanilang mga matches, we've seen na every time they play, if they will play it out in split, pantay sila. Pero so far, yung pantay talagang, I think, Energy has the leverage, especially they started it out on the attacking side.
Oo. At na-amplify pa nila dito about utility use nila Som, and then there's Crashies na lagi silang simultaneously nakaabang din kung ano ba yung decision making na gagawin nga dito ni Victor. And then there's RD giving in the info as well. Nagbe-base siya as info dito sa mga nanggagaling na nga with the blinds given in by Crashies. Tapos ngayon magpapatuloy sila with the pick-offs. Hindi na nga kailangan dito na tulot. Talagang inaangkin niya na kaagad yung side. Kahit masagutan siya dito ni Sir Getso, sino bang nakaabang as a follow-up? That's Victor getting in that kill. And now, it's all up to Cena na saan siya nang galing, Idol D. Siya man lang natagpuan na players ng RNG and they're playing already for the post-match. Unfortunately, none of them was able to plant the spike.
Tinicheck yung elbow. Hindi nila binuksan
Yun
kagad.
nga,
Minadali
oo.
nila. At,
Kala nila si Sir Getso lang yun nandun eh.
oo, masyado silang naging, sabihin na natin,
Mapusok.
lax. Oo. Finesser all by yourself. Alam mo kung nasaan yung dalawang tao ngayon from NRG.
Oy!
Pero, oh my goodness, will Cned save the day? Or there's just Finesse with the clutch? Kasi nakabantay sila ngayon. All angles talaga. Nasa side ng Navi na naman muli. Pero if Cned gets this,
Buti
I'm gonna
nakaabang
say
si
this
Cned.
man is really crazy at the same time.
Buti na lang nakaabang si Sinad kanina all the way from elbow ngayon. Pwede niya na muli i-check. And now with a double pick, oh my God, the showstopper is there at... Aray. Sinad still gets it, the kill. Finally, a round para sa side na nga na Navi. And they really need to win out a round dahil ang laki na rin na nagiging laman dito, ha? Coming in from RNG side. Grabe ang sneaky ni Sinad dun, no? Kala ko rin wala na tao dun eh.
Di ba?
Oo.
Pero sabi ko nga, they really need to check it kasi they got to talaga.
Ay!
Na-outsmart sila. Ay! Alam mo, fun fact tungkol sa coach ng Navi? Alam mo
Dami
bang,
niyang kamukha.
twin brother niya talaga yung coach ng Team Liquid.
Twin brother ba talaga?
Twin brother niya talaga. Ha? Oo, kasi tinanong ko, bakit
my
sila magkamukha? May nagsabi sa, ay, hindi magkapatid talaga sila. At right now,
Mali ko kasi hindi ko inintindi, hindi ko na-research yun. Akala ko isa tao lang na, ha? Palipat-lipat ba ito ng team?
Sabi ko kasi kahapon sa isa ko nga kilala, uy, tignan mo magkamukha sila. Sabi, hindi, twins talaga sila. Oh, okay,
Makes sense.
interesting.
Finally, nasagot din yung haka-haka. Kala ko magkamukha lang talaga sila. Okay.
Oh, no. Pipilit to ng NRG. I know this kind of play that they do, but oh, no. Worth
Kaya
it pa
niya
rin.
kasi.
Okay, it's Crashy. Hands down. 3v3 still. pero mukhang mag-out lang muna sila ng onte. They're gonna be leaning on towards Som if makakapit na siya ng isa sa B-site o hindi. And if he does, that's gonna be giving them an opener in B-site. Pero kung ako sa kanila, mag-A pa rin ako. Pero
Ganda na
wala.
pwesto ni Zom. Diba? Kapag umakyat siya dito, pwede niyang marinig or pwede niyang ma-cut off yung rotations that will be coming all the way from CT. Pero walang idea pa rin naman dito si Nasipan. So, they're just making it show that this is a slow and steady push coming in from RNG side. Ang kaso nga lang, oh my God! What was that? 2 players yon na nagmula nga from screens, but he was still able to react on time. I didn't know what even happened. Akala ko isa lang yung mapapatay niya.
Akala ko matitrade off nga siya eh. Pero
Ayun nga
hindi.
eh.
Alam, so mamaya sa replay, may kita natin yung perspective ni Finesse. And talagang with finesse ang kanyang kills. Imagine, very explosive. But then, sabi ni ngayon ni Xiao, I'm gonna be saving instead. This is dangerous.
tama na to.
Kapag pinilit ko pa, mahirap nang ipilit-pilit ang mga bagay-bagay. And finally, Energy gets that 5-round advantage against Navi now. So malaking question to for
Yeah.
Navi. They keep on giving those rounds once again sa
Ay.
Energy, ah.
Nirespect nila pa rin si Xiao dahil mayroong Viper Spit na nilabag all the way from their spike. So unfortunately, yeah, exhausted na yung kanilang Viper Spit na pwede sana nilang gamitin na the latter stages. Pero syempre, hindi naman masama kung magiging sigurista ka. Still, it's Xiao na kayang-kaya niya pa rin dito makapagbigay ng mas magandang advantage para sa side na nga dito ng Navi. But then, it takes time with all of the aggressiveness na pwede mo sana ma-shutdown dito from the side of NRG. But unfortunately, oray ko po.
So, papikit na lang siya. Diyos. Alam mo, sabi niya, Diyos ko po. Diyos ko po. Diyos ko po. Parang,
Hindi nga eh, parang hindi siya napalante. Parang parang, collateral damage from RD with just a little bit of an entry. Unfortunately for Navi, they were unable to react and give a trade. We have the smokes already gathering, set up already all the way from tower and then lurks. But now, they still haven't gotten inside of the site. Wala pa rin napaplant na spike.
Nag-a-analyze pa kami. Biglang napunta dito kay RD. He's just really good. Alam naman natin, our duelist right now for both of
Sige.
teams, sobrang palong-palo talaga sila. Pero, eto na naman. Alam mo gagawin na Energy? Hindi sila mag-A. Pupunta sila ng mid. Pupunta sila syempre sa vents. Maglalaro
50
sila ng Among Us. Pero,
Mukhang
Zipan,
hindi.
mukhang, slow pa rin. Nire-respect pa rin nila yung mga naka-default players ngayon ng Navi. But then, they gotta take care of Zipan once again kasi kanina, hindi nila chinek si Sined. And I really do think pagdating dito sa may elbow, kailangan talaga nila tignan kung nasan isa nila kalaban. At ngayon, alam na kagad kung nasan si Zipan. He gets the first kill, but then there's just Victor saying hi to him.
Oh, it's down to a 2v4. I really love the aggression na meron tayo for NRG. Nakakuha man ng kill dito si Nazipan. Nakadali ng isa. Pero kita mo naman, dalawa yung duelist nila. So, ang daming lumilipad na players from RNG before nila fully makommit yung site. At hindi mo malaman kung ano yung uunahin mo na. So, now, another save na lang na natitira dito for Xiao and Surgetsu. Unfortunately, it's just really what RNG wants to do with their composition, with their duelist na kaya nilang makapagbigay ng distraction sa lahat ng mga mag-hold from Navi.
At na naman tayo, HG. Save na naman ang mga taga-Navi this time around. At ito pa yung, i-confirm ko lang yung kanina natin pinag-uusapan tungkol sa coach ng Navi. Totoo, identical brother niya, yung coach ng Team Liquid. So, kaya sila magkamuka. Sa mga nagsasabi dyan, nakakala natin, lumilipat-lipat siya. Hindi. Identical brother si Doom Bros, yung taga-Team Liquid. So, sobrang funny lang to. Grabe, what a start.
Saka, grabe naman ako na hindi ko man lang ma-realize ng twin brother pala yun.
Hindi, akala ko din. Kasi kasi nung interview, nung meron tayong press con eh.
Parang tatlo yun. Nakikita ko laging team na may ganyang itsura na coach eh.
Sa press con kasi magkatabi sila. Kaya nagtanong na ako, ito na-confirm. Twin brothers sila. Okay, now I know. Now we know, guys. The secret has been revealed sa ating page broadcast.
Tagal pa natin sila nakikita. Ngayon lang natin na-confirm, pero confirm kill lang naman na mapupunta sa bulsa dito ni Victor. So, Getsu, paalala lang din muna. At dahil doon, wala silang magagamit from the smokes, from the walls, from Surget. So buti na lang din, meron silang controller still na si Omen.
Oh, the dash in, hindi
Eto
ba
pa,
nakahuli?
nakakainis, oh.
Pero meron na kagad si Ardis, ready for that answer. Pero nga lang may paranoia na tinapon si Angel. But right now, right behind him is Angel answering him. Alis-alis lang ako dito. TP in, TP out. Kung saan nyo man gusto. Nasa mapa talaga ako ngayon. Pero, finesse. Sinad is out.
The mind games! Ayan ang makukuha mo when you anticipate so many jumpy players from the other side of the team. And unfortunately, oh my God! Finesse! Nauluhan, nakaltukan. It's down already to a 2v2 and I expect na-anticipate na kaagad ng Navi dito. Angel is already waiting all the way from this corner. At alam nila na kung saan pwede manggaling na nga dito. Si Angel na siya na lang ang natitira. Ang kaso nga lang, wala siyang idea kung sino at ilan ba nasa loob ng site.
Oh, the timing! Nakita siya! Hello!
Muntik
Wala
pa
kami! Sa may tower! Hindi mo lang na-timingan ng maayos yung smoke. And right now, it's all up to Zipan. He still have yung etong flash, pwede niyang gamitin to, pero going up against two, alam naman natin, Crashes and Som, talagang, it's one of the best players you can definitely see in our scene itself. Pero kung kasi Zipan, madedenay nga ba niya to o hindi? Kaso nga lang, itong smoke na to, may kita na kagad siya. Alam na kung nasaan. Tinapunan siya ngayon ng flash. At si Som, naninigurado na lang din kagad. And that's just it. 8-1 energy takes the lead.
Grabe, no? Magkasama talaga sila eh. Dahil hindi nila na nababakasaali na baka mag-isolate pa ng place dito. At yes, nakailang plays, nakailang save na rin kasi ang side na nga ng Navi. So, ayoko rin makita na patuloy sila mag-save. Sayang lang din yung very TikTok of a play. TikTok highlight of a play dito ni Navi. Dahil siya rin mismo nalikuran din dito ng kanyang mga kalaban. So now, RNG is still on the lead. Oh my God, ang layo ng habulin na naman dito ng Navi. But the question is, kung makaka-comeback ba sila on the second half?
Talang mahirap. Ang dami pang reviews for discussion up to Navi. Doom Bros, what will be the plan right now? Kasi, etong kita-kita mo eh. Ardis together with Victor, they always play together. Ang bilis talaga. Kahit tapunan mo ng paranoia, kahit tapunan mo din ng flash at the same time, there's no way that you can actually take these two guys at the same time. There's always going to be a trade. Pero syempre, sa Navi, nangyari na to, same scoreline kanina sa Lotus, tapos on those 3 consecutive rounds, nakabalik sila into an 8-4. At ngayon, will it be the same or not?
Yun nga eh, diba? Nagawa naman ng Navi kanina, so hindi na yun naman na malalayo na pwede nila ulit itong gawin. With this timeout, it can be a refresher for them na ano na ba yung nangyayari? Ano na ba yung nababasa natin? Dahil every time na pumapasok dito ang RNG, it's just one time for them to deny and counter them out. So much executions kasi talaga dito yung nilalapag na nga ng RNG with Victor and RD na yes, na-anticipate mo nga yung crazy plays nila, pero hindi mo lang kasi sila dapat dito yung main stage ng NRG. Sino ba yung nagbibigay dito ng mga pick-offs, diba? Sino ba yung nakakapagbigay ng mga clutches? There's still some in finesse.
Si Xiao, so far guys, we haven't seen much of his frags talaga. Kahit assist, nawawala talaga yung kanyang performance ngayon. Kasi nga, di ba, he's really most on that initiator role and he really can't seem get those frags working together. Pati yung mga flanks, talagang cut off talaga ng fast-paced game ngayong NRG. Pero syempre, Sined starts it out. Ardis is out. At ito na ata yung opportunity once again ng Navi. Ang ganda talaga, ang timely ng mga timeouts nila.
Yun nga eh. Doon na sila muli nag-amplify. But now, with that alarm bot, may info na rin kaagad sila. Hinabol dito si Finesse all the way from up top. Crashies though was able to dominate in mid. They can be pushing in a lot of further going in the mid. May nakagat ng 7 Lions. So Getsu was able to still get in the kill. Tatlo na lang laban sa 4 ang natitira.
Ito na naman. Outnumbered energy. And they get to reckless na naman. I think it will be the same storyline na talagang nakukutuban ko to. At ito pa, always see kung nasaan si Angel ngayon. And speaking of, crashes na naman. Literal crash down sa harapan. And it's all up to Som as Zipan finishes him out. And Navi They are really sure. Ito din yung minention ni Rebby kanina, di ba? That Navi, they always maximize their timeouts. And sabi ko nga, kahit mawala ng timeout ng Navi, kahit talagang sabihin natin minamaximize nila yan, napakaganda. Diba? Sobrang eager nila.
And given the fact na sobrang nakakakuha sila ng mga pick-ups, it's still them na nakaka-secure din ng latter stages of the map. And I just gotta commend here the plays, the holds coming in from Angel. Hindi mo madedisregard kahit na sobrang na one-sided na sila here on just the first half. And it's still them trying to get in those skills na nagkakaroon pa rin naman ng impact dito laban sa NRG. Ang nagiging problematic na lang dito na approach is kung magkakaroon na ba ng counter sila dito laban kay Angel before pa sila magkaroon nga ng mga nagiging advantage on the second half.
Si Angel talaga. Ang IGL ng Navi, he always makes the most of that decisions talaga. Talagang, kita mo, whenever talagang nalalamig ang mga taga-Navi, he always comes up with another strat that they can use against Energy. Pero Energy at the same time, tapos na ang timeout. Mangyayari ba is sa 9 trickers? Or, eto na namang Navi, knowing na may tatlong ultimates, diba?
Oh, yeah. Oo nga. Laking magiging advantage nito when it comes to the latter stages ng kanilang retake. But let's really hope for the best dahil ngayon tatlo ang nakapwesto going inside of A and the utilities are already set up for them to win out the duels. Tatlo nakaabang dito with any kind of contact na pwede ngang i-execute ng RNG going inside of A. But now with the Viper's Bet, they are now countered out. Denied yung entry nila going into A.
Slowly, careful, itong mga taga-NRG. Pero remember, they have the showstopper ni Victor. Meron din kagad ngayon Bladestorm si Ardis. And let's see if ito ba ay ma-maximize nila. Just to confirm this round once again. Pero mukhang wala, deny lang sa isa't isa. At mabagal na naman muli ang gustong idikta ng energy on their attacking side.
Yeah. Playing it slow, the smokes, maingat na maingat pa rin naglalapag si Zoma. They have a double controller setup. Ang kailangan na lang nila dito is just timing to use in their utility. Seekers to hold them back, to deny. But then, maganda na ready na rin naman na si Sined all the way from tower. But the problem is yung mga blinds, hindi sila nagkatagpuan. Oh my God, Finesse! What are you doing? He almost whipped off the shot. But then, the shot connected into the two players. And then, the opening was given. The run was given for Victor to make a kill. Two players remaining for Navi to make a clutch happen and then push it out to a game number 3 in which pwede pa nila ma-8 to 4.
Uy, ingat kayo. Si Soy gets ang pinag-uusapan pero sabi ni Finesse, no way. And it's all up to siya. Nakakatawa yun na blind. Sobrang blind ni Angel tsaka ni Finesse. Hindi sila nagkita.
Hindi nga blinded si Finesse eh. Dumaan lang siya. Hindi niya nakita si Angel. Check their corners, idol.
pero nakuha niya pa rin yung kill. Okay, that's good. And right now, si Xiao.
Nagulat din siya eh. May tao pala dito. Buti na lang hindi nag-ref out the shots na dahil nakapag-react din naman ng bahagya si Angel before he gets in the shot. Unfortunately, para sa side na nga ng Navi, it's still a 9-2 score line. They are really overwhelmed with the blinds, with the utilities na umulan sa kanila, and unfortunately, mukhang mahirap magiging habulan nila dito on the second half. Ayun.
This is just so dangerous once again sa Navi. Sa mga taga-energy, tuwang-tuwa. Pwede ka palang umupo doon.
Yun nga, may tao doon. Sabi ko nga kanina, di ba, BFV na BIP.
Ayun, talagang literal ang ganda pa ng pwesto nila. Ang cute. On the way now dyan, energy. Sabihin nyo lang, punta na ako. But, Navi, ito na naman, nawala na naman yung kanilang power. Tapos akala natin, after the timeout, pwede silang makabawi, nawala na naman muli. Simple mistakes. Yun nangyayari sa Navi, and yet they can't come up with a solution. And knowing itong energy, they always make sure to maximize yung mga mistakes ng kalaban nila. In short, yung maliit na butas na mistake ng Navi, napapalaki ng NRG ngayon. At kita nyo na naman, Sined is currently being denied by those flashes here sa mid part. At Zipan ngayon din ay naghihintay. Sobrang complicated to sa Navi all throughout sa kanilang defending talaga.
Yeah. We have such a really complicated approach na laging gustong gawin ng NRG when they want to fully commit into the site. We have some na laging umiikot around the map, going into mid para malikuran, makat off your rotations, at hindi lagi ito nahanap ng Navi at hindi sila nakaka-react on time. And now, the bait can be really happening going inside of B since they have the wall, may utilities makasama, may seekers pa, diba? So bait it out dito yung Navi to give a lot of attention mula sa manggagaling na nga ng B-mate, pero lahat pala ng NRG, apat sa kanila manggagaling naman ng tower, kaya umuulan ng utilities, there's a cloudburst, but then they have the counter, we have the lockdown, nagamit pa ni Angel dito para makaligtas ng bahagya from that wall, but then so he gets that they know where he is coming from. He tries to make 2 kills into his bullets, into his gun, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. It's just 2 remaining players from Navi remaining, still trying to get it the kill, but unfortunately, Ray, it's 2-10 already in favor of NRG.
NRG built different. Here in Split, every time they are on attacking, guys, they make sure they get the most of the advantage. At ako natakot na ako kasi ilang seconds na lang before that lockdown is gonna be locking the members of NRG, but they're just too confident. The amount of trust that they have with each other, sobrang nag-manifest din kagad. Napakaganda ng performance, guys. Pero syempre, may explain pa na ng ating panel. So, ready na gang, guys? What's up?
Tama ka dyan, Ray. Sobrang solid ang NRG dito. They are really built different. They had such a solid start. They went with a 5-0 start. Navi got 1-2 rounds here in the end. But again, on point talaga lahat ng players ng NRG. And it's just parang yun yung variable that Navi cannot prepare for because lahat ng players ng NRG are having these hero moments.
Oh yeah, parang nakakakita na tayo ng pattern dito. Every single time, di ba, pag nagsisimula, NRG is always going to get the upper hand pagdating sa first half. At after nun, nakakabawi naman din si Navi. But I feel like in this sort of situation, iba. Ang pinaka-biggest difference dito is we notice that Navi has been saving a lot. It means that even before dati, 2v4 situation, nagtatry pa rin si Navi na makapag-clutch. So you get to, we've seen him win 2v4 situations back at Lotus. Pero ang ginagawa ngayon ni Energy, they make every single round losable, and that's why they want to make sure that the snowball doesn't they don't reset back to a lower buy. They want to make sure that they have weapons on the next round because they cannot afford to slow down what happened before kasi.
Yeah, exactly. I think Navi, I know they look completely different because no sa second map, they had a slow start, nagkabalikan sila, they went to overtime, they got the map back. They're like, okay, we have a chance for a comeback. But here on Split, parang nahirapan lang sila and to think that this is on that defensive side, which most teams prefer. So the fact that you get 10 rounds on attack on Split when you're NRG means that if you just win this pistol, basically you secure the game.
Yeah. Exactly, and I think they gave way too many rounds here dito sa first half natin. And things are looking really grim for Navi here. But again, still hoping for that 2-10 miracle. It's been done before, and it's possible that it can happen again. They did it on Lotus, and hopefully that we see that here on the second half. But again, it's not looking good with the way NRG is just poised to win this at this point. It's not just the aim here; it's also just that the synergy that they have as a team. But we'll just have to see how they play this out in the second half. So we'll be passing it back to our casters, Ray and Honeyglaze. Take it away.
Thank you sa ating panel. Nakita na nga natin yung kapangyarihan ng NRG. Literal, guys. Talagang humupa yung kanilang powerful attacking side here in Split. But the next question is, sinong mananalo ng pistol at malay natin? Diba? Ang real knockers nasa 210.
Hirap pa naman ito, lalo na't walang sentinel ang NRG. They can still make something happen with their double duel setup, but with their contact plays. But with that kind of rest, ang laking bagay nun para ma-amplify nga ng Navi in case na mag-take advantage nga nila yung ganitong klaseng setup, yung ganitong klaseng execution. Now, 2 members waiting all the way from mid, and then there's 2 pa going into tower. Ang laking bagay nito para ma-deny nila ang Navi. But the Navi, they were able to at least get in one.
Uy. ang chinek lang ni Victor kung nasaan. Pero uy, may konting mali sa lineup. Ang kanila papunta sa main part. Kung nasaan ngayon si Zipan, all those flashes just gonna be like denying somebody. Pero syempre, great now! Will it be good for a spray coming for Victor? Walang nag-work. Tag na nga kagad ngayon si Xiao pero di pa nag-work. At mukhang tong pistol it's just gonna go into the hands of NRG most likely.
Oh my God. NRG, they are low on HP. Dalawa na lang kaagad silang natitira. May blind pa rin naman nakasama. Pero ang problema, 4 pa makakalaban nila. There's the blind, nakatalikod. Alam na ni Xiao kung saan siya manggaling. At that gave such a good time for si Ned to make sure na malikuran ang kanyang mga kalaban. 3-10 ang magiging laban. Still, good lead, good start para sa side na nga ng Navi. Dahil ang layo-layo pa na kailangan nilang abulin. At kailangan na lang magsimula ngayon.
Lagyan na nila kagad ng storyline how they want to win. He's whipping something, guys. Sabi niya, ito na. At siguro si Arts na inis sa sarili niya. Sabi niya, ba't ako namatay kagad? Napaka-importante ng first frag na nga yung kakampi, yet I wasn't able to handle it as well. Pero sabi nga natin, Navi, they are good and they're attacking this. The same also as what happened kanina sa may Lotus. Kaya sabihin ko talaga, malaki pa rin ang chance ng Navi to take this against NRG. Pero NRG, nasa inyo yung momentum. You have a 6th round. Siyempre, kapag natalo sila against Navi here,
Mapapailing na lang din talaga ako dito kapag na-comeback ng Navi na nga ito. 2-10 tayo nagsimula dito sa first half and can still amplify so well for Navi since they can own up to their mistakes and make a lot of adjustments on the mid-latter stages of the map dahil ito na yung nangyayari eh. Navi, kinokontrol na nila yung mapa, kinokontrol na nila yung pacing dito ng NRG. And now we're seeing here Navi getting in the advantage with the blinds, with the kill, with the executions. They have fully dominated in and around the NS side. Laban na nga dito ng NRG going inside of the sites. Oh my God, that was so clean.
Grabe, Prime Gaming flawless na naman ang meron tayo mula sa Navi. Sobrang ganda din and accurate nung kanilang setup na naman muli from others here in B, others here in mid. Nakangiti na si Xiao ngayon. May kill na siya sa wakas. 2 kills na siya so far.
It's been a while.
Hello, gising na siya ngayon. And here it is. A full buy round for NRG. They lose this. Ang laki talaga ng chance that this might be a 10-10 score. At NRG, ito po yung masakit na moment. Kung nanalo pa ang Navi sa kanila here in this map, na-comeback din sila. On a map, sana na may advantage na sila.
Yeah, ito na naman tayo. My God, naulungan pa rin naman si RD and he needs to back away. Meron namang mga moles na pwedeng mabato for them to deny and hold back the place, the entries from Navi. But unfortunately, meron naman dito magiging again. There is a good trade. Finesse with a double kill. Connected yung paranoia. Pinilit na lang niya dahil wala na rin siyang magagawa, matatakbo pa. Isa na lang kaagad ang natitira. It's all up to Victor. But what can he do with the flight and with the grenade na meron siya dahil madedetect na rin naman siya ni Suigetsu.
Oh no. Sabi ko na naman, defending side ng NRG, guys. This is so dangerous. I think mas maganda kung nag-work na lang si RD together with Victor together. Pero nakikita niyo yung ngiti ni Zined. Ngiting panalo yan, guys. Nakangiti na naman siya muli ngayon. And as for the side of NRG, remember, full buy nila yon. And now, mafa-force sila into that eco.
Kailangan nila na mag-i-eco and magiging mahirap na lang dito is kung sakali magpatuloy nga yung momentum sa mga kamay ng Navi. We all know for a fact kapag nakapag-pop off na dito, nagkapag-connect na sina Zined and Zipan, it can be such a hard time for NRG para malaman na nga yung kanila magiging bawi. But now, this is a really crucial spot na kailangan i-check ng Navi as they make their entry. But then, nililigtas pa rin kasi dito si Victor ng wall mismo ng tropa niya. So let's see kung ito ba ay kanilang gagamitin. Pero maingat kasi ang Navi. Hindi sila magpapatuloy dito dahil nga eco ng NRG. So baka sakaling nagano na sila, nagiging dahan-dahan na sila dahil alam nila na baka shorty or just lang ang hahawakan dito ng NRG.
Si Ned. Siya ngayon ay umiikot-ikot kasama pa rin ng teammates niya. Pero si Finesse, Nakakatakot yung mga performance ng parehas na teams.
Wait, naman.
Pero nga lang, Victor, sabi nga natin, nasa kanya yung kamay and yet is not being taken out pa. At sa tingin ko talaga, pwede siyang makapasa. Iba na naman ang desisyon nitong Navi. Yung Navi parang kung gano'n naglaro ka rin ni Energy sa attacking and now, Ardis won't be able to make those shots connect. At si Victor, ano na, matapos na. Sunday
Patay na sila.
kahapon. Oo, nandyan ka pa rin. Oh, Victor. Okay, nice one. Som na lang all by himself. Sige, tapunan siya ng Satcha. Lahat na, sinalo na niya. And Navi takes this. Coming in from that 8th round deficit. Ilan na lang? 4 na naman ang natitira na lang.
Papailing ka na lang din talaga. Matalino din yung ginawa dito na Navi, ano? They just really, parang niregard nila yung fact na eco round lang ng NRG, yung previous one, na pwede nga makapag-commit ng mga judge ng kanilang mga shorties. So, hindi sila dito nag-play in a close angle. They really committed into heaven, getting in the effect of cutting off the rotation that might happen sa babor na nga ng NRG. But then, yun na nga, yung anticipation nila gave them such an advantage. So now, this is just 4 more rounds na kailangan nila para mahabol na nga ang NRG.
Na ata ang pagbabalik ng mga
Para silang
taga-NRG.
blinded.
But no, Victor right now, he gets two once again. And now pops up already ang kanyang showstopper. Dalawa na lang kagad natitira sa mga miyembro ngayon ng mga taga-NRG. Pero nga lang, maganda pa rin ang tapos ni Som. Together with RD, finally they make it out of that curse and finally delaying itong gusto sanang i-execute ng mga taga-Navi.
Ay, nako. Blinded, they were paranoid, showstopper, nalabas na Victor at naging problema. Ito agad, nataranta players from Navi kung itutuloy ba nila yung entrada going into A main or tutuloy ba nila paakyat ng heaven. But then, nung akyat nila, nandun naman si Som, nakaagad dito sa na-finesse. So unfortunately, for the side of Navi, yung momentum nila naudlot ng bahagya dahil dito sa puntong ito, dito sa round na ito na naman, meron na naman tayong Viper's Pet. So they are held off. They can decide kung itutuloy ba nila yung A site or magro-rotate na lang sila going to B dahil may nakabantay.
Wait, nakasiksik, nakapalipot sa isa't isa. Kaso nakakatakot to They need to make sure na doon sa may other side, wala silang marinig. May flash. Sa iba pupunta, makakaiwas.
Okay lang.
Pero nga, are they aware
No
na nandyan si Victor? Sabi niya, sige teammate, diyan ka lang. And
Exit ka
Victor
muna.
can actually get it right behind them. Uy, Victor, sumunod ka. Sayang yun.
Hindi niya kasi narinig kung naglalakad na ba. So, nandun na sila going into garage. There's the lockdown. Pwede niya pa rin malikuran dito yung manggagaling na for the flank to secure in the plan B ng Navi. Now, Navi, they are deciding to try and then make an entry happen. But RD, nakakuha ng kill with just the operator at hand. Lockdown was able to connect at him. Seekers as well. Wala na ng shield chang. Magagawa. Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira mula sa kabila. And Angel na lang na wala pang mapapala dahil the smokes is already late in. We have the TP for him to reposition. Hindi pa niya hawak yung spike. Pero ngayon, ano ba ang pipilian yung ibaba o yung itaas? Dahil ngayon, NRG winning out a lot of rounds was able to deny that comeback from Navi.
My goodness, ang talino ni RD doon kahit namatay siya, binate na niya
Totoo.
yung sarili
Oo.
niya, di ba? Alam niya, kaya, di ba dapat talaga, alam natin, mag-aalis ka na doon usually. Pero what he did, sabi niya, okay, para asimin ako, para they get too reckless, tapos may sagot na yung dalawa kong teammates dito sa may B heaven. So this is a good execution. The amount of trust talaga ng energy,
Oo.
ang ganda talaga. Tapos yung trade, napaka-accurate. And finally,
Yeah.
we are in a match point.
Ang nagustuhan ko nandito kay Vector is in-amplify niya din yung lockdown pa mismo ng Navi dahil hindi siya makagalaw eh. So he just stayed put at ang in-expect nila nanditong objective is yung mga magpa-flank from Soigetsu and the rest of the gang. So unfortunately, yun na nga, ang naging pagkakamali na nga ng Navi. The lockdown was not used very well in favor to secure in B site. But now, mid-tick na nga ang kanilang gagamitin. He was able to not check in the corner. Nasalisihan na naman ni Finesse. And unfortunately, that is a goodbye already for Angel.
Nako po, wala na kagad si Angel. We only have Soigetsu pagdating sa kanyang smokes. Pero nga lang, nilagay na niya sa A. So talagang itong Navi, wala na silang amount pa ng pwedeng ilabas na utility just to block off those angles na gagamitin ng energy against them. And most likely, they want to commit here sa my B site. At ito pa, nakaabang na din kagad si Finesse. So this is very complicated sa kanila.
Oo nga, wala pa namang blind na kasama dito si Xiao. So, paano pa kaya yung magiging entry lang? Lalo na't nakaabang yung star coming in from Xiao. So, ngayon, the showstopper did not connect into anyone. Si Ned dito, naabangan na nga ni Som. Pero si Som, na nakuha na nga yung kills. Xiao was able to go in for the trade 3v2. Or rather, 2v2 na lang agad ang natitira. Pero ang problema, 18 HP na lang dito si Xiao.
Uy, nag-gun siya for default. And let's see, sino bang makakauna sa una? Suigetsu, na kay Suigetsu talagang sagot dahil nga lang si Xiao ay low on HP. They're currently finding him. Pero nga lang on this pick itself. Oh no, Ardis takes down Suigetsu. GG's na nga ba talaga to? Yes, GG's! And NRG wins this series 2-1 against Navi. Sabi ni RD, ako nga pala ang sinaing nyo.
Ooh, NRG still gets in. That, or rather, na-deny nila yung comeback dito na namumuuna unti-unti para sa side na nga ng Navi. But then Navi, huli na kasi ang lahat. Laging pumapabor lahat ng mga advantages dito kasi na-amplify ng NRG kung ano ba ang naibibigay dito na kanilang double-double setup. They are playing with contact and unfortunately for Navi, they were not able to anticipate every bit of strategy na nakaabang naman din doon sa duelist nila dahil there's still some, there's still Victor na nakaabang naman din to get in those kills.
And this is just the amount of what we have right now for energy. I love their split talaga na composition. Even if they started out really like a very light lang, pero mukhang yung the rest of their first half, yun talaga yung nakita nating sobrang powerful. And right now, may redeeming factor si RD. Finally, with my new team, we're more composed and those in this amount of time na kahit natalo sila sa NAC mismo on that grand finals, dito naman sa Masters Tokyo, may iba silang gustong ipakita.
And kita-kita na natin dito na nag-amplify talaga about isa sa mga players ng NRG. I really love the fact that they have a lot of options to use kapag may nakuha na silang attention on the other side. Pero makikita mong nag-amplify din naman sila dito once they rotated to another at hindi nagiging mali na madami kang options in just one round. I really love how they really give a lot of attention doon sa many adjustments dito ng Navi na doon nila napipin down ng Navi every bit of contact.
Ito pa, gusto ko lang i-discuss yung round 17. Yung ginagawa ni Victor, hinihintay niya yung Omen tsaka si Sined magsabay para lang dun sa TP. Kasi it's exactly what happened earlier noong Lotus map. Ganun din yung ginawa niya. So I really love this type of discipline that energy has. And even if mahirap na etong Navi, they already started their momentum on the second half. Those smart plays talaga, those ideas of creativity, dito mas lalo nating nakita sa split map.
Oh, yung mga flaws talaga dito ng in-amplify, no? Yung mga maliliit na butas sa pinalaki lang ng pinalaki ng NRG. Victor, hindi na check sa mga corner. We have Angel na lagi man nakakapatay pero quickly traded off by NRG with Som, with his crucial multi-kills. Ito talaga yung nag-amplify din para sa side ng NRG na magkaroon ng confidence, magkaroon ng composure na kahit na mawawala dito yung mga duelists nila, they still have their pillars na talagang standing strong for them to redeem themselves and win out this series. It was a really long one, hell of a game. Pero kita mo talaga na worth it to, especially para sa NRG na manatili in this bracket.
Nakakatuwa talaga na itong dalawang team na to on par talaga with how they want to execute. Tapos different type of agents nga yung nilalaro nila sa bawat map. Hindi man na sobrang the same, but at least you can definitely see yung different ideas na minanifest nila ngayon, guys. Pero syempre, maraming salamat. That's our first series and we're gonna throw it already to our panel, guys. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ray Ray and Honeyglaze. At ayan, that concludes our first series today. Congratulations to NRG. Very, very well played. And I just want to say na, you know, Navi did have a lot of potential, especially in our first two games, but I think this last one, masyadong a little bit one-sided, if I have to say so.
Yeah, kahit na meron tayong pattern, even ever since from Ascent, di ba? Parang it's always, what do you call this? It's always energy na nanalo ng pistol round, tapos tuloy-tuloy na yun. Paminsan nga, tinatalo nila si, what do you call this? Si Navi on their bonus round. And at one point, parang it was up to some of the members from Navi to stop that snowball. And nangyayari naman for 2 straight maps in a row. Pero pagdating naman dito sa split, mas malakas yung tawag dito si Energy pagdating sa mid attack. As in, every single time they're able to get a kill on either vents o kaya pagdating sa tower. After that, it was smooth sailing from there. Mas ang ganda talaga na execution nila. I also wanna point out yung si Finesse yung nagiging third entry. Kasi lagi siya manggagaling sa B main. Tapos papasok siya doon kasi yung dalawang duelist niya papasok from heaven, papasok from tower. So at one point, it's a bit hard to read from Navi kung saan talaga sila truly pupunta. Pupunta ba sila ng A after getting mid control o kaya dediretso sila sa B?
Yeah, so many options for them to really play out. Because Navi, I think, kita talaga yung struggle. 13-6 is not an unfamiliar score dito sa split, but it is very surprising when 10 of those rounds come from the attacking side for NRG, which really proves that at least on that attacking half, they really know how to work that split map. I think it really helps that they have that double duelist because Ardis always had the support with Victor, and we were talking about that earlier, as of course our MVP will be Victor.
That's right. And speaking of Victor, I think he really stayed in good spots where he just stopped Navi's full pushes. Unfortunately, for the side of Navi, their momentum kind of went on full pause or kind of was slowed down from what Energy was doing. And again, those saves especially, I think those fight outs that we didn't see them do here, it kind of felt like maybe towards the end, they only have so few rounds left. I feel like they could have had a little bit more fighting spirit here, and NRG was very much able to bank on Victor's positioning here.
Oo nga kasi it felt like it was a double layer of taking a lot of space even nung nasa defense sila. We talked about how Energy nung attacking sila, ang lakas ng mid attack nila. Pero pagdating naman sa switch on defense, ang lakas din ng mid control nila, ng mid defense. You can see that Victor alongside the rest of the squad, parang they take up a lot of space forward to make sure that, again, mahirap to transition from either A or B itong si Navi.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really is also emphasized in their comp because nga dalawa yung duelist nila, wala silang sentinel. You can also see naman na nahirapan sila slowly, especially yung unang parts when they started to be on that defensive side. But attacking, not a problem for Energy.
Exactly, and I kind of want to point out now, Victor is one of those players that kind of just stays in, alam mo yung mga obvious corners that all you have to do, all Navi had to do was just check it.
Check.
Like, napaka-obvious yung mga spots niya. I think especially the thing in vents as well. And it's a really big doubt that someone would be there, but we saw this in their game on Ascent, right? Navi was taking that extra precaution to, CNET especially, was every time there's a possible place where someone could be, we know he wall bangs it, right?
Yeah.
Or like he throws some sort of util there to kind of flush someone out. But here, we didn't see any of that happening here, and this is why Victor was able to capitalize on that so much. And I think these would have been
games, no?
Exactly, and I just feel like it's the simplest mistakes that can cascade into a huge defeat like this one.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it in the second map, I believe, when Finesse was winning a lot of rounds because they were able to flank. And Navi really knew what to do. They were like, okay, this is happening, just how do we adjust? But it seems like they just allowed Victor to really move more freely, at least on the third map, not doing what they did to basically come back from the second.
Yeah, I think it's that innate pressure na binibigay ni Finesse talaga pagdating sa map. Parang you're always counting the members yung nakikita mo visible sa screen mo, sa map mo. Tapos parang tataka ka, sinabi, nasan si Finesse? Magpa-flank na naman ba siya? Or is he staying very far back? Ano ba to? Kaya parang ang galing ng performance ni Finesse dito. Kasi split again, he was like the third entry. Hindi lang si Ardis, hindi lang si Victor. So props to that guy too.
Exactly, and we didn't see as many highlights here from Crashies this time, but I think, Som, Finesse as well. I just think the members of NRG are just so well complementing each other here. And again, we did talk about how we might see the complete opposite, that it would be on the side of Navi here. But I guess that isn't the case this time. And it's just so well to see na, katulad ng sinabi ni Ray na Ardis has kind of found this team that he really just jives with so well. And, it's great to see them progress further into the brackets.
Yung yung mga kalaban yung former teammates from before.
That's right. Well, again, that concludes our first series for today. Congratulations again to NRG for getting their first win dito sa group stages, and GG's to Navi. Sana babawi kayo sa next game nyo. But wag kayong aalis because we will be back with game number 2 between DRX and EG to find out who will secure the first spot dyan sa playoffs natin.
Yeah, I'm feeling really well. Just dropped 35. I think that tied the record for Masters at least. And yeah, it feels really good just to perform in the international stage. So I just kept finding myself in really good spots on the map for my teammates. They could support me very easily, and I was just anchoring very well, peaking on my own timings, like past util, just getting really good spots. So I just kept getting multi-kills, and it just worked out. But it wasn't everyone's effort, but I think Ja could be the one that stands out the most. He had a couple really good, important rounds for us that if he didn't win, none of my kills would matter. We would have lost the map.
Two to make it difficult.
And there's a flash. There it is. The swing. Boostio's gone aggressive. Boostio's gone aggressive, and he gets 4!
Yeah, I think DRX is going to be a hard-fought battle. I think Mako is probably one of the best players in the world, and their fundamentals are just better than 99% of teams. I think they're probably top 4, top 5 team in the tournament, even though they're in the group stage. They got a little unlucky in their region, so it's going to be a hard-fought battle, and just who knows.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
What's up, guys, and welcome back to Valorant Masters Tokyo 2023 Filipino broadcast. Again, my name's Rebecca, and together with me on the panel is si Riku Casts and Fluffy02. And na-conclude lang natin yung first series for today, which was NRG versus Navi. Again, now with the 2-1 under NRG's belt, and Navi will be going to the lower bracket to compete in the rest of the group stages. Up next, though, we will be having our second series, which is DRX versus EG. Our two winners from yesterday's matches who were able to successfully proceed dito sa bracket natin. And kung sino ang mananalo dito will be the first person from the group stages to advance to our playoffs.
Yan. Win two, and you're able to proceed dito sa ating Valorant Masters tournament. And it's super duper crucial kasi, again, we talked about, again, the, what do you call this, DRX. Syempre, Pacific tayo. Syempre, we'll be rooting for them. Diba?
Why are you wearing the wrong team, but it still has an X, you know?
That's true. PRX, DRX. But again, PRX is, already waiting at that top spot. But again, we have DRX here. And again, we do have Foxy9. Like you said, we are seeing a lot of teams solidifying their first five dito sa mga rosters nila. And DRX is honestly looking good. And kakasabi lang ni Boostio that they are probably the top 5 team dito sa Valorant Masters Tokyo.
Yeah, a lot of expectations again from DRX. Despite, the loss dito sa grand final sa regional tournament natin sa Pacific, DRX still showed how strong they were by going almost undefeated, by going 8-1 into the tournament. And at that point, parang again, DRX is just very solid. Sinabi nga mismo, their fundamentals is great. Every individual talent is super duper amazing. Kaya kahit anong strategiya na pwede mong i-apply sa kanila, pwede nilang gawin. Napaka-consistent din nila. And they also have the, number 1 player in the world. Sabi nga natin, number 1 player in the Pacific, pero hindi, number 1 player in the world pagdating sa Valorant, at yun ay si Mako.
When you have tools like that in DRX, it's very hard to beat. Sabi nga nila sa EG, Boostio, I think mentioned that there are a top 4 team for sure, because you cannot take away the fact that they've always made it past the group stages. They've always been good in these international events. They've fallen short, though, and I think Evil Genius has something to say about that.
Exactly, and I think we were talking about it kanina. No, we have Demon One here, kind of that star player. Again, the person who was able to pull up that Cinderella run for them to qualify all the way here to, the playoffs and then eventually to Masters Tokyo. And it's kind of funny here to see we have Boostio and Demon One, definitely two of the top players here. And it's interesting to see that camaraderie na they both shave their heads together. Bald buff, exactly.
Yeah, it's super duper cute. And I guess when we look at Evil Geniuses dito in an angle na paano sila mananalo against DRX. Again, we talked about DRX is how they're able to download strategy or download and learn from within the map. So for Evil Geniuses, I think they just have to do what they did against Foot yesterday, which is just constantly evolve so that DRX is unable to catch their breath.
I mean, that's a good point, because I think DRX sometimes they do lag behind in terms of adaptation. Yes, they will adapt, but it does take a bit of time to walk by. But EG, on the other hand, it's almost instant round per round. And even here for a head-to-head, you can see Boostio versus Mako, two of the arguably best players in the tournament, and they've come off so strong from the 2-0 wins for both teams.
Exactly, and again, dyan sa interview natin with Boostio just now, he did say how he respected Mako as one of the best players sa buong mundo. And that just also goes to show as DRX, as one of the top 5 teams here in Valorant Masters, for Boostio to give him that kind of credit just shows na they are definitely going into this match with, a lot more serious, a lot more preparedness in mind. And, to give Boostio a little bit more credit here, we did see him have a lot of miracle moments yesterday, especially back on that Lotus with that ace and multiple quadra kills.
Exactly. The fact that, again, he's wearing, I guess, so many hats at that series last time, di ba? Nag-entry siya, nakakuha siya ng ace. He's able to clutch a lot of these rounds kahit mag-isa na lang siya, or he's holding a position all on his own. And even being the IGL of Evil Geniuses. So the fact that he's, there's a lot to think about, not only on a micro sense, but also on a macro sense. And he's able to, again, manage to do all of these things. 2-0 Foot yesterday. Grabe yung expectations sa kanya coming into this series.
Yeah, I think what I respect about him the most is sabi nga in sa interview niya na even though he gets these kills, he really puts it to his positioning and the fact that he highlights his teammates to make sure that all of this doesn't matter if his team's not able to secure whatever space that they need to for the other parts of the map, because that's also what's important. So the fact that he recognizes na, yeah, I'm playing well, but really it's a team thing, is a good sign for a leader.
That's right. And especially speaking of players who are able to just enable their team and make sure that they can play off these rounds, we have Mako, who again, Boostio gave him that credit for being one of the best controllers in the world. And again, you cannot have a team without that really solid controller. And Mako, we've seen him time and time again, not just here in Valorant Masters Tokyo, but also in VCT Pacific, where he just pulled off these amazing plays. We've also seen him come up with these, like, I remember that one in Split where he just dropped down and got that really insane triple, those spray transfers. Here again, just shows just how high level, how much skill Mako has as a player.
I remember this flick from yesterday. It was insane how he's able to just transfer and he knows exactly where the next person is going to peek, and that, I think, awareness helps because one, he's not a duelist, he's a controller player, so he really is he knows the pace of the game and how he wants to segment the map, because normally you see a lot of IGLs also play these roles where they can usher their team basically, but Mako, he's able to do it almost on the fly and hold his own ground. This is what makes him great. This is such a unique combination.
Yeah. That's why he's, again, one of the, if not the #1 player in the world, kagaya ng sinabi nga ni Boostio. And looking forward, again, Mako has no off day, even back then sa VCT Pacific. Parang even if DRX loses, it is still Mako, like, constantly on, kumbaga.
Exactly, and although we don't have the time to, show a clip of him now, we do have Buzz again, who was able to, kind of play off of Mako yesterday. We did see so much of that double team play, the buddy system play here from the side of DRX. They did have a really tough time against Attacking Soul Esports. They did definitely give DRX a run for their money, but it was just so great to see these two players working together. But against a team like EG, who also just have their, their fundamentals down as a team, especially with Potter, led by Potter once again. It's just very hard to say who's going to come out on top here. Just that team with those solid fundamentals together, or that team that's able to adapt and adjust on the fly.
Honestly speaking, we all know that DRX's weaknesses is having to catch up and adapt, like, on the fly, like, in an instant. So if Evil Geniuses, pag consistent sila sa pag-evolve every 2 rounds, mga ganon, parang mahihirapan talaga itong si DRX mamaya.
Yeah, I have to agree with that one. It depends who can do it first, but also I think a lot of the pressure will come from Demon 1 and the other duelists out there, because they have to be able, like Foxy9, to really get these initial frags, because strat is great, but if you start the round 4v5, it's way easier.
Exactly, and I think, speaking of a 4v5, I think with DRX, kasi lahat ng, the talents that they have here, we've got Buzz, RB, Mako, Stux, Foxy9, they're all able to perform on their own, but on the side of EG, we do see Demon 1 and Boostio performing. Calm especially had a lot of good moments, Jaojimo, Ethan, but it's just maybe not as consistent as DRX can be. And again, that's that strength that DRX has here, kasi sila yung arguably one of the most consistent teams in the world.
Yun nga, I think yun yung pinaka-biggest difference, diba? Kasi when we look at yesterday's matches sa DRX, parang every single player had a moment where solo lang sila, mag-isa sila, they're stuck somewhere, pero they're still able to push through, get multi-kills, and save that round. So I think yun yung linalook forward ko sa performance ni DRX. Hopefully they'll bring it out dito against Evil Geniuses, kasi still, this is a series na could potentially be close and could potentially go 2-1.
Yeah, and now that we're also in this game where it's very important, you're gonna get into playoffs if you make it past this. I wonder how much strategy they're actually going to hide or versus keep, because they need to secure this win. No one really wants to go in the lower bracket at this point.
Exactly, and now that we're going to be going into our map select here, we've got EJ on that bind ban. What I'm kind of hoping to see is that we get another Haven here, because again, we do love to see a DRX Haven, a DRX split, and I'm kind of interested to see how EG would react to this. But again, coming into the map select, EG goes in with that Fracture.
Fracture, an interesting one. I'm surprised that they actually let split through, knowing that's one of DRX's better maps. Probably going to leave it towards the end, that way they get it for the decider, because with Fracture and Ascent locked in, it kind of also mirrors their team image. Fracture very aggressive, something that EG tends to do. And DRX more stable and collected, so they play one of the older maps.
And the thing is, DRX has a lot of practice back then sa VCT Pacific, di ba? Pagdating sa Fracture, a lot of the mga aggressive teams like to play Fracture, and therefore, sanay na sila.
That's right. And ito yung interesting thing here is that they, EG did ban Haven here, but DRX also did ban out Split. And I think with the addition of Pearl, especially from what we've seen on VCT Pacific, is that DRX, I feel like they've moved their comfort from Split onto Pearl, because I think now arguably they're one of the top 5 teams that you want to be looking at when you see on how to play Pearl correctly. And coming here into our prime gaming agent select, we've definitely got a lot more firepower, I think, coming from the side of EG.
The Sova on EG, I think that's the first thing that kind of stands out for me kasi pinakita natin yung Fracture, normally yung initiators dun, Sky, Fade, yung mga close range at pwede naman gumamit ang util para sa combat mismo. Pero the info gathering of Recon Dart is something that I think is underutilized by a lot of teams dito. Hopefully EG can show something very unique.
Oo nga, DRX in the meantime going to be playing a bit more of that standard, more like nakikita natin kadalasan ito pagdating dito sa VCT Pacific. So I'm excited to see that.
I think one standout thing of having the Sova though is normally sanay na tayo, especially after the chamber meta, that KJ is very strong, and for DRX normally it can really hold down a site or even take it if you have a lockdown pag attacking na kayo. But because you have the Hunter's Fury access, it's gonna be a different dynamic of how and when you can really use that lockdown. It's like a util, essentially a -1 from DRX, because before teams just use the Breach Aftershock to break these utils, but you can't do that anymore. Having the Sova though opens up a lot more options.
That's true, you get to keep that orbital strike as well for that secondary lockdown killer and keep the rest for something else.
That's right, and it looks like the fans are definitely ready for this game.
Zeta win!
The other Zeta!
Manifest mo yan.
Oh well, but I mean, I do agree that we did see the comps just now, and I kind of like that Fade pit.
Sorry.
Wow. I like they're so far in the back, but I'm so glad that their tiny little sign was able to get zoomed in. Look at how far.
The
mask.
screen.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, grabe yung pagka-zoom ng camera nila, no?
Oo nga eh.
They're so small.
High-tech yarn.
Yeah, and I mean, Anyway, I think it's just about time for us to start series number 2. So again, DRX versus EG, Honey Glaze and Ray Ray. Take it away.
Kaya aming binabati dito sa ating pagbabalik sa second series of Masters Tokyo. Day number 2, I'm Honey Glaze with the double. Kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. Still naman na maibibigay ang itong series na ito. DRX, makakalaban nila ang EG. Yesterday, mainit ang kanilang naipanalong mga matches dahil lahat yon 2-0. But this time, will it be the same?
Uy, spicy nga. Kasi yung team na mananalo dito, guys, they will be heading on, syempre, sa ating playoffs na. So, medyo exciting talaga to sa dalawang teams. But then, gusto ko lang din i-highlight na pagdating sa agent selection kanina, si Demon 1, hindi siya yung nag-raise. Instead, si Jojimo na fun fact, guys, he's from Cambodia, by the way. So, supremacy, di ba? But going back nga, no Demon 1, no win ba ang mangyayari kapag siya ay nasa controller? But on the other side of DRX, si Foxy9 ang kanilang palalaroin.
Oh man, Fracture pa naman ang unang nilalaro nila yesterday. So let's see kung yun pa rin ba ang kaya nilang ibigay dito laban sa EG. Dahil kahapon, it was really a win para sa side ng DRX. Pero hindi mo pa rin masabi dahil 10-13 ang itong scoreline na ipanalo nila yesterday nga. So now, by all means, baka yun na naman ang maging factor dito here in our game. Dahil this is map number 1 for our second series. And let's go, Team Pacific!
Ayan. Ang gusto ko rin talagang sabihin dito is that when it comes sa ating map Vitos, I think it's all leaning on towards DRX. Ang ganda ng performance nila talaga sa Fracture. Their ascent talaga is really their favorite so far. And of course, di natin malilimutan yung Pearl performance nila. But then, tignan natin, this is a great start. Ang explosiveness ng EG versus ditong DRX na one of the top teams in the international scene rather. So, konting recon lang kagad ang start nila.
Ganda nito dahil napangunahan na muli nila kaagad ang EG. They are forced to back away. But then DRX, they have fully committed into the site. Ito ang gusto ko sa DRX. Walang pag-anilangan, walang pagdadalawang isip. Pasok agad sa site, plant ng spike. At retake na lang ang lalaroin ng EG.
Kung Navi tsaka ano yan, no?
Ang tagal pa nito, magsisipline pa yan kahit pistol round.
Oo, ganun kabagal. At pag Pacific, press W lang yung mga yan. At ngayon, na-flashan lang kagad. Pero Foxy9, ako po, katapusan na kagad niya.
Wala na rin siya magagawa. We have the utilities being set up. There's the blind. There's Jaljigo getting in those kills. So once again, kasama niya sina Ethan. And now, we only have 2 players. Pero alam na natin na kung saan sila manggagaling pa for the post plant. Now, the pistol round was able to, the pistol round was given to the side of EG. Na-deny nila eh.
Si Demon naman, dinaan lang sa tutok, walang halong utilities, walang molly. Talagang pitas lang ng pitas. At fun fact nga pala sa mga nanonood dyan, si Demon 1, by the way, nagpakalbo din siya kasi sabi niya, pag kalbo daw, mas lalong magaling maglaro. Katulad lang syempre ng duelist nga ng Fnatic, 'di ba? Alam naman natin 'yan. Mga naka-Ocalbs buff yan. But good start for EG. At you can definitely see the reason why they wanted to pick out Fracture. It's one of their best maps talaga, especially when they played it out in NAVCT.
Hirap na lang nito para sa side na nga ngayon ng DRX dahil naudlot eh. Pumasok nga kaagad sila ng site, pero ang magiging problema noon is nasusolusyonan na nga ba nila kung paano sila mag-a-adjust on the latter stages ng half na ito. Since they are on the attacking side, they need to still be concise pagdating nga ng post na dahil, yun nga eh, nasalisihan din sila dito ng AG.
And Georgia mo talaga. One of these players right now, we have nahuli na kagad yung pag-zipline ni Buzz together with Foxy9. At 3 na lang kagad natitira. Bustio gets the 3rd. At isa na lang kagad Mako all by himself. Meron siyang kasamang Ghost dito. Pero mukhang hindi na niya ata to kaya. Ang hirap na neto going up against 5. That's really complicated talaga.
Hindi niya pa naman hawak dito yung spike. He has still the smokes at hand at pati molly to create him some space. Pero ang problema kasi, alam na at pwede siya ma-anticipate kaagad kung anong angulo ang kailangan niyang pasukin ngayon. And now, we have Ethan going in against him. Unfortunately, he has the Spectre at hand na medyo pumalya. Jalgimon din naman dito ang makaka-deny sa kanya. So still, maganda pa rin naman ito para sa side na nga ngayon ng DRX.
Jojo mo eh, no? Kulay purple yung buhok din kagad. And actually, there's quite a surprise for me. I all thought na talagang si Demon 1 yung gagamitin nila bilang duelist nila. Pero sabi nila, let's give confidence dito kay Jojo mo. Kasi pagdating nga sa ibang duelist as well, especially on that race, we already know how good he is. Pero on the side naman ng DRX, half armors nga talaga, maximize the utilities. But the next question is, mananalo nga ba sila dito sa round 3 or hindi?
Yun nga eh, by round pa naman nila ito at tinahanap sila as a bonus round ng EG. Nagkakaalaman na, we have the recon connecting in fully. Pero yung aggression nila, bigla nila papalya. We have the showstopper, walang makakakonect ni isa. Busyo, nakasama na rin naman na, but the trade is already there para kay Foxy na makuha sa kanyang mga hukay. Now, 3 laban sa isa na lang kaagad na natitira. EG with Jalgimo. What can you do next to fully dominate in DRX?
Oh! Nakuha niya pa rin yun despite him being a 64 HP and it's not impossible for him to actually get that clutch. Grabe naman. Kapag alam mo talagang galing si mananalo talaga. And he gets the 4K. What a Red Bull clutch coming in from this guy. At alam mo saan galing yan? Galing sa atin yan. Kamag-anak natin yan. Taga Cambodia kasi siya.
Yun pala yung tinutukoy mo kanina.
Siya yung taga Cambodia.
Sinigurado ko pa kasi akala ko etong DRX yung tinutukoy mo. Oh my God, the consistency of this guy is just really remain composed doon. Sa naging clutches na yun, tingnan mo, yung tropa niya naman dito yung mas na-hype up doon sa ginawa niya kaysa sa sarili niyang expression. Pero I just gotta commend this guy na he knew already how to isolate in the fight. Ang problema lang din dito for DRX, isa-isa niyang hinanap na nga dito yung mga natira. So now 3-0 na kaagad for EG.
Ito naman yung problem sa DRX. Parang same lang nung sa Paper X Finals. Di na naman nila nire-respect yung mga 3v1s na yan. Akala nila na hindi sila makaklatsya ng isang tao from EG. At tatandaan nyo si EG, they're quick to adapt sa mga kalaban nila, especially from the APAC scene. And right now, Demon 1 shuts down kagad si Foxy9.
Hirap talaga nito. Inaabangan, inaantay, ina-anticipate na lang din. Even though that they have the blinds earlier, it still gave the opportunity for EG to break and get the kill. 4 players na lang ang natitira for DRX. They are still fully committed. Decisive pa rin naman nila. Dito kuhanin yung Bipa. Kaso nga lang sa pagiging decisive sila, hindi na nila nainda na mahanap pa yung mga utilities na nakaset up against them. Mako was able to still push in the space mula dito sa kitchen and still, maganda na rin naman na ito dahil ngayon, medyo may laban pa sila. 4v3.
There's the pressure sana coming in from Mako, pero hindi mag-work. Alam na rin nila kagad kung nasan si RB. And now RB, will he get it? No! Well, dalawang nakitingin sa'yo and finally EG gets this into a 4-0. Grabe. Ang bilis dun maglaro ng Evil Geniuses. This is quite unexpected. Pero alam mo, nakakatuwa din kasi momentum base itong EG. And ang ganda din ang pagkapanalo nila kahapon.
Definitely. Diba? At ang nakikita ko na lang din dito is namamind case sila ng tuluyan na nga ang DRX. Even though nababawasan, nakakakuha ng mga kills, it's not much of an impact eh. Nakakakuha mo ng space dito ang DRX. Pero umaabot tayo sa latter stages na mas nagre-rely na nga ang EG when it comes to the contacts na kaya nilang ibigay on their retake. So unfortunately for DRX, malayo-layo yung habulan nito. First half pa lang, 4-0 na agad.
Ang hirap sa DRX to. I think they really gotta go for that timeout. They really need to discuss on the next approach that they have right now. And sabi ko nga talaga, si Foxy9, basing lang sa kanilang mga matches yesterday, nakita naman natin na yung stats niya, siya talagang nahihirapan mag-frag for his team. And sa mga nagtatanong nasan si Zest, well, si Zest guys, di siya naglalaro ngayon for DRX, but we know naman that every time na nilalagay nila si Zest sa kanilang roster, he's always been very independent. Ang ganda ng kanyang mga decision making. Hindi na siya kailangan pang instructa ng maayos, 'di ba? Because he can make his own place. So, yan yung kailangan na harapin ng DRX or else they might be too late since this is EG. And pwede pa ito maging 2-0, ah.
Totoo yan. Wala pa naman din naman na nangyayari ditong comeback potential coming in from DRX. But we're still hoping in for the best. Orbital Strike, Nightfall, magkasama, pwedeng nang gamitin for this round alone for them to secure in this one dahil ang may sasagot kasi dito nila Bustio, we have that lockdown. Tapos, Showstopper to create a lot of impact. At nag-iingat nga dito yung DRX to give info kung saan sila nagkukumpulan dahil hiwa-hiwalay sila dito dahil anytime, with just the snap of his fingers, Jogimo still can use that Showstopper. Pero until now, wala pa rin namang reaction, wala pa rin namang info. Pero at least, they need to be really precise on how to take Jogimo down.
Uy, ang ganda nito. Para ma-remove nila lahat ang nasa site. RB gets already Ethan. At may kasama sana kay Jojimo pero wala naman kagad siya makikita para sa kanyang showstopper. So parang itatapon na lang niya to out in the open dahil wala. Medyo nag-back off muna. Konting disiplina sa DRX. And finally, RB gets the perfect tune. Sino pa ang next na lang kailangang katapat? Si Demon 1, buhay pa.
Oh, I love this. Stax is already down. 3 players na lang natitira for either of the teams. And now, we're hoping in for the best post plan that DRX can finally execute. Lalo na ngayon, may lockdown. Buti na lang na-reserve nila ang Orbital Strike. Busio though in a very tricky position. Com really waiting in for the push. Foxy9 was able to still get the kill. But naging sagot na naman ni Busio dito is yung pag-aabang niya all the way from downtown. It's all up to Buzz with the lineup. Makikita, malalaman yung pwesto niya dahil doon sa alarm bot, pero buti na lang umabot yung kanyang swarm grenade. The time is on the ticking, but still mahuhuli pa rin siya ni Demon 1. And then the time is still enough for them to defuse and the spike. It's still around for Evil Geniuses.
And yung post plans na naman ng DRX, they can't handle it. They were just all relying, syempre, sa lineup. I kind of get it. Tapos winis nga ni Mako kagad on that lockdown. Very understandable. But the next main thing is, sobrang stretch out sila sa site. Hindi nila kagad clear yung mga manggagaling man lang sana sa kitchen. Wala kagad preparedness si DRX. mula sa ganyang side nila. At tatandaan nyo, it's just the same mistakes they've been doing nung matchup nila sa finals against Paper X kung saan sila tinambak dito ng 13-6. So yan yung nakakatakot talaga.
Yesterday pa lang nasasabi ko na may chances talagang nararattle dito ang DRX. But this time, hindi sila nagdadalawang isip. A-side kaagad ang gusto nila puteryahin. Now, with all of the distraction given, makakatatlo, nakakaagad sila. Dalawa na lang ang natitira. Umuulan na ng mga shock size. Wala na silang mga bala. Tatlo na nakapag-plant na. So, back away na lang din muna dahil 4 pa rin naman sila. Free upgrades pa ang kasama.
Grabe si Mako. Hinihiram lang yung sheriff. May dalawa kagad siyang na-pick off. This man talaga is really one of the GOATs pagdating sa DRX. Not just because he's very smart, pero pati yung firepower niya, sobrang independent din niya at the same time. Pero,
oh my God.
sabi nila, hello! Com is just gonna be out. And Boostio, medyo mag-ingat ka. 4 pa yan na nakatingin sa'yo na parang firing squad. At na 350 pesos ng mga taga-DRX ngayon ng Evil Geniuses.
What I see here for EG is hinahanap nila yung mga gustong mag-post plan na napumupeso outside of the sites. They are playing to sandwich in the DRX team. Pero ang nakikita ko kasi, hinahanap nila si Mako, hinahanap nila dito si Buzz para hindi nila magawa yung mga lineups. At buhay pa rin si Mako na kayanan tuloy nilang gawin yung lineup. So they were able to win out the post plan at finally natapos na nila yung win streak dito within the rounds ng EG.
Pero 4 pa rin ang lead ng EG so far. They still have a lot of money naman. Mako, nakaabang na nga din kagad. Pero double push to na manggagaling sa mga taga EG. Pero, uy. Naku, lahat sila matatrap. Lahat sila pupunta sa harapan. Huling-huli. Pero nga lang, Stacks, will he save the day for his teammates? Because it's just really difficult for him to get out as Boostio gets the second K. And it's all up to Buzz. Nasaan si Buzz? Nasa Divisoria, pero yung mga kalaban niya nasa Chinatown. Oh, yan na nga sasabi
Okay,
ko.
there goes one.
Okay.
Unfortunately, hindi nabasa ng DRX yon. It was really such a good save lang dahil una, merong mga free upgrades ang players ng EG. And then, pangalawa, nagulat at nagulantang wala nang nagawa yung DRX. We had the Rolling Thunder and even the Orbital Strike. Lumilipad yung mga players ng EG at hindi nila matuntun. Paano sila lulundag? Paano sila makukuha within the shots? And unfortunately, even though na puro mga sheriffs lang ang gamit ng EG, mas nanaig pa rin ang kanilang naging change ng pace dahil ipet ang DRX. Another score for EG.
Kamot sa ulo na lang kagad si Stacks. Sabi na nahuli tayo doon. That's just something they didn't expect, guys. That's why they wanted to play slow, diba? Because they wanted to respect yung mga ultimates na meron yung Evil Geniuses, and yet hindi nga nila yon nagamit. Instead, nagamit pa sa kanila pabalik. Pero ngayon, kita niyo naman, destroy lang nila kagad yung... pero hindi. Mali po yung lineup, sorry. Pero meron na kagad ngayon na-detain. These are actually 3 players. They thought that it can be destroyed, but it's not. RP gets the advantage, gets the 2. Isa na lang kagad dito na nakadetain, pero mukhang nakawala na din kagad siya.
3. Laban sa 5, kompleto pa. Wala pang damage ang armor nila. May Rolling Thunder pang kasama. So Stacks can still play in the post plan. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat still dahil baka maisahan, marondahan. Dahil ngayon si Boostio umiikot-ikot pero hindi niya pa rin natunton kung sino man ang kanyang kaharap. We have Foxy9 still remaining here, surviving all the way from tower. And now it's Ethan left alone. Mukhang save na lang muna dito dahil wala na rin siya magagawa pa eh.
I think that's just it. Save na lang talaga ang kanyang option right now. And DRX, ganda ng entry kagad. The fact that they weren't able sa side ng EG to tackle down yung lockdown, alam mo na may 3 players na madedetain sa kanila, giving RB an opportunity to take those kills as much as possible. Pagdating naman ngayon kay Com talaga, sabi niya, okay, may tiwala ako sa pag-destroy ng lockdown, pero wala eh. Sorry. Sorry, sabi ni Ethan.
Di na rin natuntun at hindi rin kasi talaga enough yung aftershock. So, there should be a follow-up damage katulad na lang din ng Page Shell or kaya dito ng Shock Dart. Pero unfortunately, yeah, yon ay nangyari na. this is a lead still for EG. May pera pa rin naman ang DRX after winning out that round. At buti na lang hindi pa nila na-exhaust dito yung kanilang Rolling Thunder. So, by all means, pwede nila ma-secure dito yung site. At nakikita ko dito, medyo magiging maganda ito. Kung sakali na ilapag na nga yung Rolling Thunder dito after the Prowler, nakakuha ng info, the girls sa Congas, papasok dito si Foxy9, matasagutan din naman kaagad nila Ethan. RB with a good kill, follow-up. Nightfall kasama, pero nandito na lumulundag na nga dahil kumalampag na nga sila ng papag. Bustio though, going in with a double, close enough for a triple, but now it's down to a 2v2. Hindi pa nila napaplano yung spike dahil ang daming naging problema na sinagutan lang ng kabila.
Oh no, pero nga lang may recon na kuha na ba kagad? May showstopper for Jojimo to get that and he gets the 2K. And once again, EG, sobrang explosive si Jojimo. Alam naman natin on the latter parts pa siya ng round na makakuha ng mga kills as much as possible. Pero once he becomes a monster talaga, out na out ang mga miyembro ngayon ng DRX. But ito'y nakakapagtaka si Bustio. Nakakuha pa siya kagad ng kill, but then there's just the pressure from the Hunter's Fury.
Nakonkas na siya noon din. Na-rolling thunder na siya. And mapapa-let's go ka na lang din talaga kasi who would have thought that he will still survive that casualty na pwede na nga ibigay lang kaagad sa kanila dito ng DRX. Sabi niya dito, wala, kailangan niya na lang talagang indahin eh. Nandun na yung Rolling Thunder, most likely anticipate niya na lang yung papasok at natsambahan niya pa, nauluhan niya pa dito yung DRX. 7-2. Ang hirap na nito, pero 7-5, hindi pa rin naman masama. But still, sayang yung mga utilities na ginamit nila kanina.
This is so dangerous aside ng DRX. The more that EG has been winning, the more DRX are losing their momentum. At ngayon, Buzz, makakonkas ba siya? Hindi. Pero ito na naman, jumping rope ka na naman. Wala na dyan, hindi na pwede yan. Kung ano nga kung mga other APAC teams na tatalo sa ganyang fights. I think it's just the same with DRX. But right now, there will be the next prove ng ano ngayon. Evil Geniuses kasi may lockdown pa din si Bustio.
Yun nga, medyo malayo ito mula sa mga kamay na nga ng DRX para masira pa. But the orbital strike will be holding them down. Ang kaso huli na ang lahat. Nakapasok, nakaagad. Dito ang EG. Naka-ready na yung blind. RB going in for the kill. Nakatalon para makalundag at magamit yung aftershock. They are being delayed for a bit. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi nila nakita, hindi nila nalaman kung saan na nga ba dito tumutungo si Stax. And Stax still manages to get in the final kill. 7-3 ang scoreline. Finally, mai-stretch up to possible 7-5.
Galit na si Stax. Kanina nangamot na yung ulo Kaya alam mo na he's just prepared
sa hindi makatid. Doon pa naman sila nag-amplify, di ba? Pag frustrated na.
Yeah, ganda nga na sinabi mo. Lalo-lalo kapag si Stax or si Mako.
Kita mo, nagagalit
whenever hindi na talaga maganda yung performance, they're just up there. And finally, they get the kill. Pero so far, EG pa rin leading by 4 against DRX. But this is a round where DRX can actually capitalize on it. Tapos ito pa, pag nag-switch tayo ng side, malakas din naman ng DRX under defending.
Yun pa. Dahil mautak sila dito when it comes to reserving in their utilities to win out the post-plant ng EG na possible scenario later on. Pero this one, wala kasing pera ngayon ang EG. After losing 2 consecutive rounds laban sa DRX, mahirapan sila dito makakomeback. Pero gusto ko yung na-point out mo kanina, no, na laging nakakapatay si Buzz. Lagi siya nakakapatay kapag ibang APAC teams. Pero ngayon kasi inaabangan, tansyang-tansya ng EG. Paano nila isasama yung blind before the blind, or rather, after the blind, isasama nila yung recon para makakatunton kung sino ba yung nag-aabang dito within the flank. Dahil yun yung laging ginagawa ni Buzz. But then, iba na ang storyline. Iba na. 5-5 sila dito. Kompletong-kompleto. Papunta na ng A-side.
Ay, nako, kailangan nilang mas maging aware ngayon sa side ng DRX. Naku po yung mga utilities, but then, dinaan sa tutok ni Stax, ni Foxy9, ni RB, Division Strikers Squad. Nandito na naman muli sila to just be on fire. At ngayon, si Com na lang ang natitira. Mukhang galing sa malayo is not just gonna be able to make it. Save na lang talaga ang next option niya. And DRX, ito yung nakakatuwa sa kanila. Just a little bit of that reset talaga. Definitely understandable how they really want to plan out itong mismong fracture map natin.
Na rin talaga magagawa dito si Com, no? Aba, Iniwasan pa siya ng DRX. Ganun ang respeto na ginagawa dito ng ating APAC team dahil mahirap na kung sakali man na makadali na nga siya ng isa. At yun na nga, na-detect pa rin naman siya. He has no guns into his hands. He needs to die off the spike dahil wala na rin talaga siya magagawa dito dahil lima pa ang kanyang makakalaban na nga. Now, still in the eyes of DRX, isa lang ang goal nila, 7-5.
What a flawless Prime Gaming. We have a DRX. They're just too good. Even if kita nyo kagad yung mga answers ng evil geniuses against them. RB talaga, together with Stacks, they never disappoint, guys. Sa mga rounds na kailangan nyo sila, yung mga mas experienced na sa mismong VCT scene natin, yung mga nangunguna. Pero as for EG, they need to prove that they can take over DRX. But as of now, do it for honor. Vamos talaga. Ang daming supporters ng DRX. Nakakatuwa naman.
Hirap din kasi dito for DRX, especially kung hindi sila mag-a-adjust on their setup na iwan nila si Buzz para mag-itay for the flanks. Kasi yun yung hinahanap kaagad dito ng EG They have the utilities at hand before sila dito mabigyan nga ng info or mabigyan talaga sila ng problema, di ba? Especially na nag-aabang na nga lang siya dito with any kind of pick. Pero kasi siya talaga yung hinahanap. And now, with their certain adjustments, unti-unti na silang nakakabawi. Although, huli na ang lahat para makakakuha tayo ng 6-6. But it's still a good half kung sakali man para sa DRX.
DRX, kahit na overwhelm, kita mo naman yung kanilang pagiging experience sa scene itself. Those resets are getting pretty good. At sabi nga na mismo ng isang katulad ni Mako sa interview, or ni Buzz rather, na marami silang surprises here in VCT Masters Tokyo. So I am also waiting for that surprise. Pero syempre, masakit yun. Merong mga na-shock dart, pero ilalabas na kagad ni Foxy9 ang kanyang, of course, showstopper. Pero sino ba una niya mapipitas? Meron siya nakita. But then, still, it's Jojima who will be able to get the frag. Pero after that nightfall, masasabayan pa rin nga ba to ng mga taga-DRX?
Ethan is waiting in for the entry, pero blinded siya ng mga lights. Makakadali pa rin naman ng isa. Jojima still alive and kicking inside off the side. Makakapagbato na page shells. Kapos ngayon, buhay na buhay pa rin. Nakita, nalaman na kung nasaan si Stacks at si Jojima pa rin ang makakakuha ng kill. What just happened? It was already in favor, looking in favor of DRX. They had the showstopper, but unfortunately, nabuhay pa rin at hindi nila natuntun si Jojima. Jojima was the ultimate boss. Was able not to give any side para sa side na nga ng DRX.
Oh my goodness, Jojima talaga, sobrang palong-palo. I loved his discipline. I love how he will use to its own maximization, syempre. Pero, i-explain pa yan ng ating panel. So, ready and the gang, guys. Take it away.
Well, EG has been having a very, very solid start here dito sa first half natin. Again, DRX has finally found some footing. I think we really like those, when they finally take the site and they focus on that retake, especially with Mako and, his Molly lineup stretching out as much time as he can. And EG have no choice but to just wait it out. But I like what Honey Glaze and Ray Ray pointed out na si Jojima and Boostio really made it happen. And I really like, not to mention yung combo and utility usage, especially in round 9. We saw that Hunter's Fury together with the Breach utils. It was just beautiful from EG.
Yeah, Jojima, I think he really, talagang siya yung nag-set ng tone kung anong mangyayari dito sa Fracture. And parang sa feeling ko, base sa galawan ni DRX at base rin sa mga naipanalo ni EG, mukhang hindi handa si DRX na ito yung magiging core member na magpapahirap sa buhay nila dito sa Fracture. So far, very aggressive. Parang no fear si Jojima dito sa, either he plays very close, he plays probably the most unpredictable angles, lalong-lalo na pagpapasok na si DRX sa site, handang-handa na siya umabang para i-deny yung plant.
I don't know, man. Imagine losing to Sova. No, but for real though, I think it's very unexpected, and I think it's one of those picks that can really throw you off because you're not used to shooting the drone. You can't play certain angles, dial you close corners, kita ka if the flies above. And the recon dart, and like you said, the Hunter's Fury combo, it messes with your plans and your timing. So I feel like just the pick alone is putting DRX in a medyo uncomfy spot.
Oo, ano, yung parang, oh, may recon, parang lilingon ka pa, tapos nandiyan na pala sa harap mo, may
Yeah.
nag-aabang, parang ganun.
Exactly. I think that, that follow-up, kind of play is really what they're not expecting here. And I kind of like that, EG is able to kind of put DRX in the situation. I like seeing DRX be able to kind of like, adapt to them. But it's interesting to see that we did have EG with that timeout here. And it's kind of interesting to see also that DRX didn't really, we always see them come back very, very strong from their timeouts. And I don't think we're seeing that here.
Yeah, parang hindi pa at the moment. Parang ito na nga yung sinasabi natin na parang download mode muna. Parang now that the swap is going to happen, parang they have to download all over again kasi magsaswap na sila ng side. So at this point, parang nakaka-worry on the end if you're a DRX fan.
Yeah, I think I like the timeout point also because I think even Potter did the very late timeout. Even it's one of those, we're already winning, maybe we're slipping, but how do we continue keeping the lead up? And I think that's an important factor because at the end of the day, you're not playing a marathon, it's a race to 13. So as long as you can keep securing rounds, especially when you're on the half, it's fine.
Exactly. Well, that's it from the panel. We're going to be passing it off to our casters. So Honey Glaze and Ray Ray, back to you.
Maraming salamat, Fluffy, and the rest of the gang ng ating panelists ngayon. And dahil papasok na nga tayo in our second half, mali natin makikita yung rat coming in from EG. DRX still malayo-layo yung kailangan nilang habulin, pero apat lang din naman yan. They need to be really composed on holding on to the sides. Dahil tingnan mo naman yung paglalagkasaan ng mga bawat utility na binabato nila going into tower para lang din madomina nila ang DRX. But still alive, nandito pa rin naman na, oh my god, yung right click. Medyo magiging mahirap na kung hindi siya makadali man ng isa, pero make it two for Buzz! He still is alive inside of the side, but unfortunately, ready naman din for a trade si Ethan.
My goodness, Foxy9 na lang together with RB ang natitira, tapos 25 pa bago malabas kagad ang kanyang recon. Pero good for Foxy9, was able to take the tap. 2v2 ang meron tayo ngayon. Meron pa kagad siyang Roomba, meron pa kagad siyang pain shots that he can use to his advantage. At nakita na nga natin ngayon that Foxy9, he will be, of course, removing lang yung pag-pick sa kanya dito sa may site. Pero si Demon1, iikot ata together with Ethan. This is very interesting kasi kano pa ka-sure na nandito kagad yung mga kalaban, but RB gets a tap and it's gonna be just him together with Ethan. He's just gonna go for that half defuse, pero paglalaroan siya ngayon ni Ethan. Pero nga lang wala siyang no choice. Lahat kagad, hindi na sana mapipigilan ang kanyang sarili, pero nga lang Ethan will be denying him. And finally, the pistol still goes into the hands of evil geniuses.
Wala na rin talaga siya magagawa eh. We have the aftershock still. Tapos syempre, play for time. Lulundag, tatalon, magpapahiwatig na kailangan niya pa rin talaga makakuha ng kill. But unfortunately, hindi na lang nga kinuha. Ang kaso nga lang, sayang yung umpisa dito. Nilabas, diba? Dalawa din yung na-pick off niya sa loob ng site with just the right clicks. And it did not amplify in so well dahil ready at mabilis yung naging trades na nanggaling nga dito ng B-main ang players ng EG. So now, unfortunately, pistol round napunta sa EG.
Ako po, DRX.
Careful there.
They destroyed a lot of APAC teams here in Fracture. Pero alam niyo sino nanalo dito sa kanila? Team Secret. So, ang
2-0 pa yun.
Oh, 2-0, diba? Pero ngayon, wala talaga. Alam mo, this has been DRX. I have high expectations for them. Especially this is on Fracture map. One of their best maps. Pero ngayon talaga,
Hirap kasi.
Nahirap sila. Lalo na yung ano na yan, Sova na yan. Unexpected but really creative from the side of EG.
Walang pake ang EG kahit may turret, kahit may swarm grenade. Dire-diretso lang. Walang mapapatay na isa si Stax. Direnay niya naman din para at least makakuha ng isa. But unfortunately, ang daming nakaabang sa kanya. The page is already raining. We have the sprays coming in from this cheeky corner, coming in from Com. Nahanap nila kung saan magaling si Foxy9 and flawless. Really good. Off a buy round para sa EG.
Ay. This is just gonna be hurting DRX. Tatlo na lang kagad. Pero parang kahit naman, nakikita natin that EG is really eating them alive here on this map. Sa tingin ko sa Ascent talaga sila makakabawi at the same time. Pero nga, sinabi mo din to kanina, EG, the fact that shaky yung performance ng DRX yesterday shows to us na talagang itong EG, they have a chance to take out one of the best teams out in our VCT scene. At ito na nga ata ang mangyayari. Ala, tinapon! Walang na-rebuild din. Back out si RB.
Kaya nga, exit na lang din muna pero ayoko na tapos yung tila ni Ray. Tatanggalin sa BCT at DRX. Hindi ko kaya. Dahil DRX yan eh. DRX. Let's hope for the best. 6 pa rin ang kailangan nilang habulin pero 3 na lang din para sa side na nga ng EG. At pinaglalaroan pa yung pusop na dami ng isipan nila dahil nga nagbaabang sila with any bit of info utility. Ibaba to before sila makakuha ng entry. Dahil ngayon, yun na nga, they are mullied down and they are being held back. 1 minute pa rin naman ang laro ngayon for this round at hindi pa rin sila nagpapatuloy dito sa A.
Uy,
Papalang daw.
pero kung optic dyan, iba yan. Pero ngayon, RB together with Foxy9, they finally contained the boys of EG all together. Pero nga lang, Bustio is up there to get the 2K. At meron pa kagad susunod sa kanyang harapan dahil si Demon 1. Pwede siya makipagtapakan kay Foxy9 as he gets the top. At ikaw na lang mag-isa, Bustio, with that clutch.
Alam niya na eh. Naabangan niya na kaagad kung saan magagaling dito si Buzz. Hindi niya dampot yung spike. Foxy9, they have the advantage. Inaabangan nila kung saan na nga patungo dito yung isang natitira. Pero kasi dito si Bustio, nagdadalawang isip, nagbabaka sakali na hanapin muna si Buzz before pa nga maka-entrada dito si Foxy9 since he is very low on HP. Pero ngayon, alamin, makakaramdam, maririnig, takbo ka pa, saan ka pupunta? Buzz pa rin makakahanap sa kanya. 5 pa rin ang kailangan nilang tapatan ngayon laban sa EG.
This is interesting. Ito na nga ba, 1 round, pwedeng mag-shift to sa side ng DRX. At nakita mo naman yung anchor talaga ni RB together with Foxy9. I love this duo, guys. They always make sure to make those skills workable for them. Tapos kita mo kagad yung hinahagas ni RB para lang tulungan din si Foxy9. And I love his performance so far. But then EG is still scary. 3 na lang before they can get this first map out of DRX. And DRX talaga, kailangan nila masustain yung bawat round na kanilang tatahakin.
Layo po na nga po dito na DRX pero hindi malabong mangyari dahil DRX pa rin naman ito. See, we have our fans! Our fans talaga. Fans natin yan dahil ngayon, nakita nga natin, nag-amplify na si Foxy9, nag-amplify na kanina si Buzz. As you mentioned, nagko-connect na yung kanilang mga shots pero unfortunately, EG pa yung nagka-connect sa kanila, hinanap, na-bait out. Kaya naman, nung lumabas sila sa kanilang mga lungga, nabawasan sila ng isa.
Ang sakit nito. Foxy9 is out na naman muli. Wala na namang additional firepower for DRX. But then for Jojimon, 19-9 ang kanyang KDA. Nakakatakot talaga. Ang EG, especially na meron kagad Rolling Thunder na gagamitin si Ethan. But while that is happening, sobrang nag-iba ngayon naman muli yung playstyle ng EG. Medyo mabagal pero sigurado. At sabi na nga, gagamitin. Sabi na, ininis nyo ako ha. So syempre, pupush na kami mismo sa may A-site. Pero mukhang na-delay lang naman ang nangyari sa mga taga-DRX. But will they be able to get a kill? Yes! Bustio together with Jojimo gets it. At 2 na lang kagad natitira sa isang iglap as we only have si Buzz na lang pala talaga.
Buzz in a 1v5 clutch. He is known to still clutch but unfortunately, ready na rin naman na yung post-plant eh. Alam na rin, nakikiramdam EG kung saan na nga ba siya patungo ngayon with that Yickle pick. Jogimo gets in that initial info. Tapos ngayon, mukhang masasave up na lang muna dito si Buzz kung sakali man na makaligtas siya. But the dog pick, hindi na maibibigay ito sa kanya. EG with so much lead already. 11-5. Mahirap pa rin dahil immense pa rin talaga yung bait and switch na ginagawa nila. And even the first contact placement, sobrang namangha ako sa ginawa ni Bustio and Jogimo na sabay sila dito tumulong, kumuha ng info. After nila makuha yung info kung saan naipit si Stocks, hindi nila pinalabas, hindi nila pina-exit pa, hindi nila pinaligtas.
And imagine Ethan was all by himself kanina. He pulled off that Rolling Thunder and that was the perfect call para pumunta kagad sa A-side.
Diba?
Oo, galing drop pa yung iba sa kanila. So it's very interesting how EG, they made this composition para alam nilang i-maximize yung pwedeng maging mistakes ng DRX. Sabi ng mga to, nanood kami ng laban ng Paper-X and DRX. Now we know the solution that we can use. Pero syempre, may mga fans pa rin tayo dyan ng DRX. Kaso big question pa rin to sa kanila. If hindi man sila manalo dito sa Fracture, fine, forgivable. Pero kailangan nila bumawi. Of course, sa second map natin. And kung sakasakaling mapunta sa Pearl.
Kahapon pa naman din, ano? Kahit alam naman natin na, Riot, please give me piss ball. I paid skins ball.
Magkano yun? 60,000?
Really
Pesos?
ba?
Oo, 120,000 yen sabi niya. Oh my God.
Give this man the riot body.
Yes, please, guys.
Yes, please.
Somebody give this guy a raise. Also,
Ang sayang lang kasi nilagay niya nga yung someone please give me a riot body. Kaso wala naman yung IG
pangalan
tagline
niya. Hindi ganun guys humingi ng riot god body.
Pero nakita nung nakaraan nabigyan na dahil nga merong tagline din na kasama. Sayang. Sana mahanap ka ulit. Sana't maayos mo yon dahil ngayon maayos na nga ba ng DRX yung kanilang depensa dahil muli na namang entrada sa loob ng E. Ang EG since they have the lockdown.
Si Bustio talaga sobrang interesting niya. You don't see much of him working talaga. Pero ngayon, sobrang explosive ng kanyang performance. At ngayon, kinuhuli si Mako. Si Mako pa yung nawala sa Hunter's Fury, leaving only 4 members of DRX alive. Grabe talaga si Com dito, no? Gano'n ka kaya siya katagal nag-aral ng Sova year in Fracture? Because just DRX, hindi lang na-expect yung ganitong lineup talaga ng Evil Geniuses.
Hindi rin naman ito yung usual lineup, diba? Na hindi ka halos talaga nakakakita ng Sova pick here in Fracture. But now, the defense is already happening. The retake is really going in favor of the RX. Laban sa tatlo. Naghahanap pa na sila dito. May info na kasama na ngayon. Nahanap at nakakabutas na rin naman na ng isa. Ang kaso nga lang, isa-isa rin naman sila tumutok pa. Nahanap ni Pusyo yung tatlong natitira mula dito sa kabila. TRX! What is happening na?
Ito pang Fracture. Nagugulat talaga ako. I'm so mesmerized with Evil Geniuses. Sobrang ganda ng intact place nila. Ito to pa si Bustio. Imagine, it's all by himself. Di man lang siya humingi na ng tulong. Gana, but good concuss din kasi galing kay Ethan. At yes sir talaga siya doon. And this is just really giving DRX on a big loss. Tapos kapag nag-ascend pa nako, baka mag-jet na yan si Demon 1.
Ay, hirap pa rin kasi talaga para sa DRX para makabawi pa dahil laging basang-basa na kaagad sila. Look at this! We have the concuss connecting into that orbital strike. Hindi na siya makalagpas mula pa doon sa paint shells na binaturan din naman ni Jogimo. So after the plan A, may plan B na kaagad with that orbital strike. Kung hindi siya makaligtas, tapos yung paint shells para wala na talagang ligtas. So now, unfortunately, kulang na nga isa. Wala pa showstopper na inahindog pa. Last round na rin naman na ito para sa EG kung sakali mang matalo pa ang DRX.
This is so scary. Buzz. Ngayon, i-stop niya ang isang katulad ni Jojo mo. Pero nga lang baka mahuli siya. Pero it's just quiet right now para si Mark tahimik lang. And finally, he gets the second kill. Woo! He gets the third. At ngayon, magiging 2v2. Pero Demon 1, he gets the perfect top. And it's all up to RB. Tapos ngayon, ma-alarmbot pa siya. Pero nilaban niya pa rin. Takes out that Nightfall. And now, it's a 1v1. Kaninong sweet time ang maunguna ngayon, knowing na may recon ngayon na pwede niyang itapon. Alam na niya kung saan nakapwesto si Demon 1.
Habang na dito si RB, Demon 1, they are in the same HP. Ang kailangan niya dito is makapag-plant ng spike. Nagamit na yung Nightfall, walang nagawa si RB. So now, they're just taking their sweet time. Playing it out for the post-plant na nga dito si Demon 1. He has the info at hand. RB nakikipagbakbakan na nga lang din sa patintero na ginagawa nila. So now, with the reposition, nakita na nga kaagad ni Demon 1 kung saan patunta. Dito si RB, but with the impact, Demon 1 pa rin naman. Dito ang mas may ganap dahil ngayon, maunahan, mababalahan na nga kaagad ang ulo nila RB. Still, a really significant dominating of a half. EG wins out game number 1.
My goodness, I am really thrilled pagdating sa Evil Geniuses. Even if they had like medyo maganda na yung performance nila sa NA scene, pero mas grabe yung impression nila sa akin ngayon sa Masters Tokyo. Sabi nga ni Rico kanina, may micro and macro plays itong Evil Geniuses that can actually take out itong mga taga DRX, and it actually happened here mismo sa ating first map pa lang.
Unang-una, nakita ko na nga kaagad kung paano nila na-dominate, paano nila nabigyan ng impact dito si Buzz para maiba na nga yung pakikitungo nila on their attacking side. Lagi nilang hinahanap yung mga flanks at doon pa lang sa puntong yon, -1 na kaagad yung DRX. So hindi sila makapagpatuloy dito with really good executed plays on the post nats dahil inaalala pa nila dito kung paano sila malaline upan, paano sila masasandwich nga ng EG. And oh my god, I just gotta give this game all to Joe Gimo. Was able to really dominate and pin down, stomp onto the players of DRX with his multi-kills.
I remember DRX telling us na they have a lot of surprises. Pero parang ngayon, hindi sa kanilang surprise factor. Nasa evil geniuses. And you can't stop a team na nasa momentum all throughout. But then, we gotta give credit talaga kay RB. Ang dami niyang explosive plays. Pero nga lang, pagdating sa iba niyang teammates, mukhang hindi talaga sila connected. And let's see if will that be the same answer here in Ascent or makakabawi pa rin sa kanila ang EG with the clean 2-0 because it's not impossible pa rin.
I can still see kasi na sobrang rattled pa rin ang DRX dito sa half na ito, especially on the second one na mas lumalamang dito ang EG when it comes to their offense. Alam nila kung paano ma-pin down nga dito ang DRX. They know what to do after the Rolling Thunder plays in. Tapos, alam nila kung sino yung masasetapan nila. So, by that, na iisa-isa at nalalayer down na kaagad nila yung utilities that may be... may mga sunod-sunod pang actions right after their utilities. So, it's just really powerful and it's just really beautiful to see na ganitong klase yung nagiging executions nga ng EG.
Talagang kita mo how happy this boys from EGR. Nakita ko din how young this roster is and yet pagdating kay Potter sa kanilang coach, ang ganda talaga ng how she wants this boys to be lifted up, diba? Ang dami talaga nating surprises pero syempre guys, punta tayo sa Ascent. Tignan natin kung magiging clean 2-0 nga ba talaga to coming from Evil Geniuses or meron pang sagot ngayon ang mga taga-DRX.
Yun na ang malalaman natin later on pa in just a bit. Medyo mahaba-haba ang kailangan nilang habulan dito lalo na with their momentum and their strategies. Sunny Glaze with the doubling nga po pala. Kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. We'll see you in a bit in our map number 2.
magandang hapon ulit sa inyong lahat and welcome back to Valorant Masters Tokyo 2023 Filipino broadcast. At ayun, we've just concluded our first game, which was, DRX and EG here, and it's just been crazy. I've been really enjoying this creativity that we've been seeing, and so far into group stages, I think EG is finally showing us a team that is, maintaining that round differential here, especially 5-13, and closing out games as soon as they can. And I think DRX na challenge talaga dito sa fracture nila.
Not gonna lie, di ba kaninang umaga sabi ko, oh, grabe talaga yung competition, wala na tayong mga ganun, 5-13 na scores. So, it has been like 10, 8 or something like that. I don't know, baka kinurse ko today. Pero it just shows na hindi na naka-adjust si DRX. No matter what side sila, hindi na sila nakaahon. EG talaga, they were coming from very different directions every time. Parang sobrang hirap basahin yung mga galawan ni DRX. And it's all thanks to, again, Jojimo at pati na rin si Boostio. Ang dami nilang multiple times na multiple kills. And it's honestly super insane kung gaano sila consistent throughout that kind of approach dito sa Fracture.
It's very interesting as well because 7-11 first kills means that DRX does get a lot of these first initial contacts wins, and still they only end up with that 5 score. So EG is doing something really different, and I like the fact and I respect a lot the fact that they're willing to innovate not only their composition but also adjust their playstyle. But that being said though, this is a more practice map for EG. It is their map pick after all, so it might be a different story for DRX on the next one.
Exactly, and to add on what you said, I'm honestly really enjoying this creativity that we're seeing here from EG. We all know that DRX is known for their innovation and set plays, and we know their playbook runs very, very deep. But with DRX, parang napipilitan sila mag-set up si Mako and RB to kind of step it up and to display that individual talent, especially being pushed by players like Jojimo here. Again, he was just entering the site so crazy and with so much confidence for EG for them to follow up here, and DRX was just having a hard time answering him.
Oo nga bago pa nga pumasok sa site itong si DRX, basta alam na ni Evil Geniuses kung saan papasok itong si DRX, saan sila poporma, nandun, Jojimo always managing to play close. As we get to see, first blood person is 33. That's a lot. Kung kanina maraming ang tawag dito, DRX also deals a lot of first blood, pero 11 yung first blood, and it's all thanks to Jojimo dito on this race.
Yeah, I feel like the macro gameplay din ng EG really is a bit more on point, at least for game number 1. Obviously, that can still change, but so far, they're always sa tamang position, sa tamang time, and I feel like that's one of the reasons why they really have done more damage to DRX than they've been dealt.
Exactly, and I think, speaking of that, the way that they're playing together as a team here, I think that they really played well, especially the way that they bait that offensive utility, and I think that's what allows Jojimo to go in so dangerously, although, we know the intention is there, and, EG is actually going off of this so well, but going here to our our second map on Ascent, this is DRX's pick. So things are going to be looking a little bit, difficult here for EG, especially because we know how Foxy9 especially pops off dito sa Ascent.
Tsaka, exactly. So looking forward to Foxy9 na paano tapatan either maybe Demon 1, kasi si Demon 1 kanina siya yung controller, o kaya si Jojimo again since he's feeling it. Pero one thing that's good dito sa Ascent is because it's such a classic map, parang there will be no surprises for DRX, which is again the most ideal position for where DRX can thrive, is a readability kung saan lessened yung mga unpredictable moves ng gagawin ng team. Pero malay mo, despite how old Ascent is, maybe there's still new things that can be done. And again, mataas ang expectations dito kay Evil Geniuses after defeating them on a 13-5 score sa Fracture.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of creativity pa naman left in Ascent, and DRX, they're no stranger to really finding yung mga bagong strategies. Pero tama din si Rico na ito yung one of the more practiced maps overall in VCT. But this is also the map na Demon 1 really shines in, because we've seen him play Jet on this map, and on Ascent itself, this is the Demon mode talaga na minsan he gets us 1-2 opening picks really early because it's so open, and if you can really just get that momentum so early, that can just ruin any plans that you do have.
Exactly. So, coming into this map, I know that we have, I guess, our 2 Jets. It's going to be another battle of the Jets here, I think, right? But, going into this, do you think we have 2 very, very creative teams here, and again, 2 very, very powerful Jets. What are they looking at? Just the way that they are coming in from Fracture. How do you think that we're going to be seeing them here, especially, on their agents here that we can see in our Prime Gaming agent select. We do have them on those Jets here, and it kind of just looks like a mirror matchup.
Yeah, it's a mirror matchup, so it's going to be all strategy, less about the skill. It's about which team can really bait utility and suppress enemy utility to make the most difference. And I think between both of these teams, DRX is probably the more practiced of the 2, but you can't deny kung gaano ka-explosive talaga yung Evil Geniuses.
Oo, grabe talaga yung kanina. Now, Jojimo is gonna be the controller this time around kasi si Demon 1 yung kanina ang nag-brimstone. So, excited ako na makita yung mga pwede pang niyang gawin kasi Omen can still do a lot of plays, lalong-lalo na sa mga pag-reposition niya at lalo na yung from the shadows.
Exactly, and it's also good for him to be back on his main role here because he is the controller for the team, but it's also good to see that he's able to step up and kind of have that flexibility to him as well. And I think that's going to serve him very, very well here on Ascent because again, although it is an old map, it's never too late to add some new tricks. But again, we're going to be getting game 2 underway, so we're going to be passing it off back to our casters, Ray and Honeyglaze. Take it away.
Isang malupitang pagbabalik na nga dito sa second series ng day number 2 of Masters Tokyo. I'm Honeyglaze with the double E, by the way. Kasama ko ngayon si Ray and we're trying to see here kung kailan na nga ba makakabawi ang Team Pacific. DRX natalo on game number 1. Pero let's see kung ano ba ang maihandog nila laban sa AG.
Ay, talagang dito pa naman sa Ascent, nakita natin how crazy Demon 1 is with his jet. So talagang aabangan natin yan. But at the same time naman, I'd like to give this, of course, to DRX. 71% yung kanilang win rate dito sa Ascent mismo. So maganda talaga yung performance nila pagdating sa mismong map na to. But then, Evil Geniuses, enough ba yung kanilang research sa map na to? Or may mga kulang pa ba? But then, this going to be a big battle of the Jets once again. Ika nga, Demon 1 versus Foxy 9.
Ayan. Sa sobrang likot na nga kanina ni Jokimo, paano pa kaya kapag Omen na yung gamit niya? Ang daming magiging responsibility. Siyempre, with the smokes, with everything at hand. Pero ngayon, that was such a good timing! With that knife! Na-deny, na-null command tuloy, na hirapan makalaro dito si Foxy 9 sa loob ng site dahil who would have thought na doon pa lang sa timing na yun na mag-entry na sana sila with the rush. Dalawa kaagad na mabawasan sa DRX.
Ang hirap nito. Wala na nga si Buzztap. Pero nga lang, good job ngayon for Stacks to actually cut off right now si Boostio. But then, numbers advantage is still up, syempre, sa mga taga-Evil Geniuses. And they can really play passively lang naman. Pero tatlo on the flank itself. Demon 1, kasama niya ngayon si Ethan, kasama niya ngayon si Com. And now, finally, Com gets the tap. Stacks na lang together with Mako. Ang natitira ngayon din, ayro nga lang yung Spike. Nahuli. Napako na lang ngayon dyan.
Oh no, wala pang naiintindihan si Mako kung ano na nga ba ang kailangan niyang hanapin dito dahil alam na rin naman ng EG kung saan dataputin dito ng DRX yung Spike. Stacks na lang, the only man remaining alive. Alam niya paano niya sana dito makikipag-duelo. Kaso nga lang, nalikuran na rin naman na siya dito. Still, EG, pistol round na naman ang nakuha nila.
They've been very, very shaky on towards how gustong mag-perform ngayon din ang isang katulad ng DRX. And now, kapag nilamon sila unti-unti ng Evil Geniuses, I think it will be hard for them to reset talaga. At all I can say is all praises talaga sa Evil Geniuses. Ang ganda talaga ng composition nila. It's what we usually see naman din from them. But then, DRX talaga ngayon being shut down is more questionable para sa akin ngayon din. Ang tapang pa ni Demon mo, tinatap-tap lang talaga. Pero may Boostio right now here in mid. Pero wala siyang mapipitas.
Ay, nako. W Gaming man dito ang gusto natin makita for DRX. Pero kasi sinagutan agad ito ng EG. Who would have thought na madadamage at makakancel nila kaagad dito yung line-up or yung push, yung dash coming in from DRX. But now, there's still no push happening in favor of DRX. Boostio, no scope needed. Stacks, the only man remaining. Once again, wala pa sa kanya yung Spike. Ano pa ba yung pwede niyang gawin?
Ang ganda. What a prime gaming flawless from Evil Geniuses 2-0. At ito na nga ba na naman ang pagdidikta nila ng pacing. If this is going to be a 4-0, I gotta consider na talaga that Evil Geniuses knows how to put on a stop sa mga isang katulad ng DRX. At ito pa, kanina nga no, napansin ko yung mga timeouts ng DRX, hindi na naman ganun ka-accurate. And this has been their problem since the Pacific.
Yun nga eh, hindi na nila nagagamit ito ng maigi earlier. But this time, let's see kung dito na nga ba sila magkakaroon ng time. Magkausap at may i-replenish yung kanilang mga sarili with their energy. But now, hindi ko sila nahanap. Demon 1, where did you come from? Tanong-tanong, haka-haka na lang ng iilan dahil free upgrade para sa kanya yon. But just with the ones up onto the head of Mako, there's no more controller para sa side na nga ng DRX. Bustyo, he still has the Marshall. Nadetect na rin naman na siya dito ng Aldron. Pero wala daw siyang pake. Hanapin niya pa rin dito ang player sa DRX.
Pero B, controlled na kagad ngayon ng mga taga Evil Geniuses. But as for, ng mga taga-DRX, pero on that flank itself, will RB cut off at least one. Or meron pa kagad maiiba. Sa iba kagad napunta, pero dalawa yan. Lahat na lang kagad. And Jojo finally gets at top with that Guardian. Tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa DRX. Lahat sila naiipit pa ngayon. Surprise na nga lahat pa. And Jojo finally gets the second K. He gets the third pala, by the way. And Demon 1 finishes it out. At ito na naman tayo, solusyon ng mga taga-EG. Ipitin lang ang DRX.
That's what happened. The connection of the blind. Tapos, TP ni Jogimo gave a lot of hesitations para sa side na nga dito ng DRX para malaman kung ano ba yung dapat nilang gawin. But then, na-overwhelm na naman sila eh. We have a triple K para kay Jogimo and then nagpatuloy ito with the follow-ups at nahirapan na makasagot dito agad ang DRX. Tingnan mo natin, they're really comfortable. Nakataas na nga ito dito, di ba, ni Potter?
Sabi niya talaga, Jo, let's go! Yan ang meron. 3-0. DRX ngayon. Kita niyo naman, mga Spectres, mga half armors. At ito pa, this is the very tricky part about this. DRX, walang enough frags. Yung fragging potential nila, nawawala na naman tuloy. At yan yung question talaga na kailangan nilang sagutin ngayon din. Or else, it's gonna be too late. Demon 1, nakatutok. May kaparanoia ba na kasama? Wala. But instead, hindi niya pa rin makuha yung pick-off against him. Pero nga lang, may salo pa. Siyempre, ang iba't ibang miyembro as well. But then Mako right now, together with Stacks, nagkapit-bisig na naman silang dalawa. And this might be a round where DRX can finally stand up.
Oh, and they're broken by pa, ha? Dalawa na lang ang natitira dito, pero alam naman natin kung ano ang nangyari kanina lang din. We still have your Busyo. He can still isolate in the fight. May info na gather coming in from Mako, and Mako, may alam na lang din kung saan magagaling ang huling player na ito. Com, he's still all the way from defender spawn. Mukhang save na lang at exit frag ang kanyang kukuhanin.
Uy, ayaw ni Mako. Halika dito, 4K up for him. And ito na naman, the Stacks X Mako, whenever times are crucial, sino ba talagang mas nagsa-step up? Silang dalawa talaga mismo. And biruhin mo, all those spray downs, Mako still use it to his advantage. What a smart player talaga. Here, right now in our matchup. And maybe this round talaga yung kanilang paggising. At narinig mo ano sinabi niya? They're so happy. Yung mga DRX supporters natin na nasa Japan ngayon.
Still a lead for EG, pero this can be a start for DRX. They need to use their utilities wisely, lalo na yung mga ultimates sila dito to win it out pagdating na nga ng post-plant. Inaabangan na lang natin kung paano pa sila makakapasok ng site dahil look at the sites already being covered. Wala man lang nagbabantay sa loob mismo ng site. We have mid with that alarm bot. Inaabangan nila yung pwede maging setup ng DRX. But when will that happen?
Ang nakakatuwa pa dito kagad, despite na parehas sila ng composition, you can really see the difference then on how they want to execute things. But then, ang kailangan talaga dito maging confident is yung mga first kills na manggagaling kay Demon 1 together Foxy 9. Lalo na yung Foxy 9. Dahil sila, they will be starting on the attacking side. Pero dalawa nakatingin. Yung mga nagpa-frag pa naman. And dahil dito, nakapitas na naman si Demon 1. He takes down Foxy 9. He gets for the second after that revelation. Buzz right now is out. Stocks Mako. Pati RP, nasa inyo na lang ngayon ang kasagutan.
Look at that control! Man, there were double picks mula na nga na DRX, pero with that smoke, wala silang makita ni isa. At through the smoke pa nila nakuha yung mga balang kumonek na nga sa dalawa. Now, we have the knife. They need to find out kung saan pa dito tumutungo ang dalawang natitira coming in from the side of DRX. But unfortunately here, Mako is already going in with a popping up potential. Low at HP na lang din sila Stacks with 2 HP. Won't be living as much na Busio na nakahanap sa kanila. Still another round para sa EG.
Galing ng EG talaga. Ang ganda ng paano nila ini-stop itong DRX from being aggressive. But then, ito naman, the Stacks and Mako. Kung di sila low on HP dyan, guys, siguro nanalo na sila sa mismong round na to. Pero kita mo kaagad yung ginagawa ni Demon 1 is just too insane. Every time he wants to make those accurate first kills, he always makes sure to stop Foxy 9 as well. And that's the biggest question. Si Foxy 9, kapag siya talaga ngayon ay na-shutdown, mukhang mahihirapan na siya all throughout.
Hindi na rin kaagad sila kasi makakasagot dito ang DRX. Once na malaman na nga nila na we have Demon 1 already on the jet, still has the operator at hand. Alam niya na yung mga anggulong kailangan niyang bantayan at alam niya na kung saan niya talaga dito i-pre-fire yung mga bala in case na ma-smoke out na nga sila. Now, we have EG. They know for a fact already Foxy 9 is shocked at sumuulan. Odin with the shots. He's still not giving it up. Nandito pa rin naman na si Foxy 9. Pero ano ang nangyayari? Na paranoia connected din to him. Dash away. Nandito pa rin yung smoke. Ito yun. Inapin na lang din ng Odin. Nirag-asa talaga ng mag-asang Odin coming in from Com. And now, they're still stuck all the way from mid.
Diyos ko po, yung Odin na ayoko katapat yan. Mababaliw ako dyan. Di ko alam kung saan manggagaling. Pero syempre, onting fragment lang para hindi tayo ngayon para di kagad makapitas ang ating mga kalaban. But Jojimoy finally hears out those footsteps. And finally, Demon 1 stops already ang isang miyembro nila. At ngayon, Mako na lang. Pero tinamaan pa rin siya ng bala. And Evil Geniuses gets this round, 4-round lead na against the monsters of Pacific.
Sobrang rattled na talaga ang DRX. They don't know what to do once na nag-fall down na kaagad yung strategies na gusto na lang i-push out laban sa EG. And then EG, they know already na napipin down, nagkakaroon na talaga ng impact at nagkakaroon ng hesitations. With that impact, nag-hesitate ang players ng DRX and they don't know what to do next on the every steps of the way para makapasok na nga ng site. And unfortunately, yeah, they just really need this time out indeed.
Anong next plans ng DRX? All those movements, wala talaga. Even if they want to make the most out of their utilities, flash out para hindi sila makita ni Jojimo together with Demon 1, hindi pa rin yun yung enough solution to actually answer itong kasagutan na hinahanap nila sa mga kalaban nila. But as for Evil Geniuses, they get this continuously. Alam mo na talaga na malaki ang pabor sa kanila all throughout in this first half. Tapos ito pa, kung they make kung continuous ang kanilang performance, sa tingin ko talaga mangyayari sa DRX when we switch yung sides, mawawalan talaga sila ng firepower dito. At yan yung kailangang reset na gaganapin ng team na to.
Mahirap kasi dito for DRX, hindi nila nakikita kung saan nila dapat tuntunin na si Demon 1. Pero bukod kasi kay Demon 1, there's still Jogimo. There's also Ethan with the utilities on point and on time. Remember what happened earlier in the pistol round na sobrang on point ng knife niya na hindi niya na-amplify dito or hindi na-amplify dito ni Foxy 9 yung entry. Hindi siya nakapag-dash, hindi siya nakapag-up-drop, wala siyang ligtas. And now, speaking of wala ring ligtas, mula sa knife na naman dito ni Jogimo. Jogimo, or rather ni Ethan, ang dalawang na-detect na nga from DRX and they are being held back. Hesitation is there, pero kita mo naman yung anchor dito ng EG. Inside off the side, isang pala ka lang. Sabi na dito kay Foxy9 and now Jogimo is still alive. Nandito yung TP, makakaligtas, makaka-exit na nga. Oden ay nilabas, ikinasa, may na-detect na nga kaagad ng Recon, kaya naman maalam na muna ba sila, pero Mako pa rin naman na makakahirap. Pahirap pa rin naman sa EG ngayon. So tatlo na lang kaagad ang natitira.
Mako saves the day. Pero syempre, may lockdown ng Toto pa rin si Boostio as of now. And will this be a worth it kind of a lockdown? Hindi talaga nila matitigilan, pero kita mo naman kaagad yung ating pag-ikot pagdating kay Mako as it is the 3rd K. And it's all up to Demon 1 to actually make that clutch work. Pero mahirap na yan. They're going up against a lot of people as Mako finishes it once again. Mako the GOAT. 5-2 na nga kagad ang meron tayo ngayon. And si Mako, ilan na naman ang nakukuha ng kills per round?
Multi-kills after multi-kills ang kailangan nila dahil yun ang nakakapag-amplify ng kanilang confidence and then their composure to get inside of the site. But what is really scary about here is EG. Sobrang dedicated sila to make an initial contact, to make an initial kill. Kaagad laban na nga dito sa DRX. And DRX, I really do think that this can be a start para magpatuloy nga yung kanilang momento. Pero until when will they be able to replenish themselves pagdating nga sa holds na naman nila Jogimo? Speaking of, we have another night reading going into a main pero wala na detect.
Labanan na naman ng surprise. Pero collect muna ngayon para kay Stax para ma-pull off niya yung kanyang null command onto a site. Pero konting hintay pa lang ang ginagawa ng DRX. Ang ginagawa nila dito, magfa-farm na lang muna sila ng orb. And after that, they can decide on where they want to go. Kita nyo naman sa DRX, the effort is there already. Buzz on that Odin, really big question, pero at least, di ba, may kita nyo naman na kanina nakakuha siya ng frags as well. Boostio right now, ang asim na, he still gets 2, pero Foxy9, he goes into the side and finally gets the frag, pero nga lang Ethan, makakuha na nga din kagad ngayon ng barrel and he will pull off that null command. At ngayon, surprise, ang dalawang miyembro na naman muli ng DRX, the superhero Stax, together with Mako, as Stax is gonna fall down and it's all up to Mako, pero nga lang Ethan once again puts on a stop. 3 kills talaga. And now EG still leading by 3 rounds.
Nako, hirap na naman ito. DRX, trinay nilang pumasok sa loob ng site. Pero kanina nga, di ba, naitanong mo na, bakit? Questionable, yung hawak-hawak ni Buzz na Odin. Magastos, kailangan niya, pero ang problema, mabagal na magiging reaction time niya. And that gave Boostio a time to get that double pick. And Ethan with a great hold sa loob ng site, hindi nakapagbigay na nga ng opening para sa DRX to fitly commit into the site. And unfortunately, 4 pa ang kailangan nilang habulan ngayon laban sa EG. And we can see na ibang take na naman ang gagawin na nga ng DRX. They're traveling going into catwalk. Pero inaabangan na kaagad sila ni Demon 1. And Demon 1 was quickly enough to give himself time. Get away from any casualty. The smoke is there already. Nandito na kaagad sila all the way from heaven. They're going down, going into B. Pero ngayon, makikita mo naman, Jogimo is still alive to get in a possible kill. Pero ngayon, he's already pinned down. The blind is there connecting into him. But unfortunately, hindi na siya nakapag-replenish pa ng kanilang sarili. Comdo going in for deep push para sa kanilang retake. 2 laban sa 3 na lang na natitira. Nakikipaghanapan pa. Pero makakadelayan siya pa ba si Boostio dito? Dahil mukhang exit na lang sila muna.
Kailangan, nag-switch na pala. Hindi na siya nag-Odin. Ay, di na siya rather nag-operator kasi alam naman ni Demon 1 medyo complicated nga ngayon. Pero right now, sabi nila, disiplina ang gagawin natin. We're just gonna go in for that save. At pwedeng exit frags, pero mukhang di na magde-decide yung DRX na bigyan pa nila ng pera. Itong Evil Geniuses. Nakakatuwa. Kasi itong DRX, nakuha pa rin nila. May mga rounds pa rin silang nananalo. It's not as if EG wants, it's not just a one-sided match, but it's also DRX working all throughout their capabilities talaga as a team, as one of the teams na pinupuri talaga natin, not only in Pacific but in the whole VCT scene nga mismo. And sana talaga makuha nila yung right answers with that. But then itong talagang EG, napaka-explosive. Siguro kung di namatay si Joji mo right now dito sa may wine, it could have been maybe different. Pero all in all, we can definitely see na itong DRX unti-unti na silang bumabawi.
Di pa rin naman kasi masama dito yung half na ito para sa DRX. But what I can see here is unti-unti na nilang nahahanap nga. As we say, we still need to see the warm-up here for DRX. But now, my God, walang pag-alinlangan talaga. Ano naman, paggamit ng Hunter's Fury to deny and delay in an entry mula sa DRX. Papatuloy pa nga ba sila? Yes, indeed. Dahil Foxy9 is already inside of the site. Paranoia is still there. Makakakuha sila ng kill through the smoke. Yung mga nag-aabang sa site, we have Eden going in with a double. This is still doable for EG. Kaya naman mag-ingat na mali dito ang DRX.
Boostio na naman together with Demon 1 ang natitira at mag-exchange siya into that Vandal. Pero habang yan ang nangyayari, Boostio, kailangan niya makakuha ng isang pick-off. And speaking of, makakuha nga siya ng isa, but the information, they really need to know where it is. And speaking of, alam na niya kung nasaan si Mako, yung isang miyembro, at aware na siya kung paano nila gagawin itong swing na to. And Mako, once again, saves the day. 3K na naman muli. Alam mo, to talaga si Mako, game changer talaga to sa DRX. This guy has been saving a lot. Even if yung iba na lang teammates talagang nahihirapan, Mako is there to actually pick his team up at para makahabol sila all together.
Hirap din talaga dito kasi si Foxy9. Even though nakakakuha nga siya dito ng entry, but unfortunately, once makita at matuntun agad ng EG kung saan na nga ba siya napaparito with the Cloudburst, there is the trades, there is the picks, and fortunately enough, si Mako kasi yung huling natitira para sa kanila. And now, it's still a 6-4. 6-6, hindi pa rin namamasama para sa DRX. Pero ang magiging tanong nila is magpapatuloy pa sila sa A? Dahil meron na kaagad ditong Aldron. May nadetect sila with the judge. Hawak-hawak ni Ikan, hindi man yan naboga. Pero ngayon, the entry is happening already para kay Fox. C9, wala siya mamamata, wala siya mahahanap ni isa. Pero si Yogima makakadali pa rin naman na. We have RP still getting in the kill. Demon 1 though, oh my God. Down to very low HP, pero hindi pa rin talaga siya mapapakali. Hindi na siya matutuntun dito nila Mako dahil siya ang unang tumamba. Dalawa laban sa dalawa for disposal.
This is interesting. One of them, each team, may low on HP. Pero yung hawak-hawak ngayon ni Boostio is only a sheriff together ngayon with Demon 1 on that Bulldog. Alam na nga din nila kagat, pero pinigalawan sa Lily Stacks. And still, Boostio gets the tap. Huwag yung bigyan talaga ng sheriff to. Nakakatakot siya. Demon 1 goes for that defuse. Pero we gotta make it work. And Boostio, 2K, 2 taps. 2 bullet lang ang ginastos at panalo na naman muli ang EG in that thrifty round.
Oh, sabi ko pa naman kanina, pwede pa ito may 6-6 ng DRX. But then Boostio had a different story and mind. We have his skills, his shots connecting into the heads of DRX. And I think hindi nila na-anticipate na yun yung pwede mangyari. Dahil again, nakikipag-duel na rin naman na ang DRX. What enemy remaining? What was I seeing with our viewers? But unfortunately for them, diba? Kitang-kita mo naman kung gaano sila naaape na nga ng EG. Unfortunately, even though that we have a lot of executions here, mas may lead pa rin ang EG.
Ang hirap na to sa DRX if inalaw nila yung 4-round gap against Evil Geniuses, tapos nag-switch pa ng sides, knowing how nasa momentum ang Evil Geniuses. But then, etong plano ni Boostio, dalawa sila na swingan nga lang agad, magbe-bail out sila. Foxy9 right now takes that control. Here's a mismong garden, and luckily he was able to get that. Army and Foxy9, kapit basic na naman muli sila. Jojimo is gonna be up here, pero alam na kagad ni Foxy9 kung nasan siya. Only leaving Demon 1 together with Com behind. Pero going up against 5, medyo mahirap yan.
Buti na lang, meron pang swarm grenade. Buti na lang, meron pang lockdown. Dahil alam naman natin kung gaano mabagsek dito sina Demon 1. We still have them trying to get in for the kill. But unfortunately, it will not happen. Dahil mula sa ilalim, meron ng Odin. Now, a really good definite of a half para sa side ng ngayon ng D or X. But still, may lead pa rin kasi talaga dito. Ang players na nga ng EG. 7-5 ang nag-score na. But look at this highlight, diba? Hindi sila nag-anilangan talaga pumasok na dahil alam nilang kailangan na nila ditong mag-asa sa loob ng site, makuha nila yung half na ito. But let's still see and hear what our panel has to say for this first half before we go in for the second one.
Well, 7-5 ang ating scoreline here, and it just looks like DRX is finally catching up here, but I don't think in the best way possible because I think Mako seems like, you know, I don't want to say the only hope here because we did see Foxy9, but 7-5 yung scoreline, 4 of those rounds were thanks to Mako with those clutches, the triple, and that 1v5 ace, and it just seems that Mako saved DRX against attacking Seoul Esports yesterday, and it seems that we're seeing a repeat of that here again today.
Oo, talagang yun yung nangyayari. Kasi if it weren't for Mako, parang who is going to destroy the momentum coming from EG here? Pero on EG side, gotta praise again the Demon 1 and Jojimo connection. Lagi sila sa mga unang rounds. Salamat sa kanila na nanalo sila kasi they're like already positioned together and they're trying their best to mag-combo with the Paranoia tsaka saka papasok si Demon 1. And that combo has been stopping the onslaught of any site execution at all. Kaya walang plan na nangyayari. But they can't do that all the time. Hindi kailangan gawin yun or else magiging predictable yun. So I think naka-adjust na eventually si DRX. So hoping to see more of that Jojimo and Demon 1 connection pagdating sa attack.
But you can also see na nahirapan din yung DRX pumasok sa mga ibang sets kasi hindi sila sure because the moment that you do make a play like that, when you use the Paranoia, when you take top mid, for example, with Demon 1 on the defensive side on the bonus, or even if you play double on top of the stairs for B side for the defense, that just means that, oh, something can happen like this. So just the threat of it being possible already makes you waste time, clear out, push you in a position you don't really want to be in.
All right, and you know, looking here at our head-to-head, real quick in the middle of the round, we've got, you know, Demon 1 and Mako. Mako with, look at that ACS. You just see how much firepower he's bringing to DRX. But again, EG kind of with that even balance of firepower from across the team is just making such a huge difference. And Mako, again, he's only one person.
Yeah, he has
only
like
so much he can do.
2 quadra kills in 2 rounds or something.
Yeah, it's not the position you really want to be in.
That's right. Well, again, hopefully DRX can come back here on Ascent. This is their map, so we'll just have to see how they play it out. So, Ray and Honeyglaze, back to you.
Yan na nga ang kailangan nating muling makita kung makakabawi na nga ang DRX sa kanila dahil si Mako na lang din lagi ang kanilang inaasahan with the clutches. But will it be happening in the next half? This is still the time para sa EG na makapagwala dahil again, they're on the attacking side.
Magagalaw ba ni Demon 1 yung baso just like how he did it on the defending? Or kaya itong DRX, so once they are here already, they make the momentum. Pero speaking of, ayan na kagad, sinimulan ni Demon 1, he gets the first stop, and Mako is just gonna be eliminated kagad. Demon 1 low on HP together with Ethan, pero still, importante to makuha yung first frag. At huwag nyo kakalimutan, si Boostio is on the flank, up onto Catwalk, at hinihintay na lang din kagad siya ngayon ni Stax.
Mag-aabangan na naman tayo kung ano pa ba ang gagawin ng EG. We have still 3 players stocked up in A. Nag-aabang pa rin naman na si RB here all the way from 3. He's still waiting kung ano ang pwede maging execution dito ng EG dahil mukhang kumpiyansa na sila pumasok dito sa A. We're waiting in for the recon for them to fully immobilize players from D or X. But then, will they be immobilized fully dahil na nga dito sa kanilang entry? Dalawa ang nakaabang sa kanila sa loob ng site. Frenzy ang hawak na nga dito ni RB. Nag-aabang with a push, but unfortunately, overwhelmed na rin naman na si Foxy9. RB with a pick. RB with a kill together with Stax. They are immediately traded off and now it's all up to Buzz na makikipaganapan pa sa 3 na lang natitira. Oh my God!
At meron na lang siya pistol na Z bundle. Kumuha ng Ghost ngayon din. Pero going up against 3, that's gonna be really difficult for Buzz. He has his turret. Pero nga lang, alam na din kagad kung nasaan siya. Tapos nakuha na nga din kagad yung kanyang paa, limiting it down to 44 HP. This is so difficult for him. And this, yet, very important para sa DRX kung makakuha man lang sila ng tie. Pero mukhang imposible na yan at this moment. But then mukhang dinanay ako ni Buzz pagdating doon. But the time is on the favor of Evil Geniuses at mukha ngayon na kagad Ethan denies him. And itong importante na round to finally get that lead, makakuha ng Evil Geniuses against DRX.
Still a piss around, given it as a side of EG. Even though na ma-anticipate na rin naman sana ng DRX yung entry na gagawin dito ng EG is that na-overwhelm pa rin talaga sila still. We have Ethan, we had Demon 1 already covering up doon sa mga players na nag-aabang sa loob ng site, and then RB na nga trying to get in those kills. Sneaky enough from the smoke, but unfortunately it did not end well. By round na para sa EG.
Ang bilis naman ng flash kagad na approach on the other side of our map. Pero, si Boostio napitikan ng onte. Nalaman din kasi kung nasaan siya. But let's wait and see. Mukhang nag-rotate na sila towards A side. Ang dami kasing membro kagad ng DRX here in B. And it's a wise decision actually for Evil Geniuses na mag-A site na lang instead. We have stacks lang all upon here. And even if sabihin natin nakapita siya ng isa, there's just a lot of people that can actually get him. And speaking of, yan na kagad, ang daming nakatingin sa kanya.
Yan lang. Harap-harapan niya sana dito binungad. Makakuha lang muna ng info mula sa AG kung patuloy na nga ba sila dito. At yun na nga ang mangyayari. We have them already planning in the spike. At yung apat na natitira mula na nga sa DRX, nabawasan pa ng isa dahil si Com ay nahanap pa siya. 4 members still alive, or rather 5 members still alive and kicking from EG. Pero makikita pa dito all the way from here. Oh my God! Buzz, what a disrespect!
Oh my
With just a frenzy, makakasagot si Fox in 9. But still, the double pick, the crossfire can still happen. Boostio dito, nakuha niya yung bait and switch. Now, with the knife, they will be detecting in players from DRX kung patuloy at papasok na ba sila sa loob ng site. Pero kasi hindi nila malaman kung saan nga ba dito patungo sila Ethan. At Ethan with just the Aras, napakabigat niyan. Kaya hindi na sila nakagasagot sa laban. Now, a 4 leading rounds para sa side ng EG.
Good executions from the side of EG. Ang ganda kagad ng setup nila. Alam na nila na natunugan na nila, nakastack to lahat sa B. Yung 4 na miyembro ng DRX, and buti na lang hindi nila pinul yung trigger para baka kasi mapunta pa yun sa kamay ng DRX. And now, 4 na yung gap ng dalawang teams ito. And look at this side ng DRX. Kaya dahil wala sila gano'ng napipitas, they're gonna be settling in for those half armors. Maximizing na lang yung kanilang utilities. Na malay nyo, maging game changer nga against Evil Geniuses. But Evil Geniuses, ang ganda talaga ng momentum setup nila. You've always seen those accuracy pagdating sa kills. And even if kahit yung mga paikot-ikot na lang din sa mapa as well, yung DRX, this Evil Geniuses, they just know what's the next step. Parang kung 3 steps ahead sila parati sa DRX.
Yun nga mabawasan nila ang DRX, mabawasan sila kaagad dito ng DRX. Alam naman nila yung mga susunod nila mga sistema, their setups, their playstyles, their pushes. And speaking of a push, matutuloy na nga ba ito? They're trying to get inside of B, but the swarm grenades are already activated. So wala silang pagkasalaw dito sa pagpasok na nga ni Demon 1. And Demon 1 nabulagta na lang kaagad si Buzz. And now with the TP coming in from Joe Gimo, was able to overwhelm an RP from his position, and he wasn't able to react on time. 2 players remaining for TRX, but they are still all the way from A side.
Si Demon 1, Diyos ko! Itong Guardian niya nakakatakot talaga. I am so amazed how he gets those frags very quickly with how he manages itong Guardian. You don't usually see that. Pero itong Evil Geniuses, they're just too confident about it. At ngayon, si Stax na lang together with Mako. Sabi nila, okay, let's stop this. Talagang respetuhin na natin yung panalo ng Evil Geniuses ngayon at talagang isave na lang natin yung dalawa nating Vandal that maybe can give an upper hand sa kanila on the next round. But then, Evil Geniuses, wala akong masabi sa kanilang performance. Look at them. Okay, dito tayo, men. Sino kaya mapipitas? Oh! Actually, they're gonna be dying. These guys are trolling. These guys are having fun.
Akala nila calculated na, pero hindi papayag yung spike. Just gotta give it all for Demon 1. And especially yung binigay na nga ditong opportunity pa ni Jokimo. Giving up such a good follow-up with TP. Hindi siya nagbakasakali na may aabangan. At hindi lang siya natrabaho dito ng smoke-smoke lang. Makakapag-abang with the flanks. And akala nila dito, makakaligtas sila from that spike.
Siguro, sabi siguro rin, Jojo, hindi may planted to sa ganito. Hindi kayo mamamatay. They were just laughing. These boys were just laughing all along. And right now, they're actually removing itong DRX talaga para mapunta sa lowers at mag-advance sa sila kagad dito sa playoffs. But then, DRX, they lose this round. Alam niyo na talaga, malapit-lapit na yung match point sa side ng Evil Geniuses. And kung yan pa yung nangyari na Evil Geniuses will win this round, the next one, talagang mahirapan na yung DRX altogether.
Wala silang pera. Tapos hati-hati pa yung eco nila. They have Foxy9 on that Vandal, Mako as well. Pero the times na makikita natin na tumutumba kaagad si Mako before even a retake happens, yun doon na kaagad sila nahihirapan. And now, we are just relying on the knife para makakuha na nga ng info. And the info is already gathered. The Paranoia also succeeding and to blind a couple of players from EG. Pero no follow-up what's so needed para sa side na nga ngayon ng DRX. Kasi, kailangan lang naman nila i-delay ang EG. Pero ngayon, ang ganda. Pwesto ni Foxy na makakakuha ng isa. Pero if he was able to at least discipline himself, makukuha niya siguro dalawa. Pero hindi na bali yan dahil si Mako makakadali na rin naman na sa kanila. It's a 2K already for Mako and 2 players na lang kaagad ang natitira.
Ay, wala nang time ngayon. Ang mga taga-evil, they're just crawling around. Wala na, save na lang talaga siguro ang next option for them. 5 seconds on the clock. And we have DRX. Ang ganda ng ginawa kagad ni Foxy9 just to take that first frag. Tapos sumalo na nga din kagad si Kuya Mo Mako. 4 rounds left, DRX. Puso talaga kung gusto nilang mapunta to sa Game 3. But I really do think there's just a little bit of mistakes lang sa side of Evil Geniuses.
Wala nag-connect kasi talaga sa kanila yung paranoia na binigay na nga ni Mako after detecting, after getting an info from that knife. Na yun nga, from the knife of stacks, doon na nag-back away dito agad ang Evil Geniuses. And then, nung nag-decide na sila pumunta, tumungo na going into Cubby, that was the flaw at hand. Nakaabang pala si Foxy9 and Foxy9 was able to amplify on it. So, by all means, they were able to deny that 11-point advantage sana ng EG. Now, we have the blinds. We have the smoke as well. Mako still trying to get in that lead on that contact as well.
Kailangan dito kay Stacks makuha yung perfect timing para sa flash net or else it might be too late. Pero naghihintay lang din ang Evil Geniuses. Kanina sobrang bilis ng tempo ng Evil Geniuses on their attacking side but I think they really need to be more aware already dahil itong DRX, look at them. They're just holding on to those angles. Hindi na sila nasasway sa tricky decisions ng EG against them.
Oh no, kailangan mag-ingat na dito ni Foxy9. Buti na lang nakapagbigay na nga ng smoke and then their paranoia connecting in the players of AG. But now, RB with a specific good timing to get in the sprays onto 2 players. They have dominated them fully, but oh my god! Jokimo has an answer. What? RB was able to deny it. Combat that as well. Hindi pwedeng siya may isasama sa hukay. Now it's all up to 2 players. Bustio pa at Jokimo pang nagsama. Saan pa sila? Maghahanapan pa.
Uy, nakakatakot to. Naka-operator na ngayon si Foxy9 and Jojimo together with Bustio. They really need to play it together or else it might be too late. Pero habang nagtatago, habang nakikipaglaro, si Jojimo ngayon narinig din niya kagad yung footsteps. He might take the kill though. And it's all up to one person. His name is Bustio. Will he make the clutch in there? Dahil si Foxy9, he saves the day na naman muli. At dito sa Ascent, akala natin mapanghihinaan na siya ng loob on the first half. But he's there to just get the round. At DRX, follow the steps. 3 na lang and they can take it with a tie against Evil Geniuses.
Ang nangyari lang kasi talaga dito sa Evil Geniuses is they were anchored by RB. At kinabahan ako ng konti doon dahil si Jokimo was able to get his 2 kill as well. But then, The latter stages of the round went so fully well dito para sa side na nga ngayon ng EG or rather ng DRX dahil we had Foxy9 with an operator at hand tapos magkasama sila dito na makakuha ng pick-off and good enough para sa DRX.
Just a snap. Kita naman natin, the wish is there for the DRX fans. Nagbuhay pa din naman sila. Pero ito na din ang oras para si Evil Geniuses to actually decide already on how they want to grasp yung early stages ng bawat round na gusto nilang ipanalo. Parati silang nasa shutdown. The team decision making medyo naging reckless na rin at the same time. And kailangan nila respetuhin din ang defending side talaga. Pagdating sa DRX, kita nyo naman yung good holds mula kay Stacks, good flashes also, and how Mako plays it out. Nagiging tangled together na naman muli sila. And plus, Foxy9 on that operator, still a big question mark with how Evil Geniuses can tackle it. At nakakatakot na to for them if sunod-sunod yung panalo ngayon ng DRX.
I'm loving already the step up coming from Foxy9. He really needs to do something about Demon 1. Kailangan niya lang makasabay kina Joe Kimo. And Joe Kimo, oh my God, this guy, sobrang crazy ng mga TP niya, yung mga shrouded step niya para mabigay niya dito yung mga mind games against DRX. So now, speaking of DRX, they're still on the defense. There are still 3 players na kailangan nila tapatan. Pero that is a really good shot! Laban kay Ethan, kaso nga lang, kayang mairas yan! Kaya 5, laban sa 5 pa rin ang natitira. Available pa rin yung operator niya, but still makakuha pa rin naman na ng isa. Bakit parang bulag na pumasok sa loob ng side? Si Pusyo, Ethan nakasagot with just his stinger, and now Jogimo hinabol na naman with just his shrouded step. So it's down to the numbers game already. EG has a really good advantage.
Yung spike. Yung spike nagbitawan ng Evil Geniuses. So they don't have much of a choice. They really need to clear it out. At yun ang nga sinasabi ko, hindi nila na-clear. Pero nakuha naman na nila ngayon with some of those sacrifices. Ethan handles the angle but won't be able to. At isa na lang kagad na titira. His name is Com and he needs to go in A site.
Nakbo niya no? Tinakbo niya kaagad yung site, tumakbo sa kabilang site. So still, pwede niya siguro itong laruin with just angulated fights. But still, ang magiging tanong niyan kung paano at sino yung mauna niyang makikita ngayon with his Odin at pwede niya ma-line up yung 3 niyang makakarap na. If he ever stays in this corner na sabay-sabay sila tutungo dito, mahirapan na nga sila. Buti na lang talaga. Chinigal pick na nga ni RP. Itong taong natitira, 3 more rounds or rather 2 more rounds for DRX and it is going to be a tie.
Tapos na ata yung deathmatch ng DRX, guys. Nakapag-warm up na talaga ang isa sa mga teams na maganda yung naging start ever since lock-in. But I am also looking forward pa sa next 2 rounds that Evil Geniuses has to handle. When we go into Pearl, malaki talaga ang chance para sa akin na mananalo ang DRX since it's one of their specialty maps at the same time. Ang dami na nilang nakalaban dito, ang dami na nilang pinagdaanan, and yet, nananalo sila. Ngayon, kapit basic talaga sa mga nanonood ngayon na DRX fans. But then, may lockdown pang available para sa Evil Geniuses.
Pwede pa nila makuha yung site, pero ang sagot na naman dito ng DRX, there can still be a really good answer. We have the showstopper, or rather, we have the Hunter's Fury kasama na lang ng lockdown. Then, followed up with the Bladestorm na pwede nga gamitin ni Foxy9 once they really need to do it. So, dahil operator pa rin naman ang kanyang panghahawakan, dahan-dahan pa rin ang EG na makiramdam kung ano at sino ang mga nagbabantay sa site. Pero wala talagang bibigay dito from DRX.
Sa Boostio on this flank, waiting at least 1 pick-off from him ng Sheriff na yan. Sobrang worth it talaga yan pagdating sa Evil Geniuses. But right now, Demon 1 sacrifices already ang kanyang Bladestorm. And let's see if it's gonna be a big impact just to be able to secure itong round advantage against DRX. Com right now, pushes off already. Pero nga lang, si Foxy9, may mapipitas ba? Wala, di siya magbabackout. Sa ibang angulo siya nakatingin at nakapasok na nga mismo sa A-side. And it's up to Demon want to deny someone. Pero nga lang, Foxy9 gets an answer. But Ethan right now, he gets a 2K. Ang dami na detect. And yet Ethan gets a 3. At naku po, sa isang iglap, nawala ang kamay ng DRX as we only have Buzz together with RB. Tapos may confirmation pa ngayon ng lockdown mula kay Boostio.
Oh, good answer, good trade, good counter.
Woo!
But now, Buzz with just the own and a half. Makukuha niya si Busio. Mahanap na nga ba si Ethan na half armor lang din naman ang meron siya. Comdo is all the way from here at makukuha niya pa rin naman na nalikuran. Nalito na naman ang DRX and it's all up to RB still left alive. Hindi nila sinisira agad dito yung lockdown dahil binate out niya si Com. So pwede pa rin naman ito para kay RB with his recon. But the problem is, marereact niya ba on time dito si Ethan? Lalo na paglalaroan na yung pusap na dami na isipan niya dahil yung time with that pick, it's still RB! Hindi po pwedeng ako yung mapaglaruan mo na nga dahil kami na nga ay makakabawi pa. DRX still alive with their survivability.
DRX makes the magic work. Grabe naman, ang ganda na sana nitong round na to for Evil Geniuses. Pero, yun nga, tama ka dun. Yung lockdown hindi niya kinuha. Or siguro kahit kung hindi man lang niya isya-shutdown, sana umalis na lang siya kagad dun sa mismong area of effect nito. And still, dahil dun, kita mo, sabi ni Ethan, sayang, sa akin na sana yun. Naging bato pa muli. And now, DRX, may kita mo, how they really want to make this into Pearl Map. Grabe the dedication of this team.
Oh, excited na ako mag-Pearl kung sakali mga abot na nga talaga tayo doon. But EG, di na rin natin sila mababasakali. Di na rin natin madidisregard yung fact na ginamit lang nila stingers kanina. Ethan, it was just really crazy to find every bit player na nagde-defend sa loob ng A-site at wala silang nagawa dahil rumaragasa sila and the utilities are just really raining on forward to blind them, to find out with the recon kung ano ba yung kanilang hahanapin, kung ano ba yung kanilang nagiging position na holding inside of the site. And unfortunately for DRX, it's not really happening still. But now, na may lead pa rin naman ng EG, isa na lang kailangan nilang habulin.
I think we gotta consider, guys, na despite EG having that crazy momentum, let's not forget itong pagdating sa experience ng DRX, they have the advantage. At dito kay Ethan, sayang. Sa iba kasi angulo siya nakatutok at hindi naman yun yung accuracy na nakita nila. And this is it. Full buy mula sa EG. A big risk without the only one lang pala na pwede nalang gamitin siguro na ultimate if Ethan gets that orb. And speaking of, si Jojo mo naman muna ang mangunguna pero nag-iingat na sila ngayon.
Binibait out pa rin nila kung sakali mang magpupush na naman yung dalawa dahil lagi nitong ginagawa na nga nila Stax at ni Mako with just the mind and then the paranoia pero mukhang kay Ethan pa rin naman talaga mapupunta. Now, with that, Aldron, they will be trying to get in info, tagging in players from EG. Pero maingat na maingat pa rin sila ditong nakikitungo. Now, we still have your Foxy9 on his operator. Parang feeling ko simulat nagkaroon ang operator dito si Foxy9. He has been really confident enough to find players from EG to deny. But with that, Recon and then the blind, siya pa yung na-reposition, siya pa yung na-deny.
Ay, may angulo na sana si Foxy9. Pero smart nga din talagang EG. They really wanna make sure na mabablock off kagad si Foxy9 upon their entry. And there it is, Ethan making those explosive plays as he gets that null command. Mabebait nga ba niya kagad to mga taga-DRX dahil hindi sila aware na nasa B-site na pala papunta ang mga taga-EG. But then the trade of RB takes down Boostio. 3 remaining na lang kagad, or rather 4 to 4. But then yung time is ticking. And right now, Foxy9, there's just against Ethan. At ngayon tumatulong-tulong. Yung oras, kailangan nila i-plant talaga. And Mako, he might get it. Pero may salo mula kay Demon man ulit.
My God! Unang-uluan pa rin naman ni RB dito. Yung uling natitirang player from EG to try He planted the spy, but it's all up to Stacks. But what can he do now with his knife? It's still doable for them to deny and defuse. Pero tingnan natin kung ano pa ba yung pwede niyang gawin, lalo na't ngayon. Hindi niya pa mahanap. His dash being baited out by Demon 1 and Demon 1. Oh my god, imagine those entries. So really available for them to pin down DRX even though the comeback is already happening. They have been winning out a lot of defuse, a lot of rounds para ma-deny yung oras. Laban na nga sa EG, but look at that. It's just answers coming back and forth mula na nga dun sa scenario na deny at na-bait out nila si Mako hiding all the way from backside. At kulang na yun eh. Yun na sana yun for DRX.
I'm so impressed. Si Demon 1, nagpapakita talaga siya kung kailangan nyo talaga siya. And now, getting that 4K despite him being low on HP, this is a big question para sa side ng DRX. Sayang din sana yung opportunity na yon for Stacks. But then, wala siyang kasama, wala siyang kalinga to actually get those trade-offs or maybe just battle it out with a 2v2 siya pa ang naiwan. And ngayon, sa side naman ng EG, kahit talagang risky yung ginagawa nila, at least nandyan kagad yung sagot. As for Ethan naman, we gotta give it to his now command talaga na kahit na shutdown siya kagad on that Odin, at least Demon 1 was able to trade him out, tapos sa bukas kagad yung B-side sa kamay nila.
Ganda na sana din naman na naging depensa na nga ng DRX. But unfortunately, nung nagpatuloy ito going in favor with the entries na nga ng EG, naging problemado pa ang DRX. Bakit ang daming simultaneous events na nangyayari? We had the blind, we had the paranoia, we had the smokes already at hand. Meron pa ditong mga nagiging knife na nga nilalabas nga ni Ethan. So, nung nagpatuloy ito, escalating and further, nagpatuloy ang kanilang momentum. EG, they still have the money, they still have the guns. Sinabayan nila ng operator na nga si Foxy9. Demon 1, alam natin kung gaano ka-crispy yung mga shots niya, pero he needs to make something count. Ngayon, nagtatapat na nga ang Jet mains ng parehas na teams. Nag-aabang si Demon 1 and it still gets it with a cheeky hellish off an angle. Demon 1 succeeding and now it's all up to a 4v5 scenario na DRX.
Na jet malalim, jet deep ang nangyari ngayon on that angle itself. But then I gotta give it to Foxy and both of our jets right now in each team, they are just really performing good. Pero syempre, hihingi pa ulit ng isang angulo tong Evil Geniuses at ma-open nila kagad yung site na gustong-gusto nilang laruin. Pero remember, Buzz, heavy setup ngayon ang kanyang gagawin. Pero nga, ibaburst na ba na kagad to? Ipapop off na ba kagad niya to? Hindi pa naman.
Hindi pa naman. Nakikiramdaman lang naman din sila. We have EG separated on the possible pushes. Dahil ang dami pang pwede mangyari. Kompleto naman sila. Nag-iingat lang kung sino ba ang natitira. We have the utilities na nakasetup nga on B. Kaya naman parang decidido na rin ang EG patungo going into B since we have that knife, we have the recon, we even have those blinds. So with that being said, ready na ba ang DRX? That is the dash. That is Buzz waiting on this corner. Inaabangan pero there is a trade. We have the entry already coming through. 3 players still remaining. Pero ngayon, RB, kinulit siya ni Demon 1. Was able to find enough for a good trade. 2 players remaining from DRX. Will they still be able to survive and clutch this one out?
Naku po, 34 seconds bago magkaroon ngayon ng knife si Stack. So medyo talagang mahirap to take all those valuable information. Walang tao dyan. Lahat sila nakatingin sa may boathouse. At nakita na nga kagad ngayon ni Demon 1 another. Ng ibang miyembro nila yung angulo all together. It's all up to Mako. But Boostio takes him out. Evil Geniuses on a match point as they were able to survive yung mga rounds kung saan sobrang crucial na, and yet dito nag-fail ang mga taga-DRX.
Malinis na malinis, kinuha ng EG, overwhelming every bit of a corner factor laban sa DRX. Hindi na rin nila hinahayaan na magkaroon na nga ng pag-pop of potential ang DRX papunta sa retake nila. We see so much available pick-offs na nagmumula na nga dito dahil nagsisimulan agad ni Demon 1 ito. We have DRX, they still have enough money, enough guns para sa mga rifles. Meron na nga rin na mga Spectre na mga hawak dito pero nakakatakot. Still dahil komplikado pa rin naman ito.
Tatandaan natin, may Hunter's Fury, si RB, may Nalcoman, si Stocks, at ngayon naman si Com, meron din siyang Hunter's Fury. Ang dami nilang pwedeng gamitin na ultimates just to secure this round. And let's see, sino ang mas may advantage. Pero nakakayo na naman ngayon, nakakay Demon 1 ang sagot kung makakapitas siya, pero sira-sira muna yan ng utilities. Kung sino nga bang unang titingin, makuha ba niya kagad yung bait against Buzz? Looks like wala pa kagad as the smoke.
Hindi pwedeng tumingin at mag-pick si Buzz. Spectre lang kasi yung hawak niya dito, men. Kaya naman magbaback away agad ang AG. Sinayang nila yung turret dito ng members ng DRX para magpatuloy ito on their favor. Wala munang magaanong pressure going in B dahil mukhang papunta na kaagad sila ng Aether. Baiting out the utilities. We even have the knife. We even have the TP. So now Jogimo is alive. There's also the Hunter's Fury. Yun pala ang gusto niyang gawin. He's baiting out Buzz, but unfortunately, hindi ito nangyari. Naghahanap pa sila. We have the smokes. D11 is still alive. We have players running, going back into A site. Alam nila na meron na nga nang magkakahiwalay na players from EG. But the problem is, mas madami dito ang DRX. Demon 1, he still has the operator. Meron siyang Blaze Storm ngayon. Activated already. Shorty ang magagamit ng ating Foxy Knight. Pero dito magkakarik. Oh my God! Look at the heads already popping from DRX. He's blinded by the lights. Nandito naman din si Ethan for the finisher. But no, it's still Demon 1 to finish and clean things up from DRX. At sila ay matutumbang going into the lower bracket.
Man down, Demon 1. Those 3 rounds, last 3 rounds, point sa side ng EG. Sino nagpanalo? We gotta give it to Demon 1 once again and finishing that. That was very crucial, HG. Imagine, tatlo yung kalaban mo sa single site itself. Ang tagal pang makaka-rotate yung isa mong teammate, but the amount of trust na sabi ko nga tiwala. Plus, of course, it's Demon 1 we are talking about. Nilaglag nila yung mga boys ng DRX and giving this into a 2-0.
Hirap kasi, lalo na't basang-basa na ng EG kung ano yung mga possible comebacks, kung saan ba nagkakaroon ng impact, kung saan nagiging hesitant ang DRX. And unfortunately, looking back on what happened earlier here in our game, here in our series, it's almost a one-sided of a match. Unang-una pa lang doon sa mapa ng Fracture, kitang-kita mo, ibang klase yung pagbibigay na nga ng rattle potential laban na nga dito sa side ng DRX. They're just giving so much confusion sa DRX kung paano sila makakapasok ng site eh.
High respect sa team na to. Grabe, yung journey nila, marami silang naging heartbreaks sa VCTNA, and now here in the Masters Tokyo, they were able to shut down one of the strongest sa mismong APAC scene natin. But anyway, this is a good lesson naman din at the same time sa DRX. Hindi pa naman sila matatanggal, guys. Papupunta lang naman sila sa lower bracket finals for their group as they need to take over nga ang magiging kalaban nila. But congratulations, EG. Hello, playoffs talaga para sa kanila.
Bukod sa mga highlights na binigay nga ni Demon 1, I just wanna give it all to Jogimo, especially kasama na nga lang din si Nabusyo. This is the pillars. This is the guys who is supporting Demon 1 to get all those multi-kills. And especially din si Ethan, diba? With his blinds, with his knives, the timing and everything para makuha nila yung pang-overwhelm na nga laban dito sa DRX. And DRX, unfortunately, hindi nila ito ma-counter out, but they had moments of life na makakabawi na sana, but unfortunately, there are just some bits of order na pinapalaki ng EG para sila yung makakuha ng advantage.
I love how flexible this guys from EGR. Ang ganda din ng kanilang first half. Tapos kahit nakahabawi ang DRX on the last half itself, kita nyo naman yung last 3 rounds silang tatalino. The trades were so accurate. Even if yung very time consuming rather, yung kanilang setup, naging worth it pa rin to sa pinakahuli. Although may minimalist mistakes pa rin, katulad nung nangyari kay Ethan, still, binawi naman to ng ibang miyembro nila sa next few rounds.
Anticipation is just really pretty the key here for EG. And I just gotta love how Demon 1 is able to find out that squeaky of a pick from Fox and 9 trying to dominate in the players of EG. But look at this, guys. They really deserve in the win. Dahil ibang klase yung pag-deny nila with the rushes, with the W gaming coming in from DRX, and especially how they were able to counter and not amplify enough players from DRX to try and pop off every time na magkaroon sila ng mga magagandang rounds. And yun na nga nangyari. It's 9-13 and so our scoreline. And last thoughts para sa DRX and AD.
All I can say is yung mga nakalagay na NA doon, talagang near airport daw. Nope, I think nope. Kasi ang EG nandyan na sila, guys. Their improvement is very quick. At tapos, ito pa, ang bilis ng kanilang playstyle against etong mga taga-DRX. Talagang yung adaptability ng team na to, sobrang grabe. But I think that's just it for me together with Honey Glaze as we're gonna be passing on to our panel. So panel, guys, what can you say about our game?
Maraming salamat, Honey Glaze and Ray Ray. And again, that concludes 2-0 fashion for EG to go to the playoffs. Again, GG's to DRX, but again, they aren't going to be dropping out of the bracket because we will be seeing them in the lower bracket of our group stages. But here, 9-13, they fought their hardest here, but it just seems like EG is the stronger team this time around.
Yeah, alam ko na, di ba yung kanina pinag-uusapan ni Ray Ray, yung mga tinitingnan niyo yung mga signs, yung NA, gano'n, near airport. Alam ko na, after nitong match, NA, no airport.
No airport!
Pero, yes, going back at this match, grabe si Demon1 and Jojimo connection, as in, sobrang consistent nila. And I think one thing that I wanna bring out is that constantly pag nag-enter sila ng site, they have each other's backs. Every time na parang DRX wants to retake and like probably try to trade, dinideny yung trade because everybody has each other's backs. I think yung, aside from Demon1 and as well as Jojimo, si Ethan talaga, even kahit may thrifty, kahit anong weapon niya, Stinger man yan, Bulldog man yan, kahit anong weapon, parang he's still able to maximize, not only as an initiator, pero to parang bridge the gap. Kunwari namatay si Demon1, namatay si Jojimo, andun din siya para sumalo.
And of course, our MVP is going to be Demon1, and it's not going to be any surprise, I think, to anyone who played Insane, especially towards the last round.
That's right. And I think, that last round, that 1v3 Blade Storm, that clutch, again, like, Honey Glaze was saying, imagine being alone on that site, having to secure that round. And again, you do not want to push these really, really close games. And I also want to point out this thing that he's been doing time and time again here on the second half. They set themselves up for a very, very clean execute in that second half. They went for a lot of split pushes, especially on B. And Demon1 does this thing where he lurks in mid for a little bit, but then it turns into a part of the split push, right? So we haven't been seeing any other duelists kind of doing that for their team here, especially so consistently across the Valorant Masters. And to be able to do that just shows how well Demon1 is able to, pull this off, and as well as EG to just, come together so well.
Yeah, nagawa niyang i-execute niya ng malinis alongside with his teammates. And I think one thing rin is that how crazy it is na isipin na siya yung parang nagsimula ng ascent at siya rin yung nag-end ng ascent. So it's one of those things na parang the reason why ganun sila nakapag they got like a lot of like rounds at very, very beginning. It's because of him, and they were able to finish rin yung match na yun because of him.
Yeah, I like how EG din is playing very aggressive despite na alam nila, okay, DRX, magaling na team to, I respect them, but regardless of that fact, no matter who they're facing, they still know how to play their game, and they still kind of adapt, even here on Ascent, small things that they change up just to subvert your expectations. It really, I think it catches more practice teams like DRX off guard.
Yeah, hirap na hirap talaga si hirap si DRX para basahin kahit na classic map to. And I guess for me with EG, the way that they finished the last two rounds para matapos yung series na to is that they took very, very high risk by playing for the extended time. Di ba parang 20 seconds, 40 seconds lang sila gagalaw, and that's the time they were able to execute. It's very high risk, high reward, and it paid off.
That's right. And speaking of like these unlucky times that they're having and how they're able to kind of just bounce back, again, EG has been through so much just to get here all the way to Valorant Masters Tokyo. They weren't about to make it to playoffs, Gens of VCT America, but thanks to MIBR beating bringing out 100 Thieves. They got pushed into playoffs, and then they battled it all the way until 3rd seed, and then here they are again. Tapos nagka-issue si Demon One na he might have visa problems, he might not be able to play. Pero ayun, look at him now,
Nandito siya.
and how much impact he brings to the team. And I can't imagine seeing an EG without Demon One here. And their run is just keep on, like, they have something mildly bad happen, and then something really, really good happens. And I think they're being rewarded with that really clean 2-0, and the first team to make it off to the playoffs here on Valorant Masters Tokyo.
Yeah, like this is actually a very, very pivotal moment indeed. Imagine being the first coming into top 8. Parang pwede na sila mag-breathe easy, mag-relax, watch some of the matches para they can take it into playoffs. Mga VOD review information like on the fly. Pwede na sila, at least.
That's right. And looking at the games that we're going to be having for tomorrow, we do have T1 versus NRG, as well as DRX versus... Oh, no, that's the game we just had. We do also have DRX versus whoever comes out on top, with Attacking Soul Esports versus Foot to decide who will get into our next spot in the playoffs. So yeah, we have 3 series tomorrow. Again, we also have EDG versus a Navi. So another decider to see how far people get, and to decide, again, who our top 8 teams are here in Valorant Masters Tokyo.
Ah, man. Kung isipin ko kung sino kayang pwede, parang ang hirap isipin, especially hindi pa natin nakikita yung ibang groups, especially yung ibang matches pa rather.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting also, because I think this games tomorrow will be the first do or die ones, because it's going to be, since it's a lower bracket, it will be their last chance, if ever, to maybe come back or just go home.
Exactly. And again, although DRX did lose here, this might be their second game, but it's not their last chance. They still have one more chance for either today or tomorrow. But again, congratulations to EG for getting that spot, and it's really exciting to see how our playoffs is going to form here, because we do have our China region versus EMEA tomorrow, and another representative of our China region again versus EMEA. So this is kind of going to be a regional knockout per se bukas.
Oo nga, it's crazy kasi to think that, diba, EMEA, they have 4 slots syempre, pero sa Pacific, when we think about it, 3. And then para naman sa Chinese region, meron silang 2. So parang you definitely want to make sure at least 1 or 2 comes out and at least represent your region coming into the playoffs.
That's right. And I think, we still have, as Pacific Hope, we still have T1 with that very, very clean record. And of course, on Paper X, Jen at the, the top of the leaderboard, waiting for whoever comes out from the playoffs. Any, we did have our predictions today. Unfortunately. So that makes it, you went for...
I went DRX actually dito sa last series natin.
What was that? Ano yan, Fluffy?
She got 0.
0. In fairness, we did go for our first winner for today, which was...
Kaya natin to. Kaya natin to. Yung
NRG!
first match, NRG. Yeah.
Oh no, we lost.
No. I wanted to go NRG. Pero sabi ko, teka lang.
Peer pressure.
Peer pressure. Man, maybe I should have listened to my next time. Papakinggan ko na yung puso. Oh, shit.
Whoa! Well, I mean, any final thoughts? Again, we had a very exciting 2 series today. We have 3 more tomorrow. Any final thoughts?
Honestly, I just really want Pacific. Again, sana maka-recover itong si DRX after the 0-2 loss. I know it was mentally straining para sa kanila. Now that they're like, ang tawag ba dito, now they really definitely need to win their next match, whoever's gonna win the Foot versus ASE. At syempre, T1 fighting.
Yeah, for me, I just hope that nobody has any strats that they're trying to save anymore, especially tomorrow for those games. Higher pressure na nga, you need a last chance. Wala nang bawian nun, so you really have to see your all. I'm really excited for those games specifically.
Exactly, and I think, that my heart goes out for all those teams now. We're seeing their potential here, especially for Attacking Soul Esports. We saw EDG as well, and I think na T1 versus NRG is going to be a very interesting one, because I think these 2 teams just had so much firepower, especially NRG.
Yeah, honestly, Evil Geniuses today, I think they sobrang laki ng surprise factor nila. Parang nakakatuwang abangan sila sa susunod nilang mga matches kung ano pa yung pwede nilang gawin. Kasi even though it was a send, Even though it felt like it was DRX's map na dapat could have gone 2-1 pero hindi. They held on and they had two special strategies para matapos na yung series.
Well, again, we had such an exciting and very long day. I'm very, happy with how these matches turned out, and I'm very much looking forward to our series for tomorrow. So I think to close out the show, we'll be having to say goodbye here. Pero don't forget to tune in bukas again at 10 a.m. for Valorant Masters Tokyo. Again, ako nga pala si Rubixco together with Riku Cast and Fluffy02, and we'll be catching you tomorrow.